Chapter 61. The Method of Acupuncture Cultivation. The abstinence little monk placed 3 fingers on Lu Tongfeng's outstretched wrist. He was a disheveled monk and had no obsession with cleanliness. He didn't mind the dirt on Lu Tongfeng's wrist. The fingertips of the abstinence little monk emitted a faint, gentle golden light, which merged into Lu Tongfeng's wrist. This was a trace of his divine consciousness. At this moment, the condition of Lu Tongfeng's body was fully visible under the watchful eye of the abstinence little monk's divine consciousness. The details were all revealed. The abstinence little monk frowned slightly. Lu Tongfeng's dantian was shriveled, showing no signs of development, but his meridians were extraordinarily wide, and the pure yang true essence flowed through the extraordinary meridians like a river of lava. However, this scorching true essence only flowed within the meridian channels. These channels perfectly avoided the dantian. This meant that the meridians within Lu Tongfeng's body were completely disconnected from the dantian. In the world of cultivation, practitioners store spiritual energy in the dantian and circulate it throughout their bodies through the extraordinary meridians. During battles, they would draw upon the true essence from the sea of the dantian. Yet, Lu Tongfeng's extraordinary meridians did not connect to the dantian. In the cultivation realm, this indicated a completely wasted spiritual root, with no chance of cultivation whatsoever. Meridians are like rivers, always flowing, and without the supply from the dantian, it wouldn't be long before the true essence flowing within the meridians would dissipate completely. However, within Lu Tongfeng's meridians, there was an abundance of true essence and spiritual power, surging and undiminished. The abstinence little monk was almost scared to the point of losing control. Such an unusual situation was something he had never even heard of before. He thought it might be possible that the sword god senior had sealed Lu Tongfeng's sea of dantian with some secret technique, preventing outsiders from perceiving Lu Tongfeng's true cultivation level. However, his divine consciousness carefully examined the area around Lu Tongfeng's dantian, and it was indeed shriveled, with no spinning ocean of qi and no fluctuations of true essence or spiritual power. The abstinence little monk was not discouraged. He sent his divine consciousness upward into Lu Tongfeng's head. Within a cultivator's body, there are 2 seas. One is the sea of dantian, located in the lower abdomen, and the other is the sea of spirit, located in the head. One is the source of spiritual power, while the other is the source of mental power. Concepts like the 3 souls and 7 spirits, as well as the primordial spirit, all reside within the sea of spirit. Whether it is the soul or the primordial spirit, both are quite fragile, which is why a cultivator's sea of spirit is well protected. The sea of spirit is located above the heavenly ridge and resembles a vast space with only one entrance. To enter it, one must cross 2 bridges, the heavenly ridge bridge and the earthly soul bridge. These 2 bridges are not easy to cross. They are particularly sturdy, making it difficult for external forces to enter. Only after crossing both bridges can one enter the sea of spirit. The abstinence little monk's divine consciousness now lingered before Lu Tongfeng's 2 bridges and was stunned. Both of Lu Tongfeng's bridges were broken and not connected. This meant that this guy had never cultivated his spirit and had not condensed his primordial spirit at all. That's just bizarre. The abstinence little monk quickly withdrew his hand, staring in shock at Lu Tongfeng. Seeing the abrupt change in expression on the abstinence little monk's chubby face, Lu Tongfeng nervously asked, "Little monk, what's wrong? Is my body all right? Are my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys still healthy? Do I have what you cultivators call a spiritual root?" The abstinence little monk remained silent, only staring at him with a look of shock and disbelief. This gave Lu Tongfeng a bad premonition, and he reached out again towards the abstinence little monk. "Please take another look. If you don't speak, I'm really scared. Am I not about to die from some terminal illness?" "Little monk. Master, as a monk, you should be compassionate and help me." Hiss. The abstinence little monk's body trembled slightly as he seemed to finally recover from his shock. He examined Lu Tongfeng and said, Your internal organs are perfectly fine, and there's no illness at all. You're strong enough to punch an elephant to death." "Ah, that's good. That's good. You almost scared me to death. If you hadn't spoken, I would have thought I was done for." Lu Tongfeng patted his chest, still shaken. The abstinence little monk said, "Little madman, let me ask you, why is there abundant spiritual power in your meridians, yet your dantian is not connected to the extraordinary meridians? And why are your heavenly and earthly bridges also broken?" "Dantian, heavenly and earthly bridges? What are those?" Lu Tongfeng asked in surprise. "Hiss. The abstinence little monk leaned back, saying, "You don't even know what the Dantian and heavenly and earthly bridges are? No way." Lu Tongfeng shook his head gently. At this moment, the abstinence little monk finally understood why Lu Tongfeng always insisted he wasn't a cultivator. It was because this guy genuinely had no idea that he was a cultivator. The abstinence little monk reached out and poked the area just below Lu Tongfeng's navel. "The Dantian is here. It should be a slowly rotating vortex connecting to the extraordinary meridians, used to store true essence. The larger the space in the sea of Dantian, the stronger the stored power, and the higher the cultivation level." Then the abstinence little monk poked Lu Tongfeng's head again. "The heavenly and earthly bridges are located on the head, connecting to the sea of spirit, where the primordial spirit and soul reside." "Ah, you mean the sea of qi and the sea of spirit," Lu Tongfeng suddenly realized. His little master had taught him to identify acupuncture points and meridians since he was young, so he naturally knew about these two areas. Yes. There is such terminology in Taoist teachings. Can you tell me why your Dantian, that is, your sea of qi, is shriveled? It doesn't even rotate, and it doesn't connect to the extraordinary meridians at all. Why does it need to be connected? If you don't connect your Dantian sea of qi, how can you mobilize true essence? How can you store true essence? Huh. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. Mobilizing true essence, storing true essence? What does that have to do with the inner sea? Of course it matters. The surging spiritual power within your meridians is condensed and undissipated, very thick. If you don't store it in your Dantian sea of qi, where else could you possibly store it? In the acupuncture points. Acupuncture points. You know what you're talking about? Lu Tongfeng asked in astonishment. What? Aren't you cultivators supposed to store the power in the acupuncture points? Of course not. We cultivators store true essence and spiritual power in the sea of Dantian. How could we store it in acupuncture points? I've never even heard of that. Lu Tongfeng's expression froze slightly. For so many years, he thought all cultivators stored their power in the acupuncture points. This was the first time he had heard that everyone else stored it in the sea of qi. It seemed like he was the only one storing it in the acupuncture points. Lu Tongfeng said somewhat dejectedly, "I told you I'm not a cultivator, but you didn't believe me. Sigh. I thought the cultivation method my master passed on to me was truly a cultivator's technique, but it turns out it was just wishful thinking." Chapter 62. Rebirth Through Fire, Connecting the Spirit? Lu Tongfeng felt very disappointed now. Who doesn't want to cultivate? Soaring through the skies on a sword, laughing in the face of the heavens. That is the dream of every man. When Yun Fyao and the abstinence little monk said he was a cultivator, he had some expectations, thinking that perhaps the cultivation method his master taught him was indeed a method of cultivation, but he was just too young to reach the level of flight. Now that hope was dashed. After the abstinence little monk checked his body, the little bit of hope and fantasy in his heart was completely shattered. Today he learned that the spiritual power of those cultivators was not stored in the acupuncture points, but in the sea of Dantian. Seeing Lu Tongfeng sighing and looking dejected, the abstinence little monk furrowed his brows. He certainly didn't think Lu Tongfeng was a wasted spiritual root incapable of cultivation. This guy had wide meridian channels, dense true essence, and the true essence in his body was condensed and not dissipating, which indicated that storing spiritual power in his acupuncture points was feasible. This was a bizarre and fantastical world. Just because a cultivation method had never been heard of does not mean it doesn't truly exist. Not all cultivators in the human realm store their spiritual power in their dantians. For example, Confucian cultivators do not cultivate their dantians or souls, they cultivate virtue and fortune, which is completely different from the cultivation methods of Taoist, demonic, Buddhist, shamanic, and ghostly cultivators. Perhaps there really exists a cultivation method of opening meridians to connect with the sea of spiritual power. Lu Tongfeng is the only true disciple of the sword god, Elder Mei. Elder Mei, who has an understanding of creation and is a scholar of celestial beings, has lived for over 800 years. It is possible that he created the method of storing spiritual power in meridians. The little monk who practices abstinence is becoming more and more interested in Lu Tongfeng. Little madman, can you tell me about the heart method you cultivate that allows you to endure cold and hunger? The monk believes the issue lies within that heart method. That heart method might be a completely new cultivation system, perhaps realized by the sword god in his later years. Lu Tongfeng looked at the little monk warily. Don't even think about it. My master has told me many times that this heart method can only be cultivated by myself and cannot be revealed to others. This was within the monk's expectations. Every sect strictly guards its own cultivation methods. They cannot be passed on. The little monk said, I am a disciple of the Buddhist school and do not practice Taoist spells. I just want to ask if Elder Mei mentioned or instructed you about anything when he taught you this heart method? Lu Tongfeng thought for a moment and shook his head. No, my master only told me to cultivate according to the method. It not only drives away the cold, but also allows me to endure hunger. As for the other... Wait. Suddenly, Lu Tongfeng's expression changed. Now that you mention it, my master did seem to have said something about this heart method. I remember he warned me before he passed that besides not passing this heart method to others, he also said. What did he say? The little monk asked eagerly. My master said that after I undergo a rebirth through fire, I would be able to connect with the Sea of Souls. Wait, rebirth through fire? Lu Tongfeng recalled the scene of his body being ignited by the immortal sword that night. Could that be considered a rebirth through fire? The little monk frowned and said, Rebirth through fire? What does that mean? You're not a divine bird like a phoenix. How could you have a rebirth through fire? Lu Tongfeng came back to his senses and shook his head. You're a cultivator and you don't know? How would I know? Stop chatting, the food is ready. At that moment, Yulingdang called the two of them to wash their hands and eat. They had a pot of rice and a pot of mixed wild game stew. The two ate and drank. The little monk knew that Lu Tongfeng knew very little about the current human cultivation world, so he kept telling him about it. Meanwhile, Yulingdang, who was not hungry due to taking a fasting pill, was very interested in cultivation and listened intently. Dinner lasted until nearly midnight. While Lu Tongfeng was full and had a general understanding of the current human cultivation world, he learned that the righteous path was flourishing and the demonic forces were retreating. About 300 years ago, there had been a great battle between the righteous and the demonic. The righteous won that battle, and the demonic sects were defeated, retreating to the wilds. However, in the last 100 years or so, the demonic sects have gradually regained their strength after the great battle, and the beautiful and prosperous Central Plains region has begun to see the traces of demonic disciples once again. The Extreme sect, which has caused trouble in Yuzhou, is a small sect of the demonic faction. Although the demonic sect has many scattered cultivators, its structure is quite simple, mainly consisting of 3 branches: the demon sect, the ghost sect, and the shaman sect. The righteous path is more complex, with Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism being the most prosperous. Taoism is divided into Southern and Northern Tao, while Buddhism is split into Zen and esoteric traditions. Besides humans, there are many demon races and other races in this world, which is also a vast branch. Yuzhou, where they are located, is in the central part of the entire Zhuzhou world, to the west of Songlong Mountain, where the Xianshu sect is located. At midnight, Yulingdang once again crawled into her little nest to rest, while the drunken little monk hugged one of Dahei's legs and fell asleep on the straw pile. As for Lu Tongfeng, he continued to sit cross-legged, cultivating the heart method taught by his master. Although he learned that this heart method was not a cultivator's celestial art, Lu Tongfeng had long been accustomed to cultivating every night for more than a decade. After sitting for a while and circulating the true essence in his meridians for a few cycles, the fatigue and coldness in his body would be swept away. As Lu Tongfeng cultivated, the cold little temple gradually warmed up again, just like the previous night. After circulating for a cycle, Lu Tongfeng remembered his master's words. If it weren't for the little monk mentioning it today, he would have almost forgotten. After the rebirth through fire, one could connect with the Sea of Souls. He felt that on the night 3 days ago, he should have undergone a rebirth through fire. Now he planned to try to connect the 2 bridges of heaven and earth, slowly mobilizing the true essence and spiritual power, gathering it near the Tianling acupoint. However, he didn't know how to connect the 2 bridges of heaven and earth and connect to the Sea of Souls. He always felt that the cultivation method passed down by his master seemed to be only the upper half and was not complete. After trying for half the night with no clue, Lu Tongfeng could only temporarily give up. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Lu Tongfeng slowly finished his cultivation. It was around the 4th watch of the day, and Yulingdang was already up, but not in the temple. The small door at the back was opened, probably because she had gone to the bathroom early in the morning. Lu Tongfeng looked at the little monk sprawled out on the straw, smiled wryly, and shook his head. He went up to wake the little monk and said, "Little monk, don't sleep anymore. It's almost noon. We have a lot to do today." The little monk yawned as he woke from his dream, saying, "I dreamed of the fairy Rome, and was about to battle her naked for 300 rounds. Waking me up at this time is really impolite." Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes. You can say that in front of me, but don't talk nonsense in front of Lingdang. Hurry up, we finished digging the graves yesterday, and today we need to bury Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang. The little monk replied grumpily, do we have to be in such a hurry? Those two coffins are just sitting in the corner, we can bury them later. No way. Lingdang's complexion has finally improved a bit these past few days. If she sees Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang's coffins every day, it will surely sadden her. Get up, we'll use the cart to bury them later. The little monk reluctantly stood up, suddenly feeling something was off. Sniffing his body and looking at his pants, he suspiciously said, I didn't wet the bed last night, so why do I smell like urine? Dahe, who walked in with Yu Lingdang from the back door, seemed to flicker with a hint of mischief in his blue eyes upon hearing the little monk's words. Chapter 63, Burial. When Yu Lingdang returned, Lu Tongfeng told her about the plan to bury Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang today. Yu Lingdang's eyes turned slightly red, and she lowered her head without speaking. Seeing this, Lu Tongfeng said, Lingdang, I know you are reluctant, but after people die, they must be buried to find peace. Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang have been gone for 5 days, it's time to lay them to rest. Do you want them to become wandering ghosts? Yu Lingdang understood that Lu Tongfeng was doing this for her good, not wanting her to be sad every day in front of her grandmother and mother's coffins. She lowered her head and said, You're right, we should bury Grandma and Mom. Thank you, Fenggo. It's nothing, don't mention it. They'll prepare with the little monk first. The 2 carts that brought the coffins from the town were still at the entrance of the temple. Lu Tongfeng planned to use the carts to transport the coffins to the hillside in the back. He and the little monk had spent the night dealing with their bladder issues behind the giant stone at the boundary of the immortal and mortal realms. Then Lu Tongfeng called the little monk to help prepare the carts for the coffins. The little monk said, the burial site is halfway up the hill. Can this broken cart even make it up with these wobbly wheels? And there are bamboo trees up there, this cart won't fit. Lu Tongfeng frowned slightly and asked, Then what should we do? The little monk shrugged and said, With just the 2 of us, we can't lift it, we can only carry 1 coffin each. Carry? But that's a solid wood coffin. It weighs several hundred pounds. Don't worry, your strength is much greater than you realize. A mere few hundred pounds of coffin is nothing for you. Lu Tongfeng looked doubtful and uncertain, saying, Really? Do I really have that much strength? Lu Tongfeng pushed the 2 broken wooden carts to the side, thinking that after burying Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat, he would come back to chop these 2 broken carts up, using the cart shafts and yokes as firewood, and the flapboards, which were over a person's length, would be just right for a bed. Back at the temple, Yu Lingdang had put on heavy mourning clothes and was burning paper in front of the 2 coffins, wiping her tears as she did so. Dahe lay beside her, seemingly reminiscing about the 2 good people who often gave it meat buns. Lu Tongfeng approached and said, Lingdang, it's almost the hour, let's take Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat out first. Yu Lingdang silently stood up, her fair cheeks glistening with tears. Her appearance might not compare to Yun Fyao, but she was still very beautiful. Her pear blossom-like look was truly heart-wrenching. Lu Tongfeng first carried the 2 burning incense pots outside the temple. Then he and the little monk lifted the 2 coffins out. The snow outside was thick, and Yu Lingdang knelt in the snow, crying inconsolably. Lu Tongfeng did not try to comfort her. This was Yu Lingdang's last time crying so bitterly. After Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat were buried, she would slowly return to normal life. While Lu Tongfeng and the little monk were tying ropes on the coffins, Dahe suddenly barked. Lu Tongfeng turned to see a large group of figures appearing from the south. Leading them was an old acquaintance, Uncle Lin Yuqing, the town's constable, accompanied by security personnel Ergo and Sanhua. Behind them followed a group of men dressed in official uniforms, numbering at least 70 to 80 people. Lu Tongfeng quickly set down what he was doing and walked towards them. 5 days ago, he had encountered Uncle Lin and the others at the foot of Tsiping Mountain, heading to Tuyang City to report to the magistrate. Calculating the time, they should have returned. Uncle Lin, Brother Ergo, Brother Sanhua. The temple gate was the only way to the small town. Soon, the group arrived in front of the small temple. Lin Yuqing stepped up to Lu Tongfeng and said, Xiao Fengzi, you really came back? Lu Tongfeng nodded and said, Yes, I returned after meeting you that day. Uncle Lin, do you know what happened in the town the night before? Lin Yuqing replied sadly, glancing at the town reduced to ruins. Yes, I learned about it the day before yesterday at the inn in Tuyang City, so I rushed back immediately. He then looked towards the north where the town was. Ergo and Sanhua also came over, their expressions somber. Ergo anxiously asked, Xiao Fengzi, is my family okay? Although they knew the town had been slaughtered, They were unaware of their family's safety due to the heavy snow blocking the roads. Lu Tongfeng lowered his head silently and shook it gently. Those demons came in from the south of the town. There were hardly any survivors south of the tavern. Brother Ergo, your family. Oh, sigh. Ergo's face instantly turned pale, as if all his strength had been drained, and he collapsed into the snow. Dad, Mom. Lin Ergo got up again, crying and stumbling towards the direction of the town. Although Lu Tongfeng usually didn't get along with Lin Ergo, those were just minor grievances. Seeing Lin Ergo in such pain, Lu Tongfeng felt some sympathy. He then looked at Lin Yuqing and Sanhua, saying, Uncle Lin, Brother Sanhua, it seems your family didn't suffer much. Both of them showed expressions of joy, but seeing Lin Ergo's state, they couldn't express it. Lin Yuqing looked at the two coffins in front of the temple and at Ling Dang, who was crying with her back to them. He said, Xiaofengzi, who is this? This is Ling Dang. Her house collapsed completely that night. The people in the town don't look kindly on her because of that. So I brought her with Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat's coffins to the Earth God Temple. We're planning to bury them today. Yes, what happened in the town cannot be blamed on Ling Dang. Tongfeng, you did well. I need to hurry back to the town. Now, please burn incense for Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat on my behalf. I will. Lin Yuqing nodded at Lu Tongfeng, then called the resting officials to continue on their way. Watching such a large group pass by him, Lu Tongfeng sighed slightly. After they had walked far away, he returned to the coffins at the temple door. The little monk had already tied up both coffins. He asked, Are they people from Xiyang City? Lu Tongfeng nodded slowly and said yes. He then helped the crying Yu Ling Dang to her feet and said, Ling Dang, it's getting late. Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat can be on their way now. Chapter 64. The Great Fairy has arrived. Lu Tongfeng approached one of the coffins, grabbed the tied ropes, and tested them. He easily lifted the several hundred pounds heavy coffin. This surprised him again. Ever since that night when he was engulfed in flames, he felt his strength had increased significantly overnight, but he didn't expect it to be this much. Seeing that he could carry the coffin, Lu Tongfeng quickly calmed his mind. Carrying one coffin each with the little monk, they walked towards the back of the Earth God Temple. Yu Ling Dang, dressed in heavy mourning clothes, held 2 spirit tablets and walked ahead. Da He followed closely beside Yu Ling Dang. It was a very desolate funeral. There were no pallbearers, no relatives or friends to mourn, and not even a filial son. Only Yu Ling Dang walked alone in front. The distance of over 100 meters was not far, but the path was very difficult. Besides the thick snow, they had to go uphill where bamboo grew abundantly. The two had to carry the coffin sideways, sometimes having to turn sideways to pass through the bamboo forest. It took them a whole incense stick's worth of time to finally arrive at the grave they had dug the day before. After placing the coffins on the ground, Yu Ling Dang knelt down and cried bitterly. Due to the simplicity of the funeral and the lack of attendees, Lu Tongfeng needed to bury the coffins, so he could only send Da He to comfort Yu Ling Dang to prevent her from crying herself into unconsciousness. After untying the ropes, Lu Tongfeng and the little monk pulled the ropes and slowly placed the 2 coffins into the pit one by one. Lu Tongfeng scattered a lot of paper money and tossed in a few taels of silver into each grave. Sighing softly, he waved his hand to signal the little monk to cover the earth. The little monk pushed with both palms, and the dirt dug up yesterday quickly filled the grave under his force. Grandma, Mom. Yu Ling Dang looked at the coffins gradually being buried and cried out loud, lying on the ground. Lu Tongfeng quickly pulled her back a bit to prevent her from suddenly jumping into the grave. With the help of the little monk, the burial process went very quickly. Before long, 2 fresh graves appeared in the quiet bamboo forest. Lu Tongfeng knelt in front of the graves, burning paper as he said, Grandma Lu, Aunt Fat, you can rest assured I will take good care of Ling Dang and will never let anyone bully her again, nor will I allow her to suffer even a bit of grievance. Saying this, he bowed 3 times at each grave. The little monk then took out his big wooden fish, sitting on the snowy ground, beating the fish while softly chanting Buddhist scriptures. Yu Ling Dang lay on the grave, crying her heart out. The 3 of them stayed in front of the graves for a long time, and Yu Ling Dang was unwilling to leave. Seeing that it was already afternoon, Lu Tongfeng comforted her. Ling Dang, let's go back. This place is so close. We can come every day to pay respects to Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. Yu Ling Dang gradually stopped crying and deeply bowed to Lu Tongfeng and the little monk. Brother Feng, little monk, thank you for helping to bury my grandma and my mother. I will repay you both in the future. Seeing that Yu Ling Dang had stopped crying, Lu Tongfeng felt slightly relieved. After crying from morning till now, If she continued, her body might not be able to handle it. Yu Lingdong's expression was sad and haggard. Before she could descend the mountain, she was already exhausted and fell to the ground. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback and hurriedly helped her up, saying, "Lingdang, are you okay?" Yu Lingdang gently shook her head and replied, "I'm fine. Look at how tired you are. Let me carry you," Lu Tongfeng insisted. Yu Lingdang expressed that she could walk, but after taking a few steps, she stumbled again and ultimately had to let Lu Tongfeng carry her down the mountain. Yu Lingdang lay on Lu Tongfeng's back, feeling a strange warmth radiating from his body. This warmth quickly warmed her cold body and, at the same time, her heart. She rested her head on Lu Tongfeng's shoulder, feeling very comfortable and secure. Unknowingly, her eyes slowly closed. When Lu Tongfeng carried her to the Earth God Temple, he found that Yu Lingdang had already fallen asleep on his back. Woof woof. A loud bark from Dahe was like thunder, instantly waking Yu Lingdang. Lu Tongfeng scolded, "You stupid dog. Why are you barking? Look, you woke Lingdang up. You're not getting dinner tonight." Dahe continued to bark wildly. Lu Tongfeng looked up and saw a girl in a water-green dress, with a beautiful face and an alluring figure, standing by the giant stone marking the boundary between gods and mortals in front of the temple. Lu Tongfeng was stunned. At that moment, the nearby Jiese, the little monk, rushed out and exclaimed, "Ba, so it's you. It's the immortal Yu Rong. Are you here to find me?" Yu Lingdang gently slid down from Lu Tongfeng's back. She looked at the green-clad girl with both beauty and figure, asking, "Brother Feng, is she the Yu Rong immortal you were talking about with the little monk last night?" Lu Tongfeng slowly nodded, saying, "Yes, it's her." "Lingdang, you look exhausted today. Go inside and rest. I'll check why Yu Rong immortal is here." Lingdang walked into the Earth God Temple. Lu Tongfeng then stopped Dahe's barking and approached Wei Yurong. Wei Yurong stood in front of the giant stone, tilting her head to look at Lu Tongfeng and the little monk Jiese. Finally, her gaze landed on Dahe, seemingly surprised to see such a large old dog. Dahe clearly did not like Wei Yurong and wagged its tail as it went into the temple. "Where have you been? Why are you all dirty?" Wei Yurong curiously asked. The little monk Jiese replied, "We helped Lingdang bury her two relatives and haven't had time to change clothes." "Immortal Yu Rong, why are you here?" Wei Yurong replied, "Oh, nothing, just wandering around and happened to come here." "Is this the Earth God Temple where Little Master lived since childhood?" Lu Tongfeng said, "Yes, although it looks a bit shabby now. It used to be quite popular." Wei Yurong smiled. I can tell. Hee hee." Last night, she had already learned all about Lu Tongfeng from Lin Feng and Lin Deming. She had no interest in Lu Tongfeng but was very interested in his deceased master from 6 years ago. According to Lin Deming, the old temple priest appeared in this small town over 60 years ago. At that time, the old priest was already white-haired and withered, and he lived for another 60 years before passing away. This shows that the old priest was no ordinary person but a cultivator. He should have been the first cultivator to appear in this small town, followed by the limping Li and Li Chuyin who appeared 3 years ago. Wei Yurong suspected that the appearances of the latter two were related to the arrival of the old priest. So she came to check today, hoping to find some clues. Chapter 65. Each relies on their own abilities. Wei Yurong arrived at the Earth God Temple half a stick of incense ago, and the 4 characters boundary between immortals and mortals inscribed on the giant stone at the temple entrance confirmed her suspicions. Ordinary Earth God temples would definitely not have these 4 characters written at the entrance. She vaguely sensed a subtle aura lingering around the Earth God Temple. However, she did not discover what that aura was or where it came from. Seeing Lu Tongfeng and the little monk Jiese grinning foolishly at her, looking like virtuous gentlemen and enlightened monks, Wei Yurong could clearly feel that these 2 guys, despite their serious expressions, were secretly glancing at her ample bosom. She didn't mind. This body was innate to her and stood out among women in the cultivation world. No matter where she went, her 2 mountains would attract attention. "I say, little Master Lu, aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?" "Ah, Immortal Yu Rong, please come in." Lu Tongfeng snapped out of his daze from admiring the beautiful girl and quickly gestured for Wei Yurong to enter. Wei Yurong smiled as she walked past the 2 of them, her 2 rows of pure white teeth gleaming like the purest snow. Her delicate and graceful figure exuded charm and allure. The combination of her white teeth and crystal-clear eyes perfectly subdued the captivating allure, creating a balance between purity and seduction. Watching her sway her slender waist and that captivating rear that left countless men in awe, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Lu Tongfeng and Jie were once again entranced. Little monk, Immortal Yurong is here to find me. You should step aside for an hour. You already have Lingdang, yet you're still thinking about Immortal Yurong? You're being greedy. Besides, does Immortal Yurong even know who you are? She's clearly here to find me. When did I have Lingdang? When did Lingdang become mine? Oh, can I pursue Lingdang then? Get lost. Lu Tongfeng kicked at Jie, but the latter easily dodged. Their playful scuffle caught Wei Yurong's attention. She turned around and asked, "What are you two doing?" The two immediately shook their heads and replied in unison, "Nothing." Wei Yurong smiled and looked around as she walked toward the Earth God Temple. Lu Tongfeng whispered, "Little monk, let's each rely on our own abilities." Jie nodded, "Sure. In terms of looks, figure, and eloquence, I'm not inferior to you. Who gave you that confidence? Even with severe myopia and cataracts, one can see that our looks are not on the same level. Yeah, you're way uglier than me. You're ugly. You're ugly." The two pushed and shoved, playfully following Wei Yurong into the Earth God Temple. Since Wei Yurong could be ranked among the contemporary 10 fairies by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, it was not just because of her enchanting figure, but also due to her strong cultivation level, which was at least equal to Jie's. Her spiritual sense and telekinesis were exceptionally powerful. Everything the two did behind her, including their whispered conversations, did not escape her keen perception. Men are indeed all the same, Wei Yurong thought to herself, giving a fair and honest assessment. There was both disdain and amusement. After all, which woman wouldn't want to possess a captivating beauty and figure? Although Lu Tongfeng and Jie's behavior at the moment was lewd, it precisely demonstrated Wei Yurong's powerful allure in front of men. In the enthusiastic welcome of Lu Tongfeng and Jie, Wei Yurong entered the dilapidated temple. Fortunately, she came to visit today. If it had been a few days earlier, the state of the temple would have likely made her, an unparalleled fairy, cover her face and leave. Since Yu Lingdang moved in 2 days ago, the usually messy Lu Tongfeng had started tidying up. Moreover, Yu Lingdang had been cleaning every day. The inside was quite clean now. Of course, this was only in comparison to the dilapidated temple from a few days ago, and no matter how it was tidied up, to most people, this dilapidated temple was just a shabby house for the homeless and beggars to shelter from the wind and rain. After Wei Yurong entered, she first bowed to the clay statues of the Earth God and Earth Goddess. Only then did she begin to examine the environment inside the temple. It was about what she had imagined, dilapidated and decayed. The clay statues were severely damaged, and the paint on them had mostly peeled off, revealing the grayish-brown clay body underneath. The ceiling was covered in cobwebs. The air was filled with a slightly pungent, smoky smell. The bedroom, kitchen, dining room, and perhaps even the outhouse were all within this not-so-large temple. Wei Yurong saw Yu Lingdang. At this moment, Yu Lingdang had changed out of her dirt-covered morning clothes and was wearing a simple cotton jacket. Her slightly haggard face could not hide her beautiful and ethereal cheeks. Wei Yurong's eyes brightened slightly. She hadn't expected to see such an uncommon beauty in this remote place. She was already well aware of the background of the blood incident in Fuyang Town. From Lin Feng, she had learned that the girl who triggered this tragedy was named Yu Lingdang, and she was currently in this Earth Temple. After seeing Yu Lingdang's appearance, Wei Yurong understood why the extreme Yin sect regarded her as a target. Yu Lingdang's pure and elegant appearance might not compare to her own or to that of the immortal Fyao, but it was still quite rare in the Xuanchu sect. Wei Yurong said, "You must be Miss Lingdang indeed. You have a beauty that captivates the heart." Yu Lingdang slightly bowed and said, "Lingdang has met Fairy Yurong." Wei Yurong asked, "You know me?" Yu Lingdang glanced at Lu Tongfeng and Jie and said, "Yesterday, I heard Brother Feng and the little monk mention you." Wei Yurong shot a glance at the two and asked, "What did you say about me last night?" Lu Tongfeng replied, "Nothing. Just some heartfelt compliments about the fairy's stunning beauty, profound cultivation, and the chivalrous reputation that commands respect from the world." Hee. Wei Yurong laughed brightly. "Your words are really sweet. I heard that you seem to know Yun Fyao? Quite well, I presume." "Not too well, actually. A few days ago, Fairy Fyao passed by here, and we met a few times. Since we are both disciples of the Taoist sect, we chatted for a bit." "Oh, really? I heard that Yun Fyao specifically came looking for you. On a morning 7 days ago, she appeared in the town and asked the locals about the Earth Temple." Wei Yurong looked at Lu Tongfeng with a smile. Lu Tongfeng's heart stirred as he understood. Wei Yurong wasn't here just for a casual visit, she was gathering intelligence. Realizing this, Lu Tongfeng became vigilant. He looked puzzled and said, "Specifically looking for me? That can't be right. I've lived here my whole life and never left. Fairy Fuyao is the pride of Yun Tian's sect. We didn't know each other before, so why would she come looking for me? Chapter 66. Not leaving. Lu Tongfeng's answer left Wei Yurong slightly taken aback. Looking at the puzzled expression on Lu Tongfeng's face, Wei Yurong realized she had underestimated this kid. Before coming here, she had already done her homework. Yun Fyao had appeared in the town 7 days ago, and many residents had seen her. She was so beautiful, so special, so different that anyone who caught a glimpse of Yun Fyao would never forget her for life. Although Wei Yurong was certain that Yun Fuyao's appearance in Fuyang town was not a coincidence, but rather a deliberate visit to the Earth God Temple, she did not actually believe that Lu Tongfeng was the person Yun Fyao was looking for. According to Wei Yurong's investigation, Lu Tongfeng was just an abandoned baby adopted by the old temple priest of the Earth God Temple 16 years ago. 6 years ago, the old priest, known as Xianhui, passed away when Lu Tongfeng was only 10 years old. Lu Tongfeng's life trajectory was very simple. Whether during the lifetime of the old priest or in the 6 years after his death, Lu Tongfeng had never left Fuyang town, with the farthest he had gone being the Zuaping Mountain over 50 miles to the south. Yun Fyao and Lu Tongfeng definitely did not know each other. What Yun Fyao was looking for should be that old priest. Wei Yurong speculated that Yun Fyao did not know the old priest had passed away 6 years before she arrived. Now, 5 questions filled Wei Yurong's mind. First, the identity of the deceased old priest. Second, why did Yun Fyao travel thousands of miles from Yunshanzong to here? Third, who had hurt Yun Fyao? Fourth, why had Yun Fyao appeared in the town 7 days ago and not left? Fifth, were the lame Li and Li Qiuyan, who had been hiding in the town for 3 years, here for the same reason as Yun Fyao? Were they also looking for the old priest? If the lame Li and his daughter were coming for the old priest, who had already been dead for many years, they should have left. So why were they still in the town? Originally, she wanted to extract some information from Lu Tongfeng, but he clearly saw through her intentions and was playing dumb with her. However, Wei Yurong did not give up. She smiled and said, Lu Shaoshi, I heard that your master, Taoist Xianhui, was also a cultivator and seemed to have some connection with Yunshanzong. As his only disciple, you must have inherited his teachings well. So why did you say in town yesterday that you are not a cultivator? Lu Tongfeng shook his head and said, I really am not a cultivator. The little monk Jisexi checked my body. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. The little monk Jisexi coughed lightly a few times and said, the little monk, have checked the madman's body. His dantian is dry, and there is not a trace of spiritual power. The 2 bridges of heaven and earth are also broken. Monks do not tell lies, and Jisexi indeed did not lie. Because Lu Tongfeng's dantian and the 2 bridges of heaven and earth were indeed as he said. Wei Yurong frowned slightly and asked, Oh, may I ask, Lu Shaoshi, what was your master's real name? Last night, the village head mentioned your master's title, and I did some research. There was indeed a Taoist Xianhui in Yunshanzong, but he died in the battle between the righteous and the evil over 300 years ago. What's wrong? It seems that Fairy Yurong is very interested in my master. Indeed. I heard the village head and several elderly residents talk about how the old priest Xianhui arrived in this town over 60 years ago and built the Earth God Temple. At that time, he seemed to be quite old, but surprisingly, he lived another 60 years before passing away, which shows that the old priest Xianhui was not an ordinary person. I am a cultivator, and I naturally take an interest in such remarkable individuals. I wonder what your master's original name was and how long he lived? Lu Tongfeng shook his head and said, I don't know either. His death was sudden, and I was still young at that time. He didn't tell me anything. Fairy Yurong, let's not talk about that dead old man anymore. It's almost dusk. Let us stay and have a meal together. Originally, Lu Tongfeng was thinking whether he could take advantage of this beautiful fairy. Now, he had completely lost interest in Wei Yurong. Everyone seemed to be coming for the things left by his master. He thought the Earth God Temple was dirty and messy, and a peerless fairy like Wei Yurong would definitely not want to stay for a meal. Unexpectedly, Wei Yurong's eyes turned, and she said, Sure. I seem to be a bit hungry. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. What was going on? This woman was not playing by the rules. How could she stay for dinner? Shouldn't she say a few polite words and then take her leave? Jisexi's eyes were darting around. Even Lu Tongfeng noticed that Wei Yurong had come here with ulterior motives. Jisexi, who was smart and had been wandering in the martial world for 2 years, had some experience. How could he not see through it? Jisexi did not want to expose Lu Tongfeng's secret as the sword goddess successor and said, Madman, it's not that I'm saying you. But this shabby place with no tables or teapots, and you still have the nerve to invite Fairy Yurong to eat? Aren't you ashamed? Wei Yurong laughed and said, "We are all children of the martial world. Sleeping outdoors is something we often do. Moreover, this place has walls to block the wind and a roof to keep off the rain, which is much better than eating in the open." Seeing that Wei Yurong was actually insisting on staying, Lu Tongfeng had no choice but to accept. He couldn't just kick her out. At this moment, Yu Lingdang spoke up. "Since Fairy Yurong wants to stay for dinner, then I will make it now." Wei Yurong said, "Miss Lingdang, there's no need to trouble yourself. We are all people of the martial world. We just need a place to drink and chat about martial affairs. I heard that G-Sexy seems to like chicken. I happened to bring some plump chickens from the town before coming. Roasting them would taste good." Lu Tongfeng immediately agreed. Yu Lingdang was very tired today. She had slept on his back on the way down the mountain, and he couldn't let her light the fire and cook. Wei Yurong used a more advanced storage bracelet instead of a storage bag. She took out several already cleaned chickens. Originally, Dahe had some objections to her and had been lying in its nest, unwilling to pay attention to Wei Yurong. But now, seeing that she brought so many chickens, Dahe immediately perked up, wagging its tail and coming over. Wei Yurong handed the chickens to Lu Tongfeng and took out a jar of wine from her storage bracelet. The wine jar was about half a person tall. It could no longer be called a jar, but a vat. The red characters on it had become faint, looking like it had been around for some time. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the words read Zweiking. Wei Yurong had clearly come prepared. Since her beauty trick did not work, she planned to use the tactic of getting him drunk to extract some words from Lu Tongfeng. Wei Yurong smiled and said, "I know that G-Sexy likes to drink, so I specially prepared this for you." G-Sexy clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Fairy Yurong." Lu Tongfeng brought some firewood from the stove, lit it, and then placed the cleaned chickens on to roast. He was very familiar with this process, as he often roasted chickens to eat at the temple over the years. Before long, a faint aroma of meat began to spread through the temple. Meanwhile, the sky outside began to gradually darken. Chapter 67. G-Sexy's absurdity. Wei Yurong took out a long-handled wine ladle and scooped out several bowls of wine from the large vat. There are not many women who drink, but Wei Yurong was an exception. She loved wine since she was young and had an impressive capacity for it. Confident that she could get both G-Sexy and Lu Tongfeng drunk tonight. "What strong wine." Lu Tongfeng took a sip and immediately stuck out his tongue like Dahe. The little monk, who practices abstinence, said, "Little madman, this is at least decades-old bamboo leaf wine. Of course it's strong. Take it easy, don't drink too much, or you'll hurt your body." The little monk knew that Wei Yurong wanted to get Lu Tongfeng drunk, so he reminded him. Unexpectedly, Lu Tongfeng, who was sticking out his tongue, immediately smacked his lips and said, "Good wine. Good wine. I like it. A man should drink the strongest wine in the world and sleep with the most beautiful women." As a fellow wine lover, how could Lu Tongfeng miss out on such a fine brew? He directly downed a bowl of bamboo leaf wine in one go. He felt a fiery sensation rush down his throat and spread throughout his body. Refreshing. So refreshing. Seeing Lu Tongfeng's excited demeanor, Wei Yurong was a bit distracted. She wondered if her plan to get him drunk was a bit reckless. This guy looked young, but his alcohol tolerance was indeed impressive. Lu Shaoshi was also a connoisseur of wine, which was great, since he liked it. "Let's have another bowl." Lu Tongfeng was not polite and served himself another bowl from the wine jar. The little monk frowned at this sight. After 3 rounds of drinks, the roast chicken was still not ready, but the three had already opened up their conversation. Wei Yurong drank a bowl of wine, her face still fair, as if she had just sipped cool boiled water. Sitting on a small stool, she rested her chin on her hand and said, "Jaya Sexio, didn't I hear you were in Fuzhou a few months ago? How did you end up here?" The little monk waved his hand and said, "Oh, don't mention it. There was an incident in Fuzhou, and I was chased by a bunch of despicable guys, so I had to head inland to the Central Plains. I just arrived in Yuzhou a month ago. Hee hee, what mischief did you get up to this time? How could the fairy Wei Yurong ever do anything wrong? It's all a misunderstanding. Come on, a year ago, when the Jiolong mountain shattered and the Immortal mansion appeared, many cultivators went to seek their fortunes. Everyone had agreed to enter the mansion together, but you sneaked in by yourself and even closed the mansion's door behind you." Lu Tongfeng sensed something was off and said, "Wait a minute, little monk, you didn't say that last night. You said those cultivators were fighting, and that thing flew out of the mansion by itself. That incident was just a beautiful misunderstanding. Come, let's drink." The little monk showed an awkward expression. Wei Yurong laughed and said, "Jaya Sexio, Is this how you explain the Jilong Mountain incident to Lu Xiaoshi? Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I only wanted to peek inside. And I didn't expect the mansion door to close suddenly. I really didn't close it. Haha. Come on. I heard many people saw you stretching your arms and using all your might to close the Dragonstone gate. Don't you think that's a bit immoral? They must have seen it wrong. The little monk argued. Oh, what about that time 6 months ago in Linhai City at the foot of Changbai Mountain? When you mistook the 2 beautiful disciples of the Heavenly Maiden sect for courtesans and insisted they sleep with you. Cough, cough, cough. Jiasexio, you did that too. That was also a misunderstanding. They were dressed lightly on the streets of Linhai City, and I thought they were courtesans from Yihong, Lu Wei Yurong said. What about that incident in Qizhou? Fairy Yurong, please let me off. I was younger back then and did some controversial and absurd things. Now I've turned over a new leaf and am trying to be a better person. Please don't bring up my past in front of the little madman and the bell master. Seeing the little monk plead for mercy, Wei Yurong achieved her goal. All right. Let's not talk about your past. Tell me about your present. How did you end up here with Lu Xiaoshi? As far as I know, you're a lone monk. The little monk replied, 3 days ago, I passed by Cuyang and heard that there were demonic cults abducting girls at night, so I came to take a look. Coincidentally, I ran into the little madman. I helped him transport the bell master's parents' coffins here, and since I had no place to stay, he let me stay temporarily. Oh, I see. The righteous disciples all went to surround those demonic cult members. Why didn't you go? Hee. There were so many righteous heroes and fairies there. I didn't want to meddle. Wei Yurong looked deeply into the little monk's eyes, seemingly trying to see through his heart. But she failed. The Buddhist practice emphasizes cultivating the heart, and the little monk was quite different from the wooden monks in the Buddhist sect. Trying to read his heart through his expressions and gaze was nearly impossible. The roast chicken is ready, the bell master announced. The little monk felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Great. I haven't eaten all day and am starving. Little madman, Fairy Yurong. Let's eat and chat. Wei Yurong wasn't hungry. She mainly wanted to gather some information. While she chewed slowly, she asked, Lu Xiaoshi, I heard you left here a while ago and were heading to Cuyang. You've lived here for 16 years. Why did you suddenly decide to leave on a snowy day? Lu Tongfeng glanced at her and saw the fierce girl blink at him. This almost made his wavering resolve fade away. He shivered and said, There's no other reason, just that I'm getting older and want to venture out. Yes, young people should indeed go out and explore. By the way, do you know the crippled Li who sells night incense in the town and his daughter? I know him. TSK. Speaking of Li's mute daughter, she is quite nice. All the girls in town curse me, but she doesn't so I enjoy talking to her. Yu Lingdang rolled her eyes and said, How could the mute daughter curse you? Just because she is mute, I think she is great. Fairy Yurong. I heard a couple of days ago in town that the crippled Li and Li's mute daughter seem to be cultivators. Do you know their background? What sect are they from? Why are they selling night incense in the town? Wei Yurong felt quite speechless. Her intention tonight was to see if she could uncover any clues from Lu Tongfeng, but this guy turned around and asked her instead. Looking at Lu Tongfeng's puzzled and expectant expression, Wei Yurong could easily see through his heart. Indeed, this guy definitely didn't know the background of the crippled Li and Li Qiuyan. For a whole hour, Wei Yurong tried multiple times to extract information from Lu Tongfeng, but he skillfully diverted the conversation. The guy drank 6 or 7 big bowls of bamboo leaf wine and seemed completely fine. Wei Yurong's plan to speak the truth after drinking fell through. As it approached midnight, amidst the loud farewell calls of the barking dahu, Wei Yurong, with a flushed face from drinking, wobbled her way towards the town. Chapter 68. Fooling the little monk into the latrine pit the next morning, early morning. The little monk was awakened by the sounds of Lingdang cooking and Daha barking. This chubby monk was the epitome of laziness. Lu Tongfeng, a non-cultivator, would meditate and practice for 2 to 3 hours every night, consistently for over a decade. But the little monk, who was a proper and serious cultivator, hadn't been seen practicing in recent days. It seemed the little monk only had 3 things to do every day: eat, drink, and sleep. The little monk stretched lazily, yawned, and asked, Bell Master, good morning. What delicious food are you making? After a night's rest, Lingdang looked much healthier than yesterday. She turned around and said, You guys drank a lot last night. I made some rice porridge for you. No way, it's too early in the morning for porridge. I prefer meat. That mountain deer has been hanging on the wall for 2 days now. I've been eyeing it. Let's eat it this morning, Yu Lingdang said. It's better to have something light in the morning. As for the deer, let's eat it tonight. The little monk Jiasexio was quite depressed. After leaving the earth deity temple, he saw Lu Tongfeng standing not far from the temple door by an ancient well, peering down. Little madman, good morning. Talk to Ling Dang and tell her we're having deer for breakfast. Lu Tongfeng looked at the chubby monk, his eyes darting around. He suddenly had a brilliant idea. Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat had already been buried, and there wasn't much important to do next. Although Lu Tongfeng had money now, he didn't want to just sit and eat away his fortune. He wanted to take Ling Dang out for some adventures. But before leaving, he had two things to do. The first was to erect 2 tombstones for Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. The coffin shop in the small town had been burned down, so buying one in town was out of the question. He could only chisel 2 stones and carve them himself. The second thing was to go down the well to retrieve something for Yun Fyao. When she left 2 days ago, she said to go find her at Tianyan Mountain and gave him a lot of silver, presumably for travel expenses. Since he had promised to help her retrieve something from the well, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. It was also a good opportunity to check out Yunshinzong. Relying on his master's reputation, even if he couldn't become a disciple of Yunshinzong, he could at least make a few hundred taels of silver. By then, he and Ling Dang could return to rebuild the temple and live a happy life without worries. The problem was that for the past 2 years, this ancient well had been treated like an open-air toilet, filled with filth and waste. Although it was freezing cold now, with ice forming below and a layer of snow on top, just thinking about it being a cesspool made Lu Tongfeng feel nauseous. Just as he was fretting about how to go down and retrieve something, Jiasexio came out. Looking at the chubby monk's round face, Lu Tongfeng immediately had an idea. He had only promised to help Yun Fyao retrieve something. He hadn't said he would do it himself. This Jiasexio looked a bit dull. He could trick him into going down. Little monk, come here. Lu Tongfeng quickly waved to Jiasexio. The little monk waddled over. Little madman, what do you want with me? Lu Tongfeng put on a lewd and wicked smile, saying, Little monk, are we friends? Your smile is so disgusting and evil. Just get to the point. If you want me to help with something, I need to hear what it is before deciding. You are smart. You've seen through my little scheme. Actually, it's not a big deal. I want to ask you to go down the well to look for something. Go down the well to look for something? Jiasexio seemed a bit surprised, stretching his round, bald head to look down the well, and then waving his hand in front of his nose. Don't try that. There's a foul smell coming from below. It's clearly a latrine. I'm not falling for that. Lu Tongfeng's face stiffened as he sniffed at the well's mouth. The waste down there had long since frozen, and a layer of snow covered it, so he couldn't smell anything foul. Little monk, how did you smell it? I can't smell anything. I'm a master of the Tao realm. If I can't smell even this little bit of odor, wouldn't that be a waste of my celestial Buddhist cultivation? Seeing the smug look on Jiasexio's face as he saw through his scheme, Lu Tongfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He couldn't trick this chubby monk. He certainly couldn't let the pure and innocent Ling Dang go down into a cesspool to retrieve something. Forget it. I'll just find a rope and go down myself. Little madman, did you drop something important into this latrine? Jiasexio asked curiously. Lu Tongfeng shook his head, saying, It's not mine. I'm not blind. How could I drop something in? It's for Fyao. She stayed here for a few days after getting injured last time, and said she dropped something into the ancient well while looking inside. I promised to help her find it to borrow a pill to save Ling Dang. When she came last time, she said once I found it, I should send it to Tianyan Mountain. It wouldn't be some personal item of Fyao's, would it? Like a hairpin, pouch, embroidered shoes, or personal undergarments. Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes, saying, What do you think? Jiasexio replied, It's because I don't know that I'm asking you. What exactly did Fyao drop into this well? Lu Tongfeng shook his head, saying, I don't know either, but since she asked me to send it to Tianyan Mountain, it must be important to her. Jiasexio stroked his chin, lost in thought, then said, You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Why would I lie to you about that? If it's something Fyao dropped, I'd be happy to help, but next time we meet, you have to tell Fyao that I helped retrieve it. Lu Tongfeng thought he had failed to trick Jiasexio, just as he was about to go down himself. He was surprised that the chubby monk was even more eager than he had imagined and voluntarily offered to go down the well to retrieve it. Lu Tongfeng immediately said, Don't worry, I'll give you all the credit for this. You'll make a good impression on Fyao, then your chances will be great. Fine, I know my own worth. Fyao is cold as ice, with her eyes in her forehead. I won't have a chance in this life, the next, or the one after. I heard there are many beautiful fairies in Yunshinzong. If Fyao helps me make a connection. Lu Tongfeng was dumbfounded. This chubby monk was really casting a wide net, trying to catch any chance of finding a partner, even setting his sights on the female disciples of Yun Fyao. All right, as long as you go down to retrieve it, I'll have Fyao introduce someone to you. If she doesn't, I'll personally help you find a match in the future. It's a deal. Jiasexio started laughing, looking quite innocent and simple. At that moment, Yu Lingdang shouted from the temple door, "Feng Gu, little monk, stop chatting. Breakfast is ready. Come eat something." Chapter 69. The Legend of the Sword God. Upon hearing Yu Lingdang's call, Lu Tongfeng and Jiasexio left the ancient well. When they entered the temple, they saw that Dehei had already entered eating mode. On a simple bamboo table, there were already 2 bowls of rice porridge and several large pancakes. Although Jiasexio claimed to be a monk who couldn't live without meat, Yu Lingdang didn't make him any. What's for breakfast without meat? Although there was no meat, this chubby monk still slurped up the rice porridge happily. Jiasexio said while munching on a pancake, "Little madman, I was really worried about you yesterday." Lu Tongfeng laughed and said, "Were you worried that I fell for Wei Nida's beauty trap or that you didn't believe in my drinking capacity?" "Both. But it turns out my worries were unnecessary. The people from Xuanshu sect have left the small town, but they left Wei Yuan behind. She didn't stay just to prevent the disciples of Jin's sect from suddenly attacking again. She must be investigating the lame Li Chuyan, and why Yun Fyao appeared here. Although you didn't say much yesterday, Wei Yuan should have already set his sights on you. What are your plans next?" Lu Tongfeng's expression gradually became somber as he glanced at Yu Lingdang and said, "I want to leave here and head to Tianyan Mountain, but I'm worried about Lingdang." "Then let's go together. Lingdang is also alone now. It's just right to go out and have an adventure. Besides, I see that Lingdang has great potential. Perhaps once we reach Yunshenzong, she will catch the eye of an elder and be accepted as a disciple." Upon hearing this, Yu Lingdang's eyes lit up slightly as she asked, "Little monk, do you mean I can also become a cultivator?" "Of course. Your aptitude is exceptional and should surpass most cultivators of this era. As long as your destiny arrives, you can soar to great heights. But destiny isn't something you wait for. Often, it is something you have to strive for. You can stay here with the little madman forever in this broken temple, but you will always be an ordinary mortal. I can lead you into Buddhism, but the rules and precepts are too many. If I make you a nun, the little madman will kill me. Yunshenzong is a good choice for you. You should have learned these past few days that the little madman's master was once a powerful elder of Yunshenzong. With this connection, it won't be difficult to bring you into the Immortal Gate and grant you a piece of destiny. Now that the matter here has come to an end, and you have nowhere else to go, why not join us in going to Tianyan Mountain?" Yu Lingdang was greatly tempted. She wanted to join the Immortal sect, not for herself, but to avenge her grandmother and mother, and to avenge the more than 200 innocent lives lost in her town. Now that her grandmother and mother have been buried, and their home has turned into ruins, she has no ties here. If she can follow Lu Tongfeng to find a piece of destiny, she could take revenge for her family. Lu Tongfeng asked, "Wait a minute, little monk. What do you mean by we? Are you planning to go to Tianyan Mountain with me?" The little monk nodded and said, "Yes. I'm coming down the mountain to train my mind. I can go anywhere, and it's just right to accompany both of you for mutual support on the way. Moreover, this is what Fairy Fuyao entrusted to me, and I cannot go back on my word." "Entrusted by Fairy Fuyao? I didn't know about that." "Of course you didn't. If it wasn't her request, would a well-known little monk like me be living in this drafty temple? Would I help you carry a coffin? Would I help you dig a grave? When we first met that day, you went to the town to find a wooden cart, and at that time, a disciple from Xuanshu sect came to inform Fairy Fuyao that more than a dozen disciples from Yunshenzong had arrived. Fairy Fuyao had a strange expression upon hearing that her fellow disciples were coming, so she secretly entrusted me to follow you and protect you, promising that she would reward me greatly in the future. That's why I've been with you these past few days." Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brows slightly. He initially thought it was his incomparable charm that had captivated this unruly little monk. It turns out he was just indulging in his own fantasies. The little monk had been secretly entrusted by Yun Fyao. Lu Tongfeng pondered and asked, "Little monk, the other day you told me that my master has a deep enmity with Fairy Fuyao's master. What's going on? I remember you also said that I am your master's disciple, and that's not a good thing, and I shouldn't tell outsiders. What's the situation?" The little monk put down his bowl and said, "This story is long, and it involves high-level struggles within Yunshenzong. What I know isn't very detailed. It seems that shortly after the battle between righteousness and evil over 300 years ago, there was an internal strife within Yunshenzong. At that time, the sect leader of Yunshenzong was Fairy Fuyao's grandmaster, Xuanyuzi. During that internal conflict, Xuanyuzi was killed by your master with a single sword. Since then, your master left Yunshinzong and has been missing for over 300 years. For many years, people believed your master had passed away. But it turns out he had been living in seclusion here and only passed away 6 years ago. Lu Tongfeng was dumbfounded. He never expected his master to be so powerful. Over 300 years ago, he had killed the sect leader of Yunshinzong with a single sword. Then, he exclaimed in surprise, "How can I go to Yunshinzong now? The current sect leader, Yu Qinzi, is Xuanyuzi's disciple. If I go, wouldn't I be walking into a trap?" The little monk replied, No, Yu Qinzi and your master are on the same side. If your master hadn't killed Xuanyuzi back then, Yu Qinzi wouldn't have been able to ascend to the position of sect leader. What do you mean? The more I hear, the more confused I get, Lu Tongfeng said, his face showing doubt. The little monk explained, this is all about internal struggles within major sects, much like the princes in a royal family fighting for the throne, forming factions. At that time, 3 people were competing for the position of sect leader of Yunshinzong alongside Yu Qinzi, his senior brother Yangzi, Yahengzi, and Yufu Daoren. The internal strife in Yunshinzong not only involved these few brothers vying for power, but also seemed to relate to the battle between righteousness and evil. The reason your master killed Xuanyuzi has many versions, but the most widely circulated one is that during the battle between righteousness and evil, Xuanyuzi was injured by the blood demon ancestor of the evil sect and fell under the influence of the blood demon's heart-eating curse, resulting in a drastic change in his mentality, becoming violent and bloodthirsty, sinking into the sea of demons. Your master, for the sake of the people and the foundation of Yunshinzong built over thousands of years, was forced to kill him. Some people believe your master betrayed his teacher and killed the sect leader, while many others think your master acted out of righteousness. Before your master left, he held the burning heaven sword to ensure Yu Qinzi's ascension. So, to Yu Qinzi, your master is undoubtedly a great benefactor. If you go to Yunshinzong, he won't do anything to you. Of course, given that your master killed Yun Fyao's grandmaster, there's definitely no chance for you two in this lifetime. Chapter 70. Tricked by the fat monk. Until today, Lu Tongfeng gradually understood just a corner of his master's long life. Now he increasingly believed that his master was truly the strongest person in Yunshinzong in 1,000 years. If it weren't for his high cultivation, how could he casually kill the previous sect leader with a single sword? Seeing Lu Tongfeng frowning in silence, the little monk continued, regarding your master. There are many rumors in the world. It was right not to reveal your identity to Wei Na, because if someone truly wants to harm you, the danger is more likely to come from outside Yunshinzong rather than from within. Upon hearing this, Lu Tongfeng felt another wave of confusion. He asked, outside Yunshinzong, does my master have many enemies? Not just many. Since today is free, I'll tell you about your master's life. Xianzong's Ren, Shou Xian Yujing, Mei Jian Shun, known as Xian Qi, was a disciple of the last sect leader, Shou Min Zhenren, of Yunshinzong. According to the records, Mei Jianshin joined Shou Min Zhenren's sect at the age of 12 and stepped into the first level of qi refining within a month. In less than half a year, he successfully established his foundation, and in the second year, he reached the 3rd level of controlling objects in the air. Half a year later, he entered the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. By the age of 16, he reached the 5th level of the Dao integration realm and was hailed as the greatest talent of Yunshinzong in 1,000 years, renowned throughout the world. Mei Jianshun entered the 6th level of the transformation god realm at the age of 21 and achieved the celestial human realm at 30. Currently, the most outstanding young disciple of Yunshinzong, who has made the fastest progress, is undoubtedly Yun Fyao. However, when Yun Fyao was 30, she was at the 5th level of the Dao integration realm, while Mei Jianshun had already reached the 7th level of the celestial human realm, which shows how high Mei Jianshun's aptitude in cultivation is. After reaching the celestial realm, the sword god Mei took the burning heaven sword down the mountain and challenged the masters of various sects in the human world one by one. Over the next 100 years, it was clearly recorded that the sword god Mei challenged a total of 736 people, achieving a record of 730 wins, 5 draws, and 1 defeat. He was hailed as the #1 sword god of his time, the burning heaven sword god. The more than 700 people he defeated were all top masters from both righteous and demonic sections. Although most of these people have now passed away, their disciples are still alive. If they knew that the burning heaven sword god had a disciple like you, they would definitely come to seek you out for revenge on behalf of their ancestors. Therefore, You must never let anyone know that you are a disciple of the sword god Mei, or you will be brutally killed in the streets. Lu Tongfeng trembled slightly. He finally understood why his master had changed his name and why he never revealed his true identity until death. It turned out that this old man had provoked so many enemies while he was alive. Wasn't he digging a pit for himself? Wait a minute, 730 wins. 5 draws, 1 defeat. My master is so powerful, yet he has been defeated? Who did he lose to? Does that person have a disciple? I must avenge my master. I don't know, the monk said, shaking his head. How could you not know? The one who could defeat my master should be among the strongest masters of that time in the human world. The monk replied, that battle was never witnessed by anyone. It was the senior Mei himself who said he lost once. As for who he lost to, no one knows to this day. Not even the all-knowing Tianji Pavilion could find out who defeated the sword god Mei. If it weren't for that defeat, the sword god Mei's ranking would definitely be the first among the top 10 powerful figures, and he couldn't just be generically referred to as one of the top 3. Lu Tongfeng nodded slowly. Then he turned to Ling Dang and said, Ling Dang, you must not tell anyone about my master, otherwise I will die a very ugly death. Yu Ling Dang nodded emphatically, indicating that she wouldn't tell anyone. After finishing breakfast, the monk's story came to an end. However, the monk felt that Lu Tongfeng still knew too little about the cultivation world, so he took out a thick book from his storage bag and handed it to him. Little madman, since you've decided to visit Yun Tian's sect, you should brush up on your knowledge of the human cultivation world during this time. This book was purchased at a high price by me, produced by Tianji Pavilion, and it details the secret histories of various sects in the human world today, as well as names of some masters, magic treasures, beast demons, and alien races, etc. It will be very helpful for you. Lu Tongfeng nodded and said, thank you. I will read it as soon as possible. Ahem, gratitude should be put into action. As I just mentioned, this book is published by Tianji Pavilion, and I also spent a lot of money on it. I'm just borrowing it. You're not giving it to me, so I need silver for it, right? You can't say that. Borrowing also causes wear and tear on the book. I don't ask for much, just 5 taels of silver. 5 taels. You might as well go rob someone. If you don't pay, then return the book to me. In order to catch up on his knowledge of the human cultivation world, Lu Tongfeng could only grit his teeth and pull out the silver. After receiving the silver, the monk cheerfully said, all right, you take your time reading. Didn't you say last night that you would set up a tombstone for Lingdong's parents today? This matter is on me. I will go find the hardest granite on the mountain, and after I come back, I will help you retrieve the items of the Immortal Fyao. Watching the plump monk rush out of the earth temple, Lu Tongfeng felt a bit surprised. He thought to himself that this fat monk had a pretty good heart. However, when he opened the cover of the book, he immediately jumped up and cursed loudly. The first page read records of immortals and demons in the 9 provinces. Below it, there was a line in small print, produced by Tianji Pavilion, priced at 1 tael. Lu Tongfeng held the book and chased after the monk outside the temple, shouting, Stinky monk, shameless bald donkey, this book only costs 1 tael of silver, and it's so old. You charge me 5 taels for a few days of wear and tear? Just wait for me. Previously, Lu Tongfeng was the one who tricked others, but today he, a soaring eagle in the sky, unexpectedly got pecked in the eye by this fat monk. After cursing for a while, and seeing that the monk did not respond, he had no choice but to walk back into the temple dejectedly. Yu Lingdang was washing pots and dishes inside the temple, and she asked, Brother Feng, after you finish reading, can you let me take a look? I also want to understand these immortals. Sure, after I finish reading, I will give it to you. Just keep the book for yourself and don't return it to that fat guy. The entire morning, Lu Tongfeng spent flipping through this book records of immortals and demons in the 9 provinces. Last time in the cave, he had seen that Yun Fyao also had a few books published by Tianji Pavilion, but none were as thick as this one. This should be a compendium. The book was quite large, at least half a foot thick, just as the monk had said. It detailed the establishment and development of the various righteous and demonic sects in the human world today, as well as information about current sect leaders, masters within the sects, and famous magic treasures, etc. It even recorded scattered cultivators' caves and cultivation families. It could be said to cover all aspects of the current cultivation world. By finishing this book, one would essentially have a general understanding of the present cultivation world. Chapter 71. The wooden box reappears. Monk's toilet disappears around noon. Just after the sun had shifted westward, the monk returned to the earth temple. It was unknown where this fat monk had gone to dig for stones, but he actually brought back 2 pieces of granite. Lu Tongfeng didn't pursue the silver he had lost to the monk earlier, considering it as a service fee for the monk. The two of them shaped the granite into tombstones in front of the Earth Temple and, with Yulingdong's guidance, carved the information of Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. In the afternoon, Lu Tongfeng and the monk placed the carved tombstone at the grave on the back mountain. After finishing all this, when they returned to the Earth Temple, it was already dusk. Yulingdang was cooking dinner for the two of them, while Lu Tongfeng and the monk went to the ancient well. Little monk, you can go down without worry. It's frozen solid down there. And you won't step on anything related to the cycle of life and death. I promise. Little madman, you better not be fooling me. How could I fool you? I usually live here alone, and I haven't pulled much of anything related to the cycle of life and death into it. Just jump down, and then gently peel away the layer of snow on top. You will definitely find the items that Immortal Fyao dropped. Those items are surely very important to her. And if she knows you retrieved them from the well, she will be very grateful to you. You're so handsome and charming, as long as she introduces you to someone. Won't those fairies from Yuntian sect be within reach? That makes sense. All right then, I will go down. The monk nodded slowly, then jumped into the ancient well. Yulingdang, who was pouring out the rice-washing water at the door, saw Lu Tongfeng sneaking a peek into the ancient well and asked, Brother Feng, what are you doing there? The little monk won't fall in, right? No, the little monk is going down to fetch something. Lingdang, please burn that mountain goat we bought in the small town last time. Let us treat the little monk to a nice meal tonight. Oh, I understand. Yulingdang walked into the temple, not thinking much of it. The big black dog squatted at the door of the temple, its blue eyes staring at the ancient well, seemingly a bit playful. Monk, have you found it? It's too dark down there. I can't see anything. Plus, the snow is really thick. Go find a torch. All right, wait for me. Lu Tongfeng hurriedly ran into the dilapidated temple and took a torch soaked in grease from the wall. After lighting it in the stove, he quickly ran to the ancient well. Little monk, the torch is here. Be careful. I'll toss it to you. The torch was thrown into the ancient well. The little monk, who had already descended to the bottom of the well, reached out to catch it. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng could see clearly that the little monk was bracing himself against the walls of the well with both legs and wasn't he actually standing on the bottom at all. He probably worried that his chubby body would step on frozen feces. He held the torch in one hand and gently scraped away the snow below with the other. The opening of the well was small, but soon a finely locked wooden box emerged from the snow. The little monk, startled, picked up the wooden box. What is going on? I thought the fairy Fyao dropped a hairpin, earrings, or handkerchief, some personal ornament. I wanted to keep it as a souvenir. But it's just a wooden box? And it's locked. Did she really put such a large box over her head to look into the well? What? It's a wooden box? Lu Tongfeng, who was leaning at the edge of the well, heard the little monk's words, and his expression stiffened. He quickly asked, A locked rosewood box is indeed quite exquisite. The little monk at the bottom of the well waved the wooden box in his hand and said, Is this what the fairy Fyao dropped? Lu Tongfeng was dumbfounded. The bottom of the well was only about 3 zhang from the mouth of the well, and Lu Tongfeng could clearly see that under the torchlight. The wooden box in the little monk's hand was the very one he had given to Yun Fyao that day. Lu Tongfeng always thought that the box had been taken by the person who attacked Yun Fyao. He never expected that the box would appear here. Lu Tongfeng wasn't he foolish. After a moment of daze, he immediately understood what was happening. The person who attacked Yun Fyao had never taken the box. Before he found Yun Fyao that day, she must have returned, worried about being caught by the other party, so she threw the box into the ancient well. No wonder Yun Fyao gave me so much silver. No wonder she wanted me to take things to Yun Tianzong to find her. In that instant, Lu Tongfeng understood many things. Little madman, is this it? Speak up. Yes, it's this thing. That's good, but it stinks down here. Can you aim better when you poop or pee in the future? The well walls are covered in excrement. Move away, I'm going to fly up. Lu Tongfeng quickly stepped back. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the bottom of the well. Then, he heard the little monk's strange cry. What the hell? Lu Tongfeng hadn't reacted, yet when something flew out of the well and fell in front of him. It was the box. Lu Tongfeng hurriedly picked up the box. Yes, it's the box I've guarded for 6 years. At this moment, it was as if the well was about to collapse. A booming sound echoed. And there were even sounds of Buddhist chanting and golden Buddhist light. When the sounds disappeared and the Buddhist light faded, Lu Tongfeng walked to the well's edge with the box to look down. The torch had gone out, and it was pitch black below. The ancient well hadn't collapsed. but he couldn't see the little monk's figure. Little monk? Little monk? What happened? Did you fly out? Seeing that the little monk wasn't at the bottom of the well, Lu Tongfeng looked up and around. It was just dusk. It wasn't dark yet, and the surrounding environment was clear, but he still didn't see the little monk. Lu Tongfeng scratched his head and recalled the situation carefully just now. It seemed that only this box had flown out. Cultivators have great abilities. Maybe the little monk flew out when he bent down to pick up the box. He called out a few times, but got no response from the little monk. Lu Tongfeng turned to look at the big black dog squatting at the temple door and said, "Big Black, did you see the little monk fly up from the bottom of the well?" Big Black was unusually quiet today, not barking or making a sound, just sitting there watching. In response to Lu Tongfeng's question, Big Black just shook his head. "What? Where did the little monk go? This guy didn't fall into a dung pit, did he?" Lu Tongfeng's expression turned suspicious. He then hugged the box and ran into the earth temple. He casually placed the wooden box at the edge of the stove, then grabbed a torch and a bundle of hemp rope and rushed out. Yu Lingdang saw this and asked, "Brother Feng, what's wrong? The little monk seems to have fallen into a dung pit. I need to go down and save him. Don't worry about it." Hearing Lu Tongfeng's words, Big Black stretched out a paw to cover his dog face, seemingly unable to bear to look. Chapter 72. The Naked Female Ghost. Lu Tongfeng tied one end of the rope to a big locust tree not far from the ancient well and tossed the other end into the well. He leaned over the well's edge and shouted loudly, Little monk, can you hear me?" There was no response. This fat monk wouldn't be down there stuffed, would he? Lu Tongfeng frowned slightly. He couldn't see anything at the well's edge, so there was no way around it. Lu Tongfeng gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and could only grab the rope to slide down. In just a few breaths, he landed at the bottom of the well. Upon reaching the bottom, Lu Tongfeng was dumbfounded. There was no trace of the little monk. However, on one side of the well wall, there was a big hole. The bottom of the well was littered with green bricks that had fallen from the walls. The smell down there was extremely unpleasant, not the smell of excrement, but rather the stench of many decaying bodies. Lu Tongfeng held the torch in one hand and covered his mouth and nose with the other, staring in astonishment at the dark hole in front of him. How could there be a hole here? A few years ago, when the well hadn't turned into a dung pit, he had come down here to dig for coins. At that time, he hadn't noticed anything wrong at the bottom of the well. Now, with the little monk missing and a big hole appearing along with fallen bricks from the well wall, Lu Tongfeng could guess with his little toe that the little monk must have entered this dark hole. Little monk, he gently called out at the hole's entrance. All he got in response was a chilling draft that wafted out from the black hole. Just as Lu Tongfeng felt something was off, suddenly, a tentacle that resembled a venomous snake shot out from the dark hole. Lu Tongfeng was startled and attempted to dodge, but there was hardly any space in the ancient well to evade. The tentacle instantly wrapped around his feet, and a tremendous force pulled him toward the black hole. "Ah!" With Lu Tongfeng's scream, the torch fell from his hand, and he was dragged into the black hole. Wearing an apron, Yu Lingdang seemed to hear Lu Tongfeng's terrified scream and walked to the temple door. "Big Black, what happened?" Big Black shook his head, indicating that nothing was wrong. Yu Lingdang glanced around a few times, saw nothing unusual, and turned back to continue preparing dinner for Lu Tongfeng and the little monk. Big Black finally stood up at this moment, wobbling over to the edge of the ancient well, his eerie blue eyes peering down. Then he wagged his tail and walked toward the big locust tree. Woof, woof, woof. Big Black barked softly. The next moment, the branches of the originally calm locust tree began to tremble slowly. There was no wind, and the scene was inexplicably strange. Woof! Dahe called out a few more times, seemingly communicating with the tree. Lu Tongfeng was quickly dragged away, his body rapidly losing sensation. The black tentacle that firmly restrained his legs had barbs, seemingly carrying some toxin that could quickly paralyze a person's nerves. He wanted to scream, but his mouth wouldn't open. After a dozen breaths, he was pulled from the narrow black cave into a spacious underground chamber. There was light around, but it was green. It emanated from the floating spirits in the cave. Lu Tongfeng's body couldn't move, but his consciousness was still present. Seeing so many spirits hidden beneath the land deity temple, his face turned pale, filled with fear. Through the green light emitted by these spirits, Lu Tongfeng saw that the tentacle binding his legs was not a biological tentacle, but a vine. The little monk Jesha was also bound by vines, hanging in midair. Jesha had not lost consciousness either. His body was slowly rotating, and whenever he faced Lu Tongfeng, he would try to make funny faces at him. It was unclear what the chubby monk was trying to express with his eyes. There were at least hundreds of spirits, both male and female, young and old, all retaining their appearance at the time of death. However, they had no physical bodies, only ethereal souls. Moreover, the humanoid forms these spirits took on were without clothing. The scene was quite an eyesore. Lu Tongfeng could only watch helplessly as these terrifying ghosts surged towards him. The land deity temple was indeed haunted, and there were so many ghosts. It was over. He was definitely going to die this time. As the saying goes, if you have a clear conscience, you won't fear ghosts knocking at your door at midnight. Lu Tongfeng had done many guilty things over the years, so he was afraid of ghosts. Dozens of ways he could be devoured by these spirits flashed through his mind, but he could do nothing. The only thing he could do was close his eyes and wait to be drained of his yang energy by these ghostly souls. After he closed his eyes for a while, it seemed there was no pain. Instead, a cool, feminine chill slid across his cheek like ice water. Lu Tongfeng gently opened a crack in his eyes to take a peek. That glance scared him to the point of nearly fainting. He saw a young, beautiful woman radiating green light, floating in front of him, reaching out with her pale, glowing hand to gently touch Lu Tongfeng's cheek. This ghostly woman was beautiful, with flowing long hair, appearing to be around 23 or 24 years old, her features delicate and her figure slender, though not as impressive as Wei Nida. She was definitely not small. Lu Tongfeng's courage was nearly scared out of him, leaving no room for any thoughts of appreciating a beautiful ghost. His throat twitched slightly, wanting to plead for mercy, but no sound came out. The naked ghost, while stroking Lu Tongfeng's cheek, spoke in a slightly alluring voice. Lu Tongfeng, how did you fall into the dung pit? Hee, what a clumsy accident. Lu Tongfeng was both shocked and terrified. This ghost knew him. She even knew his name. Seeing Lu Tongfeng's fearful and confused expression, the beautiful ghost let out a tinkling laugh. Her hands tightened around Lu Tongfeng's neck, and her enchanting face suddenly revealed an evil, sinister expression. I want to eat you. I want to eat you. Lu Tongfeng had never encountered such a situation and rolled his eyes, fainting. The naked ghost was taken aback and slapped Lu Tongfeng's cheeks a few times. Lu Tongfeng, little Feng won't be scared to death, right? The naked ghost turned to look at the hanging and slowly rotating Jiesha. The little monk was also quite frightened. From his perspective, this enchanting naked ghost had just killed Lu Tongfeng and was now reaching out her evil claws towards him. What are you looking at? Stinky monk. Have you never seen such a beautiful ghost? Keep staring, and I'll dig out your eyeballs. Jiesha quickly closed his eyes. The ghost was quite pleased. At this moment, the vine that was binding Lu Tongfeng's legs slowly loosened and fell away. An ancient voice echoed in the cave filled with spirits. Sharo, how is this kid doing? No problem. He is probably dazzled by my beauty, too excited and fainted. Chapter 73. You are not guarding the land deity temple. The land deity temple is guarding you. Lu Tongfeng's unconsciousness was very brief. Soon, his consciousness returned. It seemed that due to the stimulation of the paralyzing toxin, changes began to occur within him. The 360 acupuncture points started to emit a faint glow, and the immortal sword hanging at his waist seemed to be called by some mysterious force, beginning to tremble slightly. A burst of fiery energy erupted from the major acupoints in his body, quickly coursing through his meridians. The paralyzing toxin within him was rapidly dissipated under this powerful and fiery spiritual force. Lu Tongfeng suddenly sat up, thinking it was all a dream. But upon seeing the suspended Jiesha and the countless floating spirits around, he let out a strange cry and instinctively drew out the immortal sword from his waist. With a clear, dragon-like sound, the divine sword was unsheathed. A terrifying aura howled out from the sword. A faint glimmer of light burst forth from the dark blue blade. He didn't even have time to think about why his body could suddenly move. He shouted, "Don't come over. Don't come over. You dead ghosts. Want to absorb my yang energy? No way. Whoever dares to come over, I'll send you to reincarnation." Although Lu Tongfeng's legs and hands trembled uncontrollably, his voice was extremely firm. Lu Tongfeng, don't be afraid. I was just scaring you. We won't harm you. The alluring naked ghost floated out from the crowd of spirits. How do you know my name? Who are you? The naked ghost replied, My name is Yi Sharo. You don't know me, but I know you. Don't worry, we've been neighbors for so many years. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done so long ago. Yi Sharo, I've never heard of you. Hurry up and let my friend go. Otherwise, I want to be polite. Don't think that just because there are many of you ghosts, I'm scared of you. You should find out who I, Lu Tongfeng, am. Lu Tongfeng forced himself to stay calm, speaking fiercely. Yi Xiaoro floated in front of Lu Tongfeng, lightly waved her hand, and all the hundreds of glowing spirits transformed into streams of green light, flying towards the top of the cave. It was then that Lu Tongfeng noticed that above the cave, there were many vines resembling tree roots. These spirits merged into those vines. In the blink of an eye, only the enchanting ghost Yi Xiaoro remained in the entire cave. Yi Xiaoro began to spin, the green light on her body gradually dissipating, covered by a soft white glow. Soon, her body seemed to materialize, transitioning from translucent to solid. Finally, she transformed into a young girl with flowing hair, wearing a white dress. However, her skin appeared slightly paler than that of a living person. Yi Xiaoro twirled a few times in front of Lu Tongfeng and said, "How about it? I've condensed and taken shape, and now I'm wearing clothes. You're not scared anymore, right?" Lu Tongfeng stared blankly at the white-clothed female ghost before him. Not scared anymore. However, he still preferred the appearance of the female ghost when she wasn't wearing clothes just now. Lu Tongfeng didn't let his guard down and asked, "Where's this place?" Yi Xiaoro replied, "This is under Grandfather Dahuai." "Grandfather Dahuai? Hello, little madman." That aged voice echoed again. Immediately, Lu Tongfeng saw a thick vine twisting and waving, seemingly greeting him. Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened in shock. "You can't be that big Dahuai tree, right?" "Yes, I am the Dahuai tree." Lu Tongfeng felt his worldview collapse. But upon reflection, it seemed so reasonable. If that old dog, Dahe, could become a spirit, why couldn't the Dahuai tree? The Dahuai tree spirit said, "Little madman, you don't need to be afraid. We are good friends with your master." Lu Tongfeng also sensed that this female ghost and the old tree spirit truly meant him no harm. So he sheathed the divine sword in his hand. He rubbed his sore head and said, "Dahe has become a spirit. The Dahuai tree has become a spirit. And I've been guarding the land temple for so many years with hundreds of ghosts, yet I knew nothing." Yi Xiaoro laughed and said, "Little Feng Feng, did you think you were guarding the land temple all these years?" No, it was the land temple guarding you." "What? Guarding me? The land temple?" Lu Tongfeng was a bit dazed. At this moment, the vine that was binding the little monk suddenly fell down and was placed in front of Lu Tongfeng. However, the fat monk could only move his eyeballs. The rest of his body was petrified. Lu Tongfeng quickly crouched down and said, little monk, are you still alive?" Yi Xiaoro replied, "It's fine. He just got poisoned by the thorns released by Grandfather Dahuai's vine. With his cultivation, he will recover soon." Seeing the little monk blink at him, Lu Tongfeng felt slightly relieved. He asked, "Can someone tell me what is going on?" Yi Xiaoro said, "You've grown up, and you should know now. This is the boundary between immortals and mortals, a place where yin and yang converge. To put it plainly, there is a spiritual vein underground here, and we yin spirits are all attracted to it. As for Grandfather Dahuai, he has been absorbing the spiritual energy from this vein for years, and he gained spiritual intelligence thousands of years ago. Later, an old Taoist from your Yuntian sect discovered this spiritual vein and built a Yulao temple here. The Yulao temple has existed for a long time, about 700 or 800 years. You should know what happened after the Yulao temple was burned down over 60 years ago. Your master rebuilt it. And because a bully in town kept causing trouble, it was changed to a land temple." Lu Tongfeng frowned and asked, "Has my master always known about your existence?" Yi Xiaoro replied, "Yes, your master is very powerful. He immediately recognized that Grandfather Dahuai is a tree spirit with thousands of years of intelligence. But he didn't trouble us and often helped us. Before he passed away, he entrusted you to us and asked us to protect you. Every night when you meditate and cultivate, we come out from here and wander around the land temple, absorbing the yang energy you release. I benefit the most. I have now reached the spirit body state and am no longer afraid of heavenly thunder. I can even temporarily condense a physical body. What? I meditate every night? You all absorb my yang energy while I'm around? The townspeople say the land temple is haunted, and there are many witnesses. It turns out to be you guys. Since my master asked you to protect me, why didn't you tell me earlier? Your master didn't allow us to tell you. He only asked us to silently protect you. So we never interrupted your normal life. However, we are quite familiar with Dahe." Chapter 74, The Tree Spirit's Might. The little monks surrender through the chatty female ghost Yi Xiaoro's lengthy explanation. Lu Tongfeng gradually understood the situation before him. This dilapidated land temple had hundreds of ghosts. An old dog that had become a spirit, and a tree demon that had lived for thousands of years. If his master were still alive, there would also be a hidden, unparalleled master. For all these years, was he the only normal person in the land temple? At this moment, Lu Tongfeng's inner fear gradually dissipated, and he felt quite fortunate. How terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Just thinking about how he sat in meditation every night surrounded by hundreds of Yin spirits made Lu Tongfeng feel a shiver of lingering fear. Fortunately, these Yin spirits, the tree demon, and his dead master were friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived to this day. He would have either been eaten by the tree demon as fertilizer or had his yang energy drained by the Yin ghost gang led by Yun Fyao, who might have even assaulted and killed him. However, Lu Tongfeng couldn't understand, based on what he had learned about the cultivation world recently. Including what he read in the Jojo Immortal and Demon Chronicles that morning, cultivators and Yin spirits were two extremes. Righteous disciples go down the mountain to train, slay demons, and uphold justice. And one important task is to deal with any encountered Yin spirits. Yun, his deceased master, dealt with these Yin spirits, but instead befriended them. While Lu Tongfeng was puzzled, the little monk lying at his feet suddenly moved. Then, a faint golden Buddhist light emanated from his body. Lu Tongfeng looked down and saw the fat monk twisting in a strangely frightening manner. His face was up, and with his hands and feet propped up. It looked as if the joints of his limbs had been reversed. Lu Tongfeng was startled and took a few steps back. Even the female ghost Yun Fyao gasped and hid behind Lu Tongfeng, looking scared. The little monk twisted his fat body, grinning with a fierce expression. Yun Fyao grabbed Lu Tongfeng's clothes, peeking her pretty little head out from behind him. What kind of monster is this bald head? Is he mutating? How scary. Grandfather Dawai. Quickly kill this monster. You are the monster. The petrified poison within the little monk had not completely dissolved, and his tongue was stiff, making his speech somewhat unclear. Lu Tongfeng experienced a mental storm, thinking that what the fat monk just said should be "you are the monster." After persistent effort, the little monk finally transformed from a lying position into a seated posture. He formed the golden seal of the Buddha with his hands, and the golden light emanating from him became increasingly dazzling. After about a dozen breaths, the little monk joined his hands in prayer, muttering words. A faint golden Buddhist light radiated from him, and a blazing halo appeared behind his head as ethereal Sanskrit chants echoed throughout the cave. The Buddhist sound spread like sound waves. Lu Tongfeng felt nothing, but the female ghost Yun Fyao turned pale and floated back repeatedly. In the underground cave, countless heart-wrenching wails immediately erupted. They were the cries of those hidden Yin spirits. On one side was the ethereal and grand Buddhist chant, and on the other was the piercing and painful wails of the ghosts. One was righteous, the other evil. One was Yin, the other Yang. Like the two extremes of the world. The great Sun Tathagata's mantra? The little monk said, "Don't chant anymore. These spirits are not evil spirits and have never harmed anyone. If you continue, they will be scared to death." The hoarse voice of the tree spirit sounded. The chanting stopped, and the monk slowly opened his eyes. His originally black and white pupils had turned golden yellow. At that moment, the monk exuded an aura of solemnity and gravity, completely different from his usual carefree demeanor. Amitba. Good. Humans have their ways, and spirits have theirs. All things are born with their paths. Spirits do not belong to the human world. They should enter the underworld for reincarnation. As cultivators, we must understand the laws of nature and protect the order of heaven. After finishing his words, the monk continued to chant the great Sun Tathagata mantra, which is specifically meant to restrain ghosts and spirits. Countless spirits howled in pain once more. At that moment, several vines of varying thickness twisted rapidly like poisonous snakes, shooting towards the monk. A golden Buddhist light barrier appeared around the monk's body, preventing the vines from penetrating it. The next moment, there was a strange sound above his head. Lu Tongfeng looked up and saw countless vines of various thicknesses beginning to extend downward. "Little monk," Lu Tongfeng shouted. The monk replied, "Little madman, stay back. A mere tree spirit and a few ghosts are nothing to me." "Are you sure?" Lu Tongfeng pointed to above his head. The monk looked up and his golden face turned pale. Tang Sing turned back and exclaimed, "What the monkey?" The monk jumped up directly. The chanting ceased, and the Buddhist light around the monk and the golden halo behind his head dissipated as well. The little monk chuckled awkwardly and said, Just kidding. You are all good friends of the sword god, good neighbors of the little madman. So you are also my good friends and good neighbors." He had previously been poisoned and was in a petrified state, but his consciousness was still intact. He had clearly heard the conversation between Lu Tongfeng, the ghost Yun Fyao, and the old tree demon. He knew that these spirits and the tree demon were friends of Mei Jianshan, and he decided to take advantage of the situation. As a person, one should know when to yield and when to be assertive. Before descending the mountain, his master had advised him that the world is dangerous, and it is better to retreat if necessary. He could eliminate the spirits here, but that ancient tree spirit had been alive for thousands of years, and he wasn't capable of dealing with it. To protect his life, the little monk decisively chose to back down. Seeing the little monk concede, hundreds of vine-like tendrils slowly retracted back to the top of the cave. Tongfeng whispered, "Little monk, are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine. My cultivation in the harmonization realm. What could possibly happen? A mere petrifying poison cannot harm me. I was just having a little joke with them." The disciple of Buddhism said, "You are from the Kushi temple? You are young, but your cultivation is not bad. Compassionate and benevolent. Which of the 4 great monks are you a disciple of?" The old tree spirit spoke in a hoarse voice, sounding like an elderly person. The little monk clasped his hands and said, "It's nothing. I am Jie, a disciple of the Xianbei monk. May I ask your name?" The old tree spirit replied, "You can call me Grandpa Daowai." "Oh, so it's you, Master Daowai. I've long admired you. This place is really nice. A convergence of earth veins, where yin and yang intersect. No wonder you can become a spirit. Little madman, since the misunderstanding has been cleared, let's hurry up. We've been down here for a while, and I guess the bell master has finished cooking dinner. Let's go back and eat. There's venison tonight." Chapter 75, Master S Message. The ghost deceives. Don't be fooled by the little monk's usual laughter and playfulness. He is actually quite clever. Otherwise, why would he be the only one to gain the opportunity among hundreds of cultivators at Zhilong Mountain? He feared that this tree spirit might kill him to silence him. So he wanted to make a quick escape. He grabbed Tongfeng and planned to crawl back through the black hole they came from. Tongfeng had the same thought. Although he had been in contact with cultivators recently, overturning his worldview built over 16 years, what had happened today was still difficult for him to accept. Hundreds of ghosts from the Earth Temple haunted him at midnight, and the tree he had seen for years turned out to be a tree demon. He used to think the Earth Temple was 3 miles away from the town, in a remote area where he could relieve himself without worry under the open sky. Now, thinking back to how he used to squat at the edge of the well, sometimes humming lewd songs while doing so, only to be secretly watched by the tree demon and hundreds of spirits, Tongfeng wished he could dig a hole right there and bury himself. Although these spirits and the tree demon were friends of his master and meant him no harm, it didn't change the fact that he feared being completely devoured, leading to a publicly humiliating end. "Right, we should go up. Miss Yi Xiao, Grandpa Daowai, it's getting late. You should get some rest. I'm heading back." "Wait." The voice of the tree spirit rang out, sounding like an old man watching over a wheat field, hoarse, desolate, and slow. Tongfeng turned back and asked, "Grandpa Daowai, do you have something else to say? You are about to leave here and do not know when you will return. Your master left you a few words before he passed." "Oh, what did my master say?" Tongfeng's expression turned serious. His feelings about his deceased master were quite complex. He was both dissatisfied with the years of deception and grateful for his master's nurturing. On that stormy night 6 years ago, when his master died, he only warned him to wait for the person who would signal him and did not leave him with any more instructions about his future life. He was eager to know what his master had left him through the tree demon's mouth. The old tree spirit's aged voice slowly echoed, "9 suns open the heavenly gate. Burning heaven transforms into wind song. The spirit bridge is crossed. Do not cultivate the primordial spirit." Tongfeng's forehead was filled with question marks. "Grandpa Daowai, are these the words left by my master?" "Indeed. What does it mean?" "I am merely conveying the words left by your master. As for their meaning, you need to comprehend it yourself." "Oh." Tongfeng scratched his head, muttering to himself, but he couldn't decipher the meaning of those 4 sentences. Suddenly, the little monk stretched his head out and asked, "Old Master Daowai, did Mei Jinshin leave anything else besides these 4 sentences? Like gold, silver, treasures, cultivation methods, or the burning heaven divine sword?" The old tree spirit replied, "The burning heaven divine sword has already been destroyed." "What? The burning heaven divine sword has been destroyed? How is that possible?" "But that is one of the 10 divine weapons of the age. Mei Jinshin's cultivation is that high. Who could destroy the burning heaven divine sword?" The little monk exclaimed in surprise. The old tree spirit said, "I don't know about that." The little monk muttered. The second sentence in those 4 words, "Burning heaven transforms into wind song." Could it be that the burning heaven divine sword was destroyed by the wind song divine sword? No way. At that moment, the beautiful ghost Yi Xiao dressed in white, floated over. She shot a fierce glare at the little monk, who had nearly scared her soul out of her body, before turning to the deep-in-thought Lu Tongfeng. With a smile, she said, "Lu Tongfeng, your master really left you something. What is it?" Lu Tongfeng asked curiously. Yi Xiaoro extended her pale palm, and a soft light began to flow in her palm, slowly converging into a piece of green ancient jade. The jade was engraved with some patterns, resembling cloud patterns and also resembling Taotai patterns. Here. This is the ancient jade. Lu Tongfeng reached out to take the jade. It felt icy cold in his hand, but the quality of the jade didn't seem very high, and its transparency wasn't great. Just this broken jade. Yes, I rarely lie, and I won't lie to you. This piece of jade is of great benefit to your cultivation. You need to carry it with you every day, and even when you bathe, don't take it off. Of course, you don't really like to bathe. Thank you. I understand. Lu Tongfeng tucked the ancient jade into his chest. After confirming that his master hadn't left any other treasures or messages, Lu Tongfeng called the celibate little monk to climb back the way they came. The big locust tree was about 3 or 4 zhang away from the ancient well, and the two quickly climbed into the well. Inside, it was pitch black, but fortunately, the rope was still there. The celibate little monk soared into the sky and flew directly out of the well. Lu Tongfeng didn't have that ability and could only grip the rope to climb up. His spiritual power was abundant, and he climbed at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Tongfeng was back on the ground. The big black dog squatting at the temple entrance saw the two come out of the ancient well, barked a few times, and then turned to walk into the land temple. Meanwhile, the collapsed rock wall of the ancient well began to quickly restore itself, returning to its original state in no time, radiating a faint halo. Clearly, this entrance had been set with some kind of prohibition or barrier. Inside the cave, Yi Xiaoro clapped her hands and giggled. It worked. This kid is really easy to deceive. The big locust spirit said, "Xiaoro, you gave your soul crystal ancient jade to the little madman. Are you really planning to leave here with him?" It turned out that the ancient jade Yi Xiaoro had given to Lu Tongfeng was not left by Lu Tongfeng's master at all, but was actually the hiding place of the soul crystal of this female ghost, Yi Xiaoro. She handed the ancient jade to Lu Tongfeng and asked him to carry it with him, intending to use him to leave this place. Of course, while this place had a gathering of spiritual energy, for us in spirits, it was merely a place to avoid heavenly thunder. It couldn't increase our cultivation. So I want to follow Lu Tongfeng to leave. His yang energy is very abundant. I absorbed it secretly for a few years, and the effect is much better than the hundreds of years I spent absorbing in energy here. If I want to become stronger and achieve what Senior May said about reshaping my body, the best method right now is to rely on the nurturing of Lu Tongfeng's yang energy. Don't worry, Grandpa Big Locust, this is Lu Tongfeng's root. He will return after wandering outside for a few years, and then we will be neighbors again. Who knows, by then, I might have reshaped my body. Yi Xiaoro said happily, revealing a look of longing. Chapter 76, Ghost Resurrection Technique. Bell and Bull turned over ghosts can also die. When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, it becomes a spirit. When a spirit dies, it becomes a hope. When hope dies, it becomes a shadow. When a shadow dies, it becomes a microbe. Yi Xiaoro used to think she would be trapped in this underground cave forever until she met Lu Tongfeng's master. Lu Tongfeng's master told her that ghosts can not only die, but also be reborn. However, the chance for a ghost to become human again is extremely slim. There is a branch of cultivation in the human world called ghost cultivation. These ghost cultivators are not ghosts, but living people. They just practice the soul techniques of the underworld, which is why they are called ghost cultivators. The techniques of ghost cultivation originated from the ancient witch tribe in the southern frontier. In ancient witchcraft, there are two methods of rebirth. One is the rebirth of the body, also known as the soul returning technique. The other is the rebirth of the ghost, called the resurrection technique. Yi Xiaoro is in the second situation. Her physical body had rotted away hundreds of years ago, leaving only 3 souls and 7 spirits. Having a complete set of 3 souls and 7 spirits is a prerequisite for the resurrection technique. Missing even 1 soul or spirit won't work. In addition, there are many harsh conditions, such as needing the legendary life water to soak and the legendary reshaping grass as a catalyst, etc. According to records in witchcraft, the resurrection technique can only be used once. This means that when a ghost truly meets all the harsh conditions and successfully resurrects, when their new life comes to an end again, they cannot undergo resurrection a second time as a ghost. Although the chances are extremely slim, and throughout history, no one has ever succeeded in resurrection, for Yun Fyao, this was a glimmer of hope she had to seize. Ever since she learned about the resurrection technique over 60 years ago, Yun Fyao has been striving towards this goal. Although this place is a gathering of spiritual veins, the spiritual energy only benefits living beings. For example, cultivators can achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating here. And the big locust tree has absorbed spiritual energy for years, capable of gaining intelligence and evolving from an ordinary locust tree into a tree spirit. However, for Yin spirits, spiritual energy cannot nourish them. Yin spirits need the sinister energy, such as that found in places like graveyards. There is another kind of energy that Yin spirits require, and that is the yang energy from living people. This is why many Yin spirits and ghosts create havoc to absorb the yang energy from living beings, causing fear among the people. Therefore, when Tongfeng practices at night, these Yin spirits emerge from the ground, gathering outside the land temple to greedily absorb the pure yang energy that Tongfeng inadvertently releases during his practice. Yun Fyao gave her soul crystal ancient jade to Tongfeng to continuously enhance her strength through the nurturing of his yang energy. The big locust spirit sighed and said, "All right. Since you have made your decision, I won't advise you otherwise. Just be sure not to do anything foolish, and don't try to charm the little madman. His body is different from others. Your current spirit body can't withstand the powerful primal yang energy within him. You only need to hide in the soul crystal ancient jade and gradually absorb the pure yang energy he releases." Yun Fyao smiled and said, "I'm not interested in little kids. He may be a little kid now, but in 2 years, he won't be. You better hold yourself back. Don't use up hundreds of years of cultivation for a man. Don't worry, I cherish my cultivation the most. I won't act recklessly." Meanwhile, on the ground, Tongfeng and the celibate little monk finished gathering the ropes tied to the big locust tree and then walked into the temple. They had been gone for a little over half an hour, and Lingdang had noticed nothing. "You're back. Dinner is ready. I was just about to go call you. Why do you smell so bad? You're all covered in dirt. Hurry and change your clothes. Wash your hands, and you can eat soon." They sniffed each other's bodies, and indeed, it was a terrible stench. The two hid behind the statues of the land deities and quickly changed their clothes, throwing the stinky garments outside. After a simple wash, they looked completely refreshed, and the foul smell was almost gone. They planned to leave the next day, so tonight, Lingdang prepared a lot of delicious food for the two of them. It was not only a feast before departure, but also a way to thank Tongfeng and the little monk for their help. Although Lingdang was not hungry and would not drink alcohol, she still picked up the wine bowl and said, "Brother Feng, little monk, Lingdang thanks you for burying my mother and grandmother. Without you, I really wouldn't know what to do. This bowl of wine is for you." In the confusion of the two, Lingdang finished the wine in one gulp. Her fair face instantly turned red, her tongue sticking out, and her expression twisted in pain. Tongfeng said, "Lingdang, what are you doing? You can't drink. Hurry and eat something to suppress it." Lingdang responded with an grabbed the chopsticks, and was about to pick up a piece of meat. However, before the meat reached her mouth, she collapsed. The piece of meat fell to the ground. According to the rules of the martial world, anything that falls to the ground is meant for dogs. Dahe was quick as lightning, instantly swallowing that piece of venison. Tongfeng held the wine bowl, looking at the unconscious Lingdang, feeling both amused and helpless. He put down the wine bowl, carried the drunken Lingdang to the bed behind the curtain, and covered her with a quilt. This little girl, why show off when she can't drink? Drinking a large bowl in one go, how could she not get drunk? Hee, the little madman can't say that. This is Lingdang's way of thanking us. Since she is drunk, let's drink. Venison and wine. The more we drink, the better. Come on, let me drink first as a toast. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, their conversation shifted to the big locust tree and those spirits. Jesse chuckled, "Little madman. Actually, that little ghost girl is quite nice, especially when she's not wearing clothes. That curve, that figure, TSK. She really is a great beauty, a beautiful ghost." Tongfeng rolled his eyes and said, "You're really desperate. You even go after ghost girls?" Jesse laughed and said, "You wouldn't understand. Once a ghost girl can condense her spirit body, she can be useful. Otherwise, how do you think so many scholars come to the capital to take the exam, only to be enchanted by ghost girls in the deep mountains and drained of their essence? So, what do you think? Are you interested in playing with a ghost girl?" "Forget it. I just met a ghost today, and so many of them at that. My heart rate hasn't calmed down yet." Tomorrow morning. Let's leave this ghostly place as quickly as possible. The farther we go, the better, to a place without ghosts, monsters, or tree spirits. Lu Tongfeng shook his head while eating venison. The little monk Jesse said, where is there such a place in the world? Even in our Buddhist Pure Land. There are many spirits and ghostly beings, as well as monsters and demons. But speaking of it, those spirits are not scary. The only one with real power is that Yun Fyao. But that big tree spirit is extremely powerful, if it comes to a fight. I have no power to resist at all. Well, I heard that ghost girl Yun Fyao say that the big locust tree seems to be a tree spirit that has lived for thousands of years. So it's normal that you can't defeat it. Chapter 77. More questions. Many mortals confuse spirits, monsters, and demons because they are quite similar. However, they are completely different. According to the ancient text Shanhai Jing, it is recorded that demons refer to some abnormal things or phenomena. It is often said that when things are abnormal, there must be a demon, and when the heavens are against us, it leads to disaster. When the earth is against us, it leads to demons. Demons can be animals, plants, or other non-human entities that have gained wisdom by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or through other opportunities, thus possessing certain supernatural powers and abilities. Spirits are usually cultivated from animals or plants, possess wisdom, and do not like killing. They are generally gentle and kind. Monsters, on the other hand, are non-human life forms that do not resemble humans much, usually cultivated from animals, and tend to be evil, possessing a certain destructive and murderous nature. Calling the big locust tree in front of the land temple a tree demon is not accurate. It hasn't harmed humans or other life forms and is friendly. So a more accurate term would be tree spirit. Tree spirits like the big locust spirit are not uncommon in the world. In some remote mountains, one often encounters tree spirits that have gained wisdom. However, tree spirits like the big locust spirit, which have silently absorbed spiritual energy at the intersection of ley lines for thousands of years, are relatively rare in the human world. Most tree spirits in deep mountains have been devoured by some beast demons or monsters. A 1,000-year-old tree spirit is already considered rare, let alone one that is thousands of years old. Jesse, a little monk with a cultivation level in the realm of enlightenment, is considered a relatively strong young master among human cultivators under 40. However, facing a tree spirit with thousands of years of cultivation, his little Buddhist teachings are simply not enough. Although Jesse was unconvinced and muttered for a while, he could only accept the fact that he could not defeat the big locust spirit. The two of them drank and chatted in the dilapidated temple. And before they knew it, a long time had passed, and Jesse was already a bit tipsy. He said, "Little madman, enough about that. I'm really curious. Did that box really fall from the hands of the immortal Fyao by accident?" "Of course it was her. I still have to take the box to Yun Tian," Lu Tongfeng said halfway through, when his expression suddenly changed. He had been so focused on rescuing Jesse earlier, then encountered spirits and tree spirits, and after coming out, he started changing clothes and eating, completely forgetting about the treasure box left by his master. He hurriedly looked towards the stove. Fortunately, the wooden box he had casually placed near the stove was still there, just moved a little by Ling Dang. Lu Tongfeng quickly ran over and picked up the box. It must contain something good, and he couldn't lose it. Jesse leaned forward and said, "Little madman, this box looks quite exquisite. Could it be the jewelry box of the immortal Fyao?" Lu Tongfeng shook his head and said, "Who knows? But since the immortal Fyao asked me to retrieve this item and take it to Yun Tian's sect to find her, this item must be very important to her." Lu Tongfeng did not tell Jesse the truth. "The immortal Fyao is just fooling you." Jesse looked unconcerned. "Fooling me? What do you mean?" Lu Tongfeng looked curious. "That ancient well is your latrine. It stinks to high heaven. Even I can smell it. How could the immortal Fyao not smell it? If something fell in, the most likely scenario is that when she leaned over to look inside, her headpiece or earring fell in. How could she accidentally drop such a large wooden box? This is clearly the immortal Fyao intentionally dropping it. I estimate that she wants you to go back to Yun Tian's sect to claim your ancestry. But considering what your master did, she worried you wouldn't go, so she dropped the box for you to retrieve and send to Yun Tian's sect. This way, even if you don't want to go, you have to. The little monk known as the smartest in the Buddhist world, will definitely not be wrong." Looking at Jesse's confident demeanor, Lu Tongfeng shook his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself that he was indeed mistaken this time. Only he knew that although this wooden box was dropped into the ancient well by Yun Fyao, it had been in his possession for the past 6 years. It must contain something very important, which is why Yu Qinzi secretly sent Yun Fyao to look for it, and why Yun Fyao was attacked. However, there was one point Tongfeng had not figured out. Why did Yun Fyao not retrieve the box from the ancient well when over a dozen disciples from Yuntian's sect came to Fuyang town? Did she not trust those disciples from Yuntian's sect? Remembering what Yun Fyao had said to him before leaving that day, telling him not to trust anyone, Tongfeng felt that there seemed to be many conflicts and undercurrents within Yuntian's sect. What on earth was in this box? Tongfeng glanced at Dahe, who was gnawing on a bone. Perhaps only Dahe, who has followed the dead ghost master for many years, knows what kind of person is contained in the box. Although he has seen Dahe transform into a weather hound the size of a house, the weather hound belongs to the category of divine beasts and cannot speak human language. Therefore, it is basically impossible to learn about the contents of the box from Dahe. Lost in thought, Tongfeng no longer had the mood to drink and chat with the abstinent little monk. The little monk had already had enough to drink tonight. After finishing the last of the wine in his bowl, he staggered to the corner of the wall and laid down in front of the thatch. Little madman, hurry up and cultivate. It's a bit cold at night. This was the last sentence spoken by the abstinent little monk that night. Tongfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. What does this chubby monk think of himself? A hand warmer? It doesn't matter if the fat monk gets cold. But Lingling, the delicate little beauty, would not be able to stand it if she got frozen. Tongfeng poured all the leftover dishes on the table into Dahe's dog bowl, then stuffed the wooden box under the thatch, and began to breathe deeply, sitting cross-legged in meditation. As he cultivated, the temperature inside the earth temple began to rise slowly, and in less than 15 minutes, it was already warm as spring. After circulating his energy for one cycle, Tongfeng slowly stopped, feeling the warmth in the room. After so many years, he had never realized that his body could release a large amount of heat while cultivating, as if he had placed 5 or 6 large stoves in the room. Could it be that the heart method passed down to me by my master is truly extraordinary? Tongfeng's mind gradually became active. He recalled the 4 sentences that Grandpa Dahe had conveyed to him. The 9 suns opened the heavenly gate, burning the sky and transforming into wind and chant. The divine soul crosses the second bridge, and one cannot cultivate the primordial spirit. What do these 4 sentences left by my master really mean? Why didn't he tell me directly, but instead had Grandpa Dahe convey them? Also, my master once told me that only after I am reborn from the flames can I connect the 2 bridges of heaven and earth. When I was ignited by this sword last time, does that count as being reborn from the flames? Is this heart method truly the genuine method for cultivators? Am I a cultivator? In an instant, more questions flooded Tongfeng's mind. Chapter 78. Wei Yurong's suspicion. The next day, early morning. Fuyang Town. Wei Nai Da and other disciples from the Xuanyu sect, along with Lin Deming, Lin Feng, and others, arrived at the Taoist temple set up by the nuns of the Feline Monastery. At this moment, the temple had already been dismantled to a great extent. The nuns had held a 3-day Dharma assembly here to deliver the deceased of the small town. And today they were preparing to return to the Feline Monastery. Thus, the disciples of the Xuanyu sect and village head Lin Deming had come to see them off. This incident in the small town had hit village head Lin Deming hard. In just a few days, he seemed to have aged considerably. A few days ago, he could walk with a cane, but now he needed the support of 2 people. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Master Liaochen and even had his grandson Lin Feng present several hundred taels of incense money. Master Liaochen did not accept it and joined her hands in prayer, saying, Lin, old benefactor, now that the small town has just survived the calamity, it is better to keep this silver to help rebuild the town. It is cold and freezing, so we must not let anyone die of cold or hunger. Lin Deming was overwhelmed with gratitude. After exchanging some words, Liaochen approached Wei Yurong and the other disciples of the Xuanyu sect. Amitba, Fairy Yurong, I am a person from outside the world and cannot stay long in the secular realm. Now that the townspeople have been buried and the souls have been delivered, I shall take my leave. If there is an opportunity, I hope Fairy Yurong will visit our monastery for a cup of tea. Wei Yurong nodded and smiled, saying, In the past few days, Master has worked hard along with the sisters of your monastery. I have heard from Tsanglong Mountain that the Feline Monastery, which recently appeared near Ziyang, is quite effective. Master Liaochen not only possesses profound Buddhist teachings, but also has compassion for the world, saving all beings. If there is a chance, I will definitely visit your monastery. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Master Liaochen took more than 10 nuns dressed in moon-white robes and flew south on golden Buddhist clouds. Wei Yurong watched the gradually receding golden clouds, and the smile on her lips gradually faded. Her fair fingers gently twirled a black lock of hair that fell from the mountain-like height of her chest. And her gaze grew cold. Chu Yuanhong said, Sister Yurong, since the disciples of the Feline monastery have left, should we also depart? Wei Yurong shook her head slightly and said, Not in a hurry. By the way, is there any news from Yang? Chu Yuanhong said, In the past 2 days. Many disciples from the Xuanyu sect and various righteous sects have tracked down the vicinity of Yiyang City using the Confucian master's divination technique. But they have not found any trace of the extreme Yin sect disciples. It seems they know they have been exposed and have secretly fled. After all, our people set out a day later to pursue them. I have long said that Yiyang City is just a decoy. More than 30 years ago, the extreme Yin sect committed evil deeds in Yun Prefecture and was found by the Yun Tian sect using the Confucian divination technique, suffering heavy losses. They will not fall for the same trick again. They are only leading the disciples of the righteous sects in the direction of Yang. The true den of the extreme Yin sect in Yuzhou will definitely not be near Yang. Then where could it be? Chu Yuanhong frowned slightly. Wei Yurong did not answer, but said, I asked you to investigate Suaping Mountain and the Feline Monastery, as well as Master Liaochen. How is your investigation going? Chu Yuanhong took out a booklet from his bosom and said, It's almost done. Wei Yurong took the booklet, opened it, and looked through it. She slowly nodded and said, It's quite interesting. Then she said, Inform your elder brother to continue searching for the traces of the extreme Yin sect near Yang. I want to be going over there for now. Chu Yuanhong's elder brother is the famous Chu Tianyi, one of the 10 young masters. He has been designated as the future leader of the Xuanyu sect. This time, the investigation and pursuit of the remnants of the extreme Yin sect are commanded by Chu Tianyi. Wei Yurong, holding her immortal sword, walked slowly south along the streets of the small town. She walked slowly, her gaze constantly surveying the burned houses on both sides of the street. Soon, she arrived at a high slope on the southern side of the town. Standing here, the entire town was in full view. Why did the disciples of the extreme Yin sect start the massacre from the south? Yiyang City is to the northeast. If they were indeed coming from the Yiyang direction for revenge, they should have started the massacre from the north. The Confucian master's divination technique only detected the residual aura left by this group of people when they left, but did not detect the aura when they arrived. This confirms that they did not come riding magical treasures, but instead used lightness skills and did not mobilize their own spiritual power. They should have come from the south. Wei Yurong turned her head to look south again. In the distance, a mountain peak could be vaguely seen on the other side of the sky. The corners of Wei Yurong's mouth slightly lifted as she murmured, This is getting more and more interesting. Saying this, she lightly tapped her toes and flew toward the direction of the Southern Earth Temple. The beauty trap and the plan to speak the truth after drinking had both failed in succession, but this did not eliminate Wei Yurong's suspicion of Lu Tongfeng. At this moment, inside the Earth Temple, Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang were packing their things. Lu Tongfeng had little to pack, only a travel bag. Yu Lingdang had a bit more, including a large wooden box. However, with the abstinent little monk around, it didn't matter how much luggage there was. To travel light, Lu Tongfeng only wrapped the wooden box left by his master in a piece of blue cloth, tied it to his back, and stuffed all the other miscellaneous items into the abstinent little monk's storage bag. Yu Lingdang didn't leave even a single bag behind. The little monk Jesse was originally reluctant to let these two little guys stuff everything into his storage bag. Lu Tongfeng had a way to deal with this little monk. He stated that he wouldn't let Jesse work for nothing. He would cover all the expenses on the journey, and if they had to sleep rough in the wild, Lingdang would help him with laundry and cooking. After this promise, Jesse reluctantly nodded in agreement. With the support of Jesse's storage bag treasure, packing up went very quickly. Even the firewood from the temple and the rice, flour, and oil they had bought in town a few days ago were all stuffed into Jesse's storage bag. Lu Tongfeng wished he could take away the clay statues of the Earth God and Earth Goddess. When Lu Tongfeng stood behind the Earth Temple, contemplating the newly built toilet for Yu Lingdang, Jesse finally couldn't take it anymore. Little madman, you can't be thinking of taking the toilet with us, right? They say a poor family has a rich road, and this place is thousands of miles away from Tianyun Mountain. If we were in the wild, it wouldn't matter for us two gentlemen. We could solve it anywhere, but you have to consider Lingdang. Jesse exclaimed, Little madman, do you believe I could kick you to death? Has anyone ever gone on a long journey carrying a toilet around? Due to Jesse's insistence, Lu Tongfeng had to compromise on the toilet issue. All right, we won't take the toilet, but can we negotiate about the clay statues of the Earth God and Earth Goddess? Jesse stared at him with his watery little eyes, fixated on Lu Tongfeng. After a moment, Lu Tongfeng rubbed his rear and walked in through the back door of the Earth Temple, mumbling, "If we don't take it, we don't take it. Why kick my butt? I've never seen a monk with such a bad temper. It's really rude." Chapter 79. Back to the Jianghu Lingdang. Have you packed your things? Yes, almost done. Brother Feng. When are we leaving? Right now? Let's hit the road early and aim to reach Ziyang tomorrow. That would make it easier. The snow had made traveling difficult, and Lu Tongfeng originally thought that with the help of Jesse's big wooden fish, they could fly to Tianyun Mountain with Dahe. However, this suggestion was immediately rejected by Jesse. It wasn't that Jesse was unwilling. It was just that his big wooden fish could only carry 2 people at most. Moreover, there was also Dahe, who was as big as a calf. There was no other choice. Lu Tongfeng decided to head towards Ziyang City first. Once they reached the official road, traveling would be much smoother. The heavy snow had stopped for 5 or 6 days, and the government should have sent workers to clear the snow from the official road for the convenience of merchants and travelers. Dahe was barking wildly outside the temple. Hearing the noise, Lu Tongfeng went out to check. He happened to see a familiar golden Buddhist cloud flying in from the direction of the town, with a dozen nuns standing on it. He knew that the nuns from the Feline Temple had finished their Dharma assembly and were returning to Tsuaping Mountain. What is so great about flying? Bah! Lu Tongfeng spat at the group of departing nuns. Although he had become good friends with Jesse, it didn't change his hostility towards the nuns from Feline Temple. After the nuns flew far away, Lu Tongfeng walked to the big locust tree. "Grandpa Locust, I know you can hear me. I'm about to leave. Please tell Miss Yisharo not to come out to send me off. I'm going out to explore for a few years, and I will definitely come back." It seemed that a gust of wind passed by, and the branches of the locust tree began to sway gently. There were many red strings tied by former worshippers on the branches, fluttering beautifully in the wind. Dahe stood beside his little master, also barking softly a few times, as if saying goodbye to his friends. After Lu Tongfeng finished saying goodbye to Grandpa Locust and turned to head towards the Earth Temple, a faint ghostly light shot out from the locust tree, quickly merging into Lu Tongfeng's body. Lu Tongfeng felt a chill wash over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, the chill passed quickly and didn't draw Lu Tongfeng's attention. However, this scene was noticed by Dahe. A faint glow appeared in Dahe's dark blue eyes, which held an ancient and wise gaze, as if seeing through everything. Lu Xiaoshi. Just as Lu Tongfeng reached the temple door, he heard a familiar female voice. It was clear and pleasant to hear. Turning around, he saw Wei Yurong, dressed in green, flying in from the north and landing in front of him. Lu Tongfeng was surprised. "Wei Yurong, the fairy? Why are you here? How come you're back?" Wei Yurong's beautiful eyes twinkled as she smiled. "What? Am I so beautiful that you're not happy to see me?" Lu Tongfeng always maintained a high level of vigilance towards Wei Yurong, a disciple of the Xuanxu sect. However, he was about to leave soon. As they say, out of sight, out of mind. As long as Wei Yurong didn't trouble him, he didn't care what she did in Fuyang Town. "Fairy Yurong, you misunderstood. Of course, I welcome you. However, I am leaving now." "Leaving? The heavy snow has blocked the roads. Where are you going?" Wei Yurong asked curiously, glancing at the small bundle on Lu Tongfeng's back. Lu Tongfeng didn't mention that he was going to Tianyun Mountain, only saying, "Lingdang is being ostracized by the townspeople. So I plan to go to Ziyang City with her first." "Oh, that makes sense. This dilapidated temple could be blown down by a strong wind, so it really isn't suitable for living. By the way, where's that flower monk Jesse?" Just as Lu Tongfeng was about to speak, Jesse's voice came from inside the temple. "Fairy Yurong, did you come specifically to find me?" The plump monk wobbled out of the temple, shaking his large butt and the fat on his face. Wei Yurong asked, "Jesse, are you going with Lu Xiaoshi?" "Yes, it's good to have someone to look after on the way." "Fairy Yurong, how is the matter with the Jin sect being handled by your Xuanxu sect?" Wei Yurong shook her head. "Right now? The Xuanxu sect and several hundred disciples from the righteous sects are searching in Yiyang City and have not yet found any trace of the Jin sect's disciples." Jesse nodded. "The righteous sect's disciples have been delayed for so long that they have probably startled the snake. Those demons from the Jin sect have likely already scattered and fled." Wei Yurong said, "One thing I've always found strange is that Yiyang City is northeast of the town. Why did the massacre that night start from the south of the town? Moreover, the Confucian Qi observation technique only tracked their aura when they left, and there was no trace of their aura when they arrived." Lu Tongfeng didn't understand, but Jesse seemed to grasp it. Jesse frowned slightly and asked, "Fairy Yurong, are you suspecting that Yiyang City is just a front for the Jin sect?" That night, They didn't come from the direction of Yang City, but from the south of the town? Wei Yurong nodded slowly. Lu Tongfeng began to understand, saying, the south of the town? Could it be the direction of Ziyang City? Wei Yurong replied, it's not impossible, but it's too late to say anything now. This matter has passed for several days, and the righteous sect's cultivators are gathered hundreds of miles away in Yang City. Even if the Jin sect's lair is near Ziyang, those demons have likely already escaped. Lu Tongfeng and Jesse both softly agreed. Lu Tongfeng said, they might escape the first day of the month, but not the 15th. The people of the Jin sect have committed numerous crimes and indiscriminately killed innocents. I believe that one day, the righteous sect cultivators will eliminate them all and avenge those innocent victims. Wei Yurong originally wanted to ask Lu Tongfeng about that night. But when she saw Yu Lingdang coming out of the temple holding 2 spirit tablets, she decided not to pursue the matter further. To avoid stirring up emotions in Yu Lingdang, she nodded and said, that's right. Since you're leaving here, you should set off quickly. Our Xuanxu sect will also leave in the next couple of days. The Green Mountains remain, and the rivers flow long. If fate allows, we will meet again. After some polite exchanges, they bowed and bid farewell. Wei Yurong rode her sword and flew towards the small town. Lu Tongfeng withdrew his gaze and looked at Yu Lingdang, saying, Lingdang, why are you still carrying the spirit tablets of Aunt Fat and Grandma Lu? Yu Lingdang replied, aren't we heading south? I thought I would place Grandma and my mother's spirit tablets in the Guanyin Temple when we pass by Cuiping Mountain. Although Lu Tongfeng didn't like that group of nuns, he couldn't say anything against Yu Lingdang's filial piety. He nodded and said, that's good. The incense at Fulin Temple is flourishing, and having Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat's spirit tablets honored there will definitely bring them blessings. Chapter 80. Carrying a beauty, Lu Tongfeng left the land temple he had lived in for 16 years once again. This was his second time entering the Jianghu. The last time was 8 days ago, when he traveled 50 miles and returned 2 days later through wind and snow. He felt that this time, he wouldn't be back for a short while. Unlike last time when he was accompanied only by Dehei. This time he had Yu Lingdang and the little monk who abstained from lust as companions. In just 7 or 8 days, the small town had undergone significant changes, altering not only Yu Lingdang's fate, but also the fates of many others. After closing the temple door and taking one last look at the dilapidated temple, the 3 of them and the dog stepped onto the snow and headed south. The journey was quite relaxed as both Lu Tongfeng and the little monk were carefree optimists not bound by worldly concerns. Along the way, the little monk shared some of his amusing stories while Lu Tongfeng recounted some of his embarrassing moments, lifting the spirits of the sorrowful Yu Lingdang considerably. Since Yu Lingdang was an ordinary woman without any cultivation, although Lin Yuqing and a large group of officials and soldiers had come from the south 2 days ago, leaving footprints in the snow, she still moved quite slowly. They only reached Shirley Pavilion around noon. Lu Tongfeng suggested they rest in the pavilion for a while, but upon looking back, the land temple was still in sight. This wouldn't do. At this pace, they wouldn't reach Cuiping Mountain by tomorrow. So Lu Tongfeng asked the little monk if he had any miraculous pills that could allow a person to travel 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night, and to take one out for Lingdang to use. The little monk rolled his eyes and said, if I had such a miraculous medicine, I would have eaten it myself long ago. Yu Lingdang looked apologetic and said, I'm sorry, Brother Feng. I'm holding you back. Lu Tongfeng replied, it's nothing. We're not in a hurry, but it would be best to reach the foot of Cuiping Mountain tonight. There's a cave there where we can stay. If we can't reach Cuiping Mountain, we'll have to camp out in the wilderness. The little monk said, it's so cold at night. Lingdang might not be able to handle sleeping outside. Little madman, just carry Lingdang on your back when we set off later. Even though you keep saying you're not a cultivator, the true essence flowing through your meridians is very powerful, so it won't be a problem. Lu Tongfeng clapped his hands and said, that's a good idea. Lingdang, what do you think? Although Yu Lingdang felt a bit shy about being carried by Lu Tongfeng as an unmarried girl, she realized that without this arrangement, her pace would greatly slow down the journey. Moreover, the last time Lu Tongfeng carried her back to the land temple from the back mountain, the warmth radiating from his body had made her feel very comfortable. After a moment of silence, Yu Lingdang said, I guess I'll have to trouble you, Brother Feng. Trouble? He is carrying you. He should feel lucky. The little monk, being the strongest supporter, said something that made both Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang blush. After resting for a moment, the 3 of them and the dog continued on their way. Lu Tongfeng carried Yu Lingdang on his back, feeling as if he had nothing on him, and he moved swiftly through the snow, significantly increasing their speed. At first, Yu Lingdang felt a bit shy, but gradually, she got used to it. Lying on Lu Tongfeng's back, a gentle warmth continuously radiated from his body, and in this cold winter, she not only felt no chill, but instead felt very comfortable and warm. Meanwhile, in the cave of Sweeping Mountain, the once lively cave had become somewhat desolate. The Jin sect had suffered heavy losses over 30 years ago when it was besieged by the Yuntian sect, with only a handful of survivors remaining from its once 100-strong faction. Over the years, the Jin sect had remained very low-key and developed slowly. Currently, there were only about 30 to 40 people left, with nearly 100 being female disciples and just over 30 male disciples. Due to the situation in Fuyang Town, the Jin sect had lost nearly 10 male disciples. Sutsong and others had not returned yet to confuse the Xuanxu sect, so now in the cave, there were only 3 or 4 male disciples who had not yet reached the level of controlling objects in the air, along with their master, the Yinyang Venerable. As for the female disciples of the Jin sect, they were now nuns at Fulin Temple. Recently, the official roads had gradually been cleared, and with the year-end approaching, some scattered common folks had come to Fulin Temple to burn incense and pray. Most of the young nuns spent their days in the temple. The previous scenes of debauchery, singing, dancing, and indulgence had vanished, leaving the Yinyang Venerable feeling somewhat uninspired, as he only favored 3 or 4 captured girls a day, completely lacking the vigor of the past. At that moment, the nun Liao Chun, who had just returned from Fuyang Town, was reporting the intelligence she had gathered over the past few days to the Yinyang Venerable. The main topic was the righteous path's pursuit of Sutsong and the others. Upon hearing that Sutsong had led the experts of the Xuanxu sect in circles near Yiyang City, a faint smile finally appeared on the Yinyang Venerable's face. Sutsong was indeed quite capable. Not only was his cultivation impressive, but he was also clever and alert, able to outsmart Chu Tianyi. Not bad at all. The Yinyang Venerable had very few disciples left. His eldest disciple was Liao Chun, who had been captured by him years ago. The other outstanding disciples had all been killed by Yuntian sect disciples over 30 years ago. Currently, the most reliable ones by his side were Liao Chun and Su Tsong. Liao Chun nodded slightly and said, Su Shidi is indeed capable. That Chu Tianyi has had a great reputation in the world for the past decade, being listed as one of the top 10 young masters by the Tianshu Pavilion, yet he still hasn't found any trace of Su Shidi. Even I, as his senior sister, feel ashamed. The Yinyang Venerable said, enough about him. Let's talk about Fuyang Town. How is the situation there now? Liao Chen replied. The court has sent nearly 100 soldiers to station there. There are still more than 10 disciples of the Xuanxu sect in the town, led by Wei Yurong, one of the 10 fairies. They say she is there to protect the residents of the town, but she is actually investigating the crippled Li and Li Qiuyan, who have been lurking in Fuyang Town for 3 years. Any results? Liao Chen gently shook her head and said none. Those 2 haven't appeared since the town was slaughtered. However, I can confirm that there must be secrets in Fuyang Town. Oh, how do you know? 3 days ago, after I arrived in Fuyang Town, I learned that Yun Fyao had appeared in the town a few days ago, and she was injured later. Yun Fyao? The Yinyang Venerable narrowed his eyes and asked, is she that female disciple under Yu Chenzi? Yes, it's her. Is she still in Fuyang Town now? No. 3 days ago, he followed the other disciples of the Cloud Sky sect and cultivators from the Xuanxu sect to Yiyang City. The Yinyang Venerable fell into deep thought. The Cloud Sky sect is thousands of miles away, so how could so many disciples appear here? And even the recently famous Yun Fyao has come. Who has injured her? What did the Cloud Sky sect discover in Fuyang Town? Is it a heavenly material or earthly treasure? Or an ancient fairy mansion? Or perhaps spirit beasts and immortal herbs? Chapter 81. The Venerables regret the Yinyang Venerable thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out why the disciples of the Cloud Sky sect gathered in Fuyang Town. Unfortunately, Chen's information from this trip to Fuyang Town was very limited. With the situation so tense and disciples from the Xuanxu sect stationed in Fuyang Town, the Yinyang Venerable did not dare to show himself and go to Fuyang Town to investigate. So he could only suppress his curiosity and wait for a while until the situation calmed down before going to take a look. Suddenly, the Yinyang Venerable revealed a meaningful smile and said, Chun, you have seen Yun Fyao and Wei Yurong in Fuyang Town. These 2 women are ranked 3rd and 7th among the 10 great fairies of today. Are they as beautiful as rumored? Chun knew what his master was like. He nodded and said, yes, Yun Fyao is stunning and cold in temperament, while Wei Yurong has a graceful figure and is exceptionally charming. They are both rare beauties in this world. The Yin Venerable became interested and asked, "How do they compare to you when you were young?" Chen shook his head and said, "There is no comparison. Before seeing them, I was quite confident about my looks when I was young, but after seeing them, I realized that my youthful appearance was just like a willow in front of them." The Yin Venerable's interest grew even stronger. He was already a lecherous person, and upon hearing Chen's high praise for Yun Fyao and Wei Yurong, his thoughts immediately became lively. However, he also knew that these two women were not easy to deal with, so he could only think about it in his heart. "Oh, I have had countless women in my life and have tasted the pleasure of righteous fairies. Unfortunately, they were all of mediocre quality. If I could enjoy the soft jade of such beauties in this life, I would have no regrets." Chen was worried that his master would not be able to resist his desires. After drifting and hiding for so many years, he had finally settled down at Sweeping Mountain. Chen did not want to live the old life anymore. "Master, Yun Fyao and Wei Yurong hold significant positions in the mortal world, and their sects are not something we can provoke. You should not dwell on them. You don't need to say more. I know the importance of things. You can go back now." Disciple takes his leave. Chen clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and then turned to leave the cave. At this moment, the Yin Venerable was very angry. He walked towards the stone chamber where the girls were imprisoned. After days of confinement, these girls were no longer as fearful and evasive as before. They allowed the Yin Venerable's aging body to press down on them, their faces showing some pleasure and enjoyment, emitting a soul-stirring sound like a cat's meow. This was the Yin Venerable's method of controlling the girls. The secret medicine of the Hehuan sect could cause a chaste and fierce woman to change her temperament drastically in a short period. The female disciples of the extreme Yin sect were all captured and eventually succumbed at the feet of the Yin Venerable, becoming his puppets to indulge in pleasure and serve him. At dusk, Lu Tongfeng and others arrived at the foot of Sweeping Mountain. Lu Tongfeng was carrying Yulingdang and pointed to a cave in the mountain's shadow, saying, "There is a cave there. I often stayed there with Dahe when hunting nearby. A while ago, when we went to Tuyang City, we also stayed there. Let's spend the night in that cave tonight and go to the Fulin Monastery tomorrow to offer incense and oil money for Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang's spirit tablets." Yulingding nodded gently and said, Brother Feng, you walked dozens of miles this afternoon and must be tired. Let me walk by myself." Lu Tongfeng laughed and said, "Lingdang, you underestimate me again, right? I have plenty of strength now. I wouldn't get tired even if I ran for a day and night." "Dahe, little monk. Stop playing around. Let us go." About half a stick of incense later, Lu Tongfeng arrived at the cave entrance while carrying Yulingdang. Just like when he left last time, there was not much change, except that some accumulated snow had fallen into the entrance. Lu Tongfeng set down Lingdang and called the highly skilled little monk to go in and clean up. The Buddhist techniques are not only exceptionally powerful, but also simple and straightforward. The little monk entered the cave and pushed with both palms. The powerful palm force turned into a gust of wind, blowing away the accumulated snow, dust, stones, and grass inside the cave. The two people and one dog waiting outside hurriedly dodged. After a while, the dust and smoke finally cleared. Due to this journey, with the little monk's storage bag, Lu Tongfeng took almost everything that could be taken from the dilapidated temple, including a lot of firewood and thatch. Even the simple bamboo bed he made for Yulingdang from the last time he collected plowshares was forcibly stuffed into the little monk's storage bag by Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng had the little monk take out the supplies, and soon, a pile of firewood was lit. Yulingdang prepared dinner for the two. But Lu Tongfeng said it wasn't necessary and asked the little monk to take out a few fat rabbits. These were all caught by Dahe in the mountains during their journey today. They caught a total of 4, each well-fed and very plump. Lu Tongfeng let Yulingdang warm herself by the fire while he invited the little monk to wash the rabbits, so they could roast them later. However, the little monk shook his head and said, "I don't eat meat, I don't kill. These were killed by Dahe. They don't count as killing, right? That is not acceptable. I am a monk. My hands cannot be stained with blood." Helpless, Lu Tongfeng had no choice but to take the 4 rabbits outside to wash and skin them by himself. After a moment, he returned, and inside the cave, Lingdang had already prepared the bedding for the night. Lu Tongfeng continued to roast the rabbits with the little monk while drinking. The alcohol was the leftover bamboo leaf wine from Wei Yurong, and there was still half a jar left. Enough for these two little alcoholics to drink for 10 or 8 days. After nightfall, Lu Tongfeng began to meditate and practice. Yulingdang and the little monk slept comfortably in the warm environment until dawn. The next morning, after eating the millet porridge made by Yulingdang, The 3 people and 1 dog continued on their journey. The plan for today was to visit the Fulin Monastery in the morning, donate some incense and oil money, and then place the spirit tablets of Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang in the monastery. In the afternoon, they would travel, hoping to reach Ziyang City before dark, a place Lu Tongfeng had longed for, where he could accomplish great things. The cave where they stayed was on the shady side of Tsuaping Mountain, while the Fulin Monastery was on the sunny side of the mountainside. Just like yesterday, Lu Tongfeng carried Yulingdang, stepping on the accumulated snow along the edge of Tsuaping Mountain. After about half an hour, they arrived at the sunny side of the mountain. The shady and sunny sides felt like 2 different worlds. The back mountain was cold, dense with forests, and often had wild beasts roaming. However, the sunny side was open and unobstructed, with warm and gentle sunlight pouring down, very comfortable. A road stretched from the south to the foot of Tsuaping Mountain, leading to stone steps going up the mountain. At this moment, the accumulated snow on the road and the stone steps had already been cleared away. At the foot of the mountain, dozens of horse-drawn carriages were parked, and there were dozens of street vendors selling pastries, prayer beads, incense, and various snacks. From time to time, one can see pilgrims driving horse-drawn carriages, carrying baskets, and bringing incense and offerings, chatting and laughing as they come from the south. As the year comes to a close, people from nearby towns and villages rush to pray for blessings and fulfill vows, including many wealthy young men from Ziyang City. Chapter 82. The Buddha's arrival at the monastery. Lu Tongfeng feels sour seeing the bustling scene at the foot of the Fulin Monastery, where incense offerings were abundant. Lu Tongfeng couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy when he thought of his own land temple that not even dogs would visit. The little monk, Jesse, aptly sprinkled a handful of coarse sea salt onto Lu Tongfeng's wounded heart. Little madman, look at the incense offerings here. And then at your land temple's offerings. What a difference. Why not leave the Taoist sect, take refuge in Buddha, and transform your land temple into a Buddhist monastery? I guarantee you'll have a thriving incense offering, and you won't have to worry for a lifetime. Little monk, on this warm and sunny day. Don't force me to hit you. I'm just joking, don't take it seriously. The little monk quickly fled. Lu Tongfeng glanced at the endless stream of pilgrims, pouting and muttering to himself, what is so impressive about this few pilgrims? When I get rich, I'll renovate and expand the land temple, and then we'll see whose incense offerings are flourishing. Bah, Brother Feng, the snow on the road and the path up the mountain has been cleared. Let me down now. Yulingdang, who was resting on Lu Tongfeng's back, heard his muttering and couldn't help but smile. Lu Tongfeng set Yulingdang down and said, Lingdang, there is someone selling candied hawthorn over there. Do you want some? Yulingdang shook her head and said, I don't want to eat anything right now. Let us hurry up the mountain. Fulin Monastery was indeed wealthy and extravagant, with wide steps leading up from the foot of the mountain. At intervals, there were pavilions built for pilgrims to rest. On either side of the stone steps, many plum trees were planted, blooming in a riot of colors, looking spectacular. There were also some young scholars dressed in traditional attire, accompanied by their female companions, reciting poetry and showing off. Face projects. All face projects. They say the mind has no external Buddha, and the Buddha has no external mind. Worshipping the Buddha is a matter of the heart. What is the point of all these superficial things? It's just a shiny surface on a pile of donkey dung. As they walked up, Lu Tongfeng pointed out various aspects of the environment on Tsuaping Mountain, mostly giving it 5-star reviews. This made Jesse, the disciple of the Buddhist sect, quite unhappy. Little madman, why does it sound like you're feeling sour? Are you unable to accept that the Buddhist temple is thriving? Am I that small-minded? I'm just speaking the truth. Your Buddhist sect loves to do face projects. Is it only the Buddha dressed in gold that is a Buddha? Is a clay statue not a Buddha? And your Buddhist usury is the biggest loan shark in the human world. You take the incense money from good women and believers and put it into high-interest loans, while periodically sending disciples down the mountain to beg for alms. You leave no leftovers for others. Wait until we get to the Guanyin Hall. You'll see how I debate those nuns and make them feel ashamed. Looking at Lu Tongfeng angrily striding up the mountain, Jesse scratched his head and said, Lingdang, did I say something wrong that made him angry? Yulingdang gently shook her head and said, it has nothing to do with you. This is Brother Feng's personal feud with the Guanyin Temple. Yulingdang, being a friend of Lu Tongfeng, knew that he despised the nuns who took away his livelihood. Worrying that Lu Tongfeng might get into a fight with the little nuns in the monastery, Yulingdang quickened her pace to catch up. Personal feud? Did the little madman peek at the nuns taking a bath? Or did the nuns peek at him? Jesse looked puzzled. Suaping Mountain was the tallest peak within dozens of miles. Fuling Monastery was built about 200 to 300 zhang above the ground. Once a small temple where a few old nuns practiced asceticism. It transformed into a monastery housing nearly 100 people in just 4 to 5 years after a great fire, showing how rapidly it developed. Of course, the main reason was that they had plenty of money. Plus, there was the blessing of the Buddha's light that descended back then. It would be hard not to develop. Before long, Lu Tongfeng arrived at the entrance of Fuling Monastery, looking at the rows of temple halls. With red walls and golden roofs, and hexagonal eaves glistening in the sunlight, they seemed to emanate a faint halo. Lu Tongfeng's mouth slightly opened. His own land temple probably wasn't even as big as one of their toilets. This enormous wealth gap made Lu Tongfeng feel a sense of inferiority for the first time. In front of the temple door stood a 9-story tower made of pure copper, where some good men and women were tossing coins onto the tower. Lu Tongfeng looked at the coins on the wishing tower, and there were actually dozens of them. He felt an impulse to reach out and grab some coins for himself. Of course, he ultimately restrained that impulse. Lu Tongfeng asked a young boy, "Little brother, what are you doing?" The boy replied, "Making a wish. If the coins don't fall, then Guanyin will grant my wish." Lu Tongfeng understood and thought this was similar to the function of his wishing well that he had transformed into an open-air toilet. Then the boy began rummaging for coins in his pocket. When Jesse and Yulingdang arrived, they saw Lu Tongfeng playing the game of tossing coins onto the wishing tower. How did it fall again? I don't want 10 beautiful fairies as wives anymore. Let us change it to 9, that should be fine. He picked up the fallen coins and tossed them again. The entire wishing tower was made of pure copper, and its surface was very smooth. Only if the coins landed perfectly would they not fall. Not even 9. 8 is already my minimum requirement. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Making a wish. I heard it's very effective. Lingdang, you should try it too. Yulingdang was stunned. What was going on? On the way up the mountain, Lu Tongfeng was cursing and angrily preparing to debate the nuns in the monastery. How had the mood changed so quickly? Jesse stepped forward and said, "Stop playing this coin-tossing game. It's getting late. We should hurry up and get to business. I was hoping to have a big meal in Tuyang City tonight and stay in a luxurious inn. If we continue to delay, we want to make it to Tuyang City tonight." With Jesse's persuasion, Lu Tongfeng reluctantly left the wishing tower. After walking a few steps, he ran back. 3. I only need to marry 3 wives. Saying this, he threw the coins in his hand. Unfortunately, they still fell. What the heck? This is all a scam. Bah. Lu Tongfeng picked up the coins and walked away angrily. Fuling Monastery had 3 main halls. The frontmost hall was called the Wenshu Hall, dedicated to Wenshu Bodhisattva, mainly praying for safety. When a family member was ill, they would come here to pray for health. The second hall above it was called the Puxian Hall, dedicated to Puxian Bodhisattva, mainly praying for wisdom and fortune, primarily for scholars, officials, or those wanting to get rich. The last main hall was the highest and most luxurious, the Guanyin Hall, where people sought the blessing of Guanyin, especially young men and women looking for partners or couples who had been trying to conceive without success. As Lu Tongfeng was about to enter the Wenshu Hall, he was stopped at the door by a little novice in monk robes and a monk hat. The young girl had an unremarkable appearance, looking about 18 or 19 years old. Beneath her cloth hat, her dark hair had not been cut, indicating that she was a novice nun practicing with her hair. She was holding a broom, sweeping the fallen leaves and dust outside the shop. When she saw Lu Tongfeng entering with a large black dog, she stepped forward, placed one hand on her chest, and said, "Amit Ba? This place is a pure land of Buddhism. To avoid harm from the black dog, it cannot enter." Chapter 83. Doubts arise. The large black dog, Dahe, was furious that this oblivious little nun had blocked his way. What is this? They say dogs look down on people. But this is the first time he encountered someone looking down on a dog. Immediately, he bared his teeth and barked wildly at the blocking nun. Dahe was a celestial dog, among the best of the best. A few barks instantly turned the pretty little nun's face pale, causing her to retreat repeatedly. Nearby, several worshippers were also frightened by the large black dog. Lu Tongfeng initially wanted to explain to the little nun that Dahe was a good dog and wouldn't bite. However, seeing Dahe scare everyone away with a single bark and recalling the night when the town was slaughtered, when Dahe had swallowed a person whole and bitten several white-clad demons to pieces, a terrifying image that sent shivers down his spine. He couldn't bring himself to defend Dahe. The words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single punctuation mark. In the end, He could only say, "Dehei, stop barking. Go find a corner to lie down and wait for us to come out." The saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Right now, he was on the territory of the Buddhist Linen, not his own land temple. So Lu Tongfeng chose to keep a low profile. He didn't plead for Dehei, nor did he ask the little monk, who was also a disciple of Buddhism, to speak on Dehei's behalf to see if they could make an exception. Dehei cast an unhappy glance at his little master, but ultimately obeyed the command, wagging his big tail and walking towards the side of the Wenshu Hall, where he lay down in a corner, waiting for his little master to return. Seeing Dehei so obedient, Lu Tongfeng was very satisfied and said to the little nun holding the broom, "Can we go in now?" The little nun was greatly surprised to see how smart Dehei was and immediately replied, "Please enter, benefactors." Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingzhong walked past the little nun and stepped over the high threshold of the hall, which was about a foot tall. The little monk behind, the one who refrained from lust, joined his palms in front of the little nun. The little nun, a bit surprised, asked, "Who is this master?" The little monk, with a serious expression, replied, "I am Jiasexio, a disciple of Su Nbi from the Khi Temple. I passed by your monastery with a friend and came to take a look." Khi Temple? The little nun's expression stiffened. Of course, she knew that Khi Temple was one of the 6 major sects of the righteous path. It was known as the first Zen temple in the world, reportedly with over 30,000 monks, far beyond their small linen. After a brief moment of distraction, the little nun said, "Amit Ba. So it's Brother Jiasexio from Khi Temple. Nice to meet you." The little monk nodded at her and then entered the Wenshu Hall. After he entered, the little nun leaned the broom against the wall and ran up a stone path on the side of the Wenshu Hall towards the mountain. This was Lu Tongfeng's first time leaving Fuyang town, his first visit to a Buddhist place, and he was filled with curiosity about everything here. The Wenshu Hall was dedicated to the Bodhisattva Wenshu. Inside, it was resplendent with gold and jade, with colorful murals adorning the walls and the tall dome of the hall. The tall statue of Bodhisattva Wenshu sat on a lotus pedestal, golden in color, with a 5-pronged crown on his head, holding a Buddha seal, embodying the appearance of saving all beings. On each side, there were 16 statues that looked as if they were made of pure gold, each with different expressions, seemingly emanating a faint Buddhist light. Could these statues really be made of pure gold? At that moment, Lu Tongfeng felt like the biggest bumpkin in the region, staring at the resplendent hall, nearly drooling. He thought that if he could take a pure gold statue and sell it, he could fund the rebuilding of his land temple. However, the little monk Jiasexio frowned slightly after taking a look at the layout of the hall. He stepped back a few paces and looked at the plaque above the entrance. Yes, it was indeed the Wenshu Hall. He gazed at the 3 shining characters Wenshu Hall in the morning glow and furrowed his brows. Then he walked into the Wenshu Hall and looked around. How strange. Could this nun's monastery be a secret sect's place? No, that didn't match the style of a secret sect either. As a disciple of the major Buddhist sect Khi Temple, Jiasexio immediately felt something was off upon entering the Wenshu Hall. No, to be more precise, it was eerie. First, the statue of Wenshu seemed a bit unusual. In Buddhist culture, statues of Wenshu are typically accompanied by a lion as a mount, with the left hand holding a blue lotus and the right hand holding a sword. Secondly, the scriptures describe that Wenshu has 32 manifestations, and it would be correct to place 32 different representations of Wenshu on either side. The key point is that the placements of these 32 different representations have an order. However, in the Wenshu Hall before him, the 32 golden statues beside Wenshu were completely out of order, and each statue's appearance differed greatly from the 32 manifestations of Wenshu. Moreover, the murals on the surrounding walls depicted stories from the Dizong, Shiluan Jing. This was clearly decorated by someone inexperienced. The expression on Jiasexio's face gradually grew serious. He recalled that day in Fuyang town when he heard the nuns of Linen chanting scriptures incorrectly while performing the ritual for the souls of the deceased. This immediately raised suspicions in Jiasexio's heart. If it were an ordinary small temple, Jiasexio wouldn't have cared. However, Linen was not an ordinary small temple. There were many nuns with considerable cultivation here, and their understanding of Buddhist teachings should not be so shallow. Having left the mountain for nearly 2 years and frequently staying at other temples, Jiasexio had never seen such absurd and outrageous practices in a Buddhist place. Inside the Wenshu Hall, many worshippers were kneeling and praying for blessings from the Bodhisattva. In a corner, There was a wooden table covered with a yellow cloth, behind which sat a middle-aged nun dressed in dark yellow robes. She was the nun who interpreted fortunes for the worshippers. After a young gentleman finished interpreting his fortune and happily handed over the incense money, Lu Tongfeng walked over. "Old nun, can I ask how much incense money is needed to offer a longevity plaque in your temple?" The middle-aged nun, who was quite decent-looking, replied slowly. "One longevity plaque costs 30 taels of silver a year." "What? So much? 2 longevity plaques would cost 60 taels then? Are you robbing people?" "Amitabha. The 4 greats of Buddhism are all about emptiness and will not be tainted by the smell of copper. This silver is only used for temple repairs and to provide medicine for the common people. I'll believe you when pigs fly." Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes at the middle-aged nun, then walked towards the little monk. "Little monk, what are you daydreaming about?" Jiasexio slowly came back to his senses. "Where's Lingzhong?" Lu Tongfeng pointed at Yu Lingzhong, who was kneeling and bowing on the cushion, and said, "Lingzhong is praying for Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. I just asked that annoying nun about offering a longevity seat here. It costs 30 taels of silver a year for one, so 2 would cost 60. You are also a disciple of the Buddhist sect. In the past, you discussed with her whether you could give your brother an internal discount." The young monk, Jie, followed Lu Tongfeng's finger and looked at the middle-aged nun sitting not far away behind a table covered with yellow cloth. The middle-aged nun seemed to be looking at him as well and quickly lowered her head when she noticed Jie's gaze. Jie whispered, "Little madman, this place is a bit strange. It should be a wild fox Zen temple. Let's not have the spirit tablets of her elders worshipped here." Chapter 84. Escape. Hearing Jie's words, Lu Tongfeng was slightly taken aback. Just as he wanted to ask what was going on, suddenly a Buddhist chant came from nearby. "Amitabha, honored guest has arrived. I have failed to greet you properly, my apologies." Lu Tongfeng and Jie turned towards the voice and saw a middle-aged nun dressed in light blue monk robes, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, accompanied by 2 young nuns who came out from behind. One of the young nuns was the one Lu Tongfeng had seen earlier, who had stopped Dahe from entering the temple outside the Manjushri Hall. This middle-aged nun had very fair skin, although there were some signs of age on her cheeks. It was clear that she was once a well-known beauty in the area. This person was naturally Liao Chun, the abbot of Fo Linen. The young girl who had just walked around the Manjushri Hall had gone to report to Chun. Upon hearing that Jie, the disciple of Master Xianbei from Kuhai Temple, had come to this place, Liao Chun did not dare to be careless and immediately came to welcome him. Liao Chun had heard the name Jie several times in the past year. This time in Fuyang town, she had also heard that Jie had been there. She had thought Jie had already left, but unexpectedly, he had wandered into Fo Linen today. Liao Chun approached Lu Tongfeng and Jie, looking at the chubby Jie with joined palms, and said, "I am Liao Chun, the abbot of this small temple. You must be the disciple Jie of Master Xianbei." Jie joined his palms and bowed, saying, "I am Jie, greeting Master Liao Chun." Liao Chun smiled and said, "We are all disciples of the Buddhist sect. There is no need for excessive courtesy. I wonder if you have come here today for lodging or for some other matter." Jie shook his head and said, "A tragic event occurred in Fuyang town a few days ago, so I went to take a look, met 2 friends, and headed south with them. We happened to pass by Chuiping Mountain and heard that there is a Buddhist temple on the mountain. I apologize for any disturbance, Master." "Oh, I just returned from Fuyang town yesterday. What a tragic event it was. Since you have come here, let me show you around the small temple." Jie shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Master, but we still have to hurry on our journey and won't disturb you any longer. Since we have come to the small temple, how can we not take a look around? Although the scenery here cannot compare to Kuhai Temple, there is still a charm beneath the snow." Jie still shook his head in refusal. Lu Tongfeng silently watched from the side. He was not pondering how Liao Chun had managed to develop Fo Lin and in just 4 or 5 years, but rather the words the young monk had just whispered to him. Lu Tongfeng had been struggling alone in Fuyang town for many years and had become quite shrewd. From Jie's remarks and his persistent refusal of Liao Chun's invitation, wanting to leave quickly, he knew this place was not a good one. Lu Tongfeng merely stood by, observing the developments. It had to be said that Master Liao Chun was quite famous and had a good reputation among the local people. Many worshippers, upon seeing her, immediately bowed in respect, fervently prostrating themselves. Those foolish men and women treated Master Liao Chun as if she were a bodhisattva. The scene inside the Manjushri Hall became chaotic. Master Liao Chun had to step in to calm the worshippers. When she turned around, She found that GSA was no longer in the hall. Master Liao Chun frowned slightly, her expression showing concern. She instructed the two young nuns to calm the worshippers and went outside to look for GSA. At the entrance, she heard a woman's voice outside the door. "Little monk, I haven't yet placed my grandmother and mother's spirit tablets here. Why are you letting us leave now?" "Yes. Little monk, what is going on?" "Little madman, Ling Dang, this is not a place for talking. If you trust me, hurry and leave with me." Seeing GSA's serious expression, Lu Tongfeng did not hesitate and shouted, "Dehei, let's go." Although Ling Dang was somewhat unwilling, she chose to trust GSA. Hearing the conversation outside, a glimmer of vigilance flashed in Master Liao Chen's eyes. Instead of going out to stop them, she approached the middle-aged nun who was interpreting the divination. "What did that GSA monk say to you? Did he ask anything?" The middle-aged nun gently shook her head and replied, "He looked at the hall for a while after entering, then went out, and a moment later he came back in, just looking around the hall, without speaking to me. However, the young man beside him asked me how much oil money was needed to offer 2 longevity tablets in the temple." Upon hearing this, Liao Chen's expression changed slightly. She suddenly realized that GSA must have noticed something amiss through the environment and arrangements here. The Inyang patriarch had only obtained some Buddhist scriptures before. He was not a genuine disciple of the Buddhist sect. Liao Chun had only been a nun for about 4 or 5 years. Although she had studied some famous Buddhist scriptures during these years, she had never been to a Buddhist temple and did not know many of the rules of the Buddhist sect. The various furnishings, statues, and murals of Fo Lin and could fool the foolish men and women, and even deceive some disciples of the Tao. But they could never fool disciples of the Buddhist sect, especially GSA. Others might not notice, but for GSA, who came from the foremost sect in Buddhism, it was absolutely possible to spot some flaws and inconsistencies. Since Yuzhou belonged to the Taoist sect Xiansu, the influence of Buddhism was weak here, and there were not many temples. In the entire Chui Ping Mountain area, there was only Fo Lin, and in recent years, no serious Buddhist practitioners had come to stay. So Liao Chun did not know that there were many errors in the order of the scriptures for delivering spirits that she had erected in this temple. A strong sense of foreboding surged up her heart. She hurriedly quickened her pace to chase after them. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng, GSA, and Dehei had already reached the vicinity of the Wishing Tower. "GSA, please wait." The three turned around. Dehei stared intently at Liao Chun, and its blue eyes suddenly glimmered with a faint light, slowly baring its teeth at Master Liao Chun. GSA asked, "Is there anything else, Master?" Abbot Liao Chun replied, "I just heard that your friend wants to offer longevity tablets in the small temple, but they have not been left behind yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" GSA glanced at Yuling Dang and Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng, having become familiar with GSA, smiled and said, "You need 30 taels of silver for 1 longevity tablet a year. That's too expensive, we can't afford it. Little monk, let's go." After saying that, Lu Tongfeng pulled Yuling Dang away. GSA then joined his palms to Master Liao Chun and slightly bowed, before turning to walk down the stone steps. Finally, Dehei, with his dark blue eyes that seemed to have 2 balls of blue flames burning within them, stared at Master Liao Chun for a moment before retracting his fierce gaze and catching up with the three. Chapter 85. The False Temple Exposed. The Master takes action watching the three and a dog descend the mountain. Master Liao Chun's kind and gentle face revealed a hint of ferocity. She could basically conclude that the little monk, Jiasexio, had definitely figured something out. She immediately turned around, sending someone to secretly follow the three while hurrying back to report this matter to the Inyang master. After walking a distance, Lu Tongfeng asked, "Little monk, what is going on? Why did they suddenly stop allowing the bell to offer the longevity tablet here?" Jiasexio glanced back, seeing no nuns pursuing them, and said softly, "This Fuling temple is not as simple as it appears. This Fuling temple is fake. Those nuns, including Master Liao Chun, are all fake." Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened in surprise. "I knew it. I knew this Fuling temple must be a den of filth. Bell, remember, I've said this more than once. Previously, this Guanyin temple only had a few ugly old nuns. Since the big fire 5 years ago that burned down the Guanyin temple, a mysterious person funded the construction of this Fuling temple. Look at the nuns here now. Each one is more beautiful than the last, more seductive than the last. Where is the semblance of what a Buddhist disciple should be? I suspect it's mostly some high-ranking officials from Tsuyang City opening a back door here. On the surface, it's a nun's temple, but inside it's mostly male thieves and female prostitutes." Upon hearing this, Jia Sexio suddenly stopped in his tracks. It seemed he thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. Lu Tongfeng asked, "Little monk, what's wrong?" Jia Sexio slowly turned his head to look back at the temple on the mountain. He said slowly, "Little madman, you're carrying the bell." Yu Lingdang asked in surprise, "What is going on?" Jia Sexio replied, "Don't ask. Carry the bell, let us hurry." The two had known Jia Sexio for many days, but they had never seen such a serious expression on the little monk's face. Lu Tongfeng didn't dare to delay, saying, "Bell, come on, I'll carry you." Moments later, many pilgrims ascending the mountain witnessed a strange scene. A boy in a tattered cotton coat was carrying a very beautiful little girl, along with a chubby monk and a large black dog, quickly running down the rocky steps as if fleeing from something. Jia Sexio initially only thought that this nun's temple and the nuns inside were fake and didn't think further. Lu Tongfeng's words gave him a hint. Indeed, there are many high-ranking officials who open back doors in nunneries. However, those fake nunneries are typically very close to large cities or even within the city, convenient for the wealthy to indulge in pleasure. This nun's temple on Suaping Mountain is at least 50 or 60 miles away from Ziyang City. Those wealthy individuals are not fools. They wouldn't travel a day or two just to visit a woman. Jia Sexio, being a disciple of Master Xianbei, who greatly favored him, was not merely favored for resembling Mithriya Buddha, but because he was very clever. He immediately thought that this might be related to the massacre in Fuyang Town. Yesterday morning, when they left, Wei Yorong had mentioned that the Confucian scholar had only detected the aura left behind by that group of people after the massacre, but found no traces of their arrival. They had fled north toward Yiyang City, but the massacre that night had begun from the south of the small town. The absence of aura could only mean one thing. That group of disciples from the extreme Yin sect had not flown to Fuyang Town. So the aura detection technique could not pick up any lingering spiritual energy fluctuations in the air. Not flying meant they used lightness skills. The massacre in the small town began around midnight. Based on distance, if they set out at night using lightness skills, they could travel several dozen miles in about 2 hours. Dozens of miles south of the small town is Tsuaping Mountain. Thus, Jia Sexio instantly understood. This place was most likely the lair of the extreme Yin sect. He cursed himself for being an idiot. When he was at the Wenshu Hall, he hadn't thought of this. At that time, he only felt that this Fuling temple was unclean, a den of filth, and as a proper Buddhist disciple, he naturally didn't want to stay or deal with it. He hadn't thought of the direction of the extreme Yin sect. That's why he hurriedly took Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang away. His unusually erratic behavior must have already aroused Master Liaochun's suspicions, and she could strike at any moment to eliminate them. Now he just wanted to quickly get Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang to a safe place. Then he would gather troops to come back and surround them. As they raced down the mountain, the two nuns trailing him could only use their lightness skills. In an instant, they were detected by Jia Sexio. Jia Sexio cried out that it was bad. In the cave, Master Liaochun hurriedly walked into the cave. At this moment, the Yinyang master was with a girl. Master Liaochun was already used to such matters. In her youth, she had also spent her days either coupling with the master or with the male disciples. The Yinyang master, interrupted by Master Liaochun, was somewhat displeased. "Why are you back again?" "Master, something has happened. This place may have been exposed." "What?" The Yinyang master was shocked, finally getting up. "What happened? This place is so hidden. How could it be discovered?" Master Liaochun immediately recounted what had just happened in the Wenshu Hall. The disciple doesn't know why Jia Sexio suddenly appeared at Fuling Temple. Although his reputation in the world has not been good in the past year or two, he is indeed a true disciple of Master Xianbei. He must have sensed something unusual about Fuling Temple and left in a hurry with his two companions. Jia Sexio, Master Xianbei, Kuhai Temple. The Yinyang Master's eyes glimmered with fierce light. "Where are they now? I have sent someone to follow them." At that moment, a middle-aged nun hurriedly walked in from the passage. Seeing the Yinyang Master without a stitch on, she didn't mind. She clasped her hands and said, "Master, senior sister." That fat monk seems to have sensed something and suddenly rushed down the mountain with his friends at great speed. My senior sister and I could only use lightness skills to keep up with them, and we've already exposed our whereabouts. Master Liaochun's face changed drastically. "Where are they now?" After descending the mountain, they headed north. They should be going to Fuyang Town. Upon hearing this, Master Liaochun said, "Master, there are disciples of the Xuanshu sect in Fuyang Town. Jia Sexio must be looking for them." The Yinyang Master's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he hoarsely said, Fuyang Town is dozens of miles from here. I want to let them reach Fuyang Town. Saying this, the Inyang master began to quickly put on his clothes. Master, are you going to take action yourself? What do you think? The Inyang master coldly replied. Chapter 86. The Buddha's divine palm. Seeing that the Inyang master was going to take action personally, Master Liaochen immediately spoke up. Master, please calm down. It's just a little monk and 2 young people from Fuyang Town. How can they warrant your personal involvement? This place is 50 or 60 miles from Fuyang Town. I want to let them reach Fuyang Town alive to inform the disciples of the Xuanxu sect. While the Inyang master was getting dressed, he glanced at Master Liaochen and said, Oh, you used to never take on such tasks yourself, and you never killed anyone. What has got into you today? Master Liaochen slowly said, wandering for 100 years, living in constant fear, it is only in recent years at Fulin Monastery that I have finally settled down. Fulin Monastery is my life's work. I do not want to give it up, nor do I want to continue living the life of hiding and fleeing as before. Master, rest assured, my cultivation is more than sufficient to handle a 20-something monk who practices abstinence. The Inyang elder gazed at Liaochen for a moment, then slowly nodded. Since you wish to relieve my worries, I am very pleased. Remember, the smaller the movement, the better. Do not be detected by others, and leave no witnesses. Master Liaochen replied, Master, rest assured, I know what to do. After cupping her hands to the Inyang elder, Master Liaochen and the other nun strode out of the cave. After exiting the cave passage, they pushed open a stone door, revealing a secluded temple behind the Guanyin Hall above Fulin Monastery. Once outside the temple, Master Liaochen looked up at the clear blue sky. The middle-aged nun beside her asked, Senior sister, should we call a few more sisters? Master Liaochen shook her head and said, There's no need for a big show to deal with a little monk from Kawisi. Besides, we don't have time. Just the 2 of us will be enough. At the foot of Tsuaping Mountain, little monk, why are you running so fast? Did you run into an ex-girlfriend at the temple? Or a lady you've been with? Lu Tongfeng, carrying a bell, ran wildly in the snow, trying to keep up with the pace of the abstinent little monk, shouting loudly. The combined weight of him and the bell barely left any footprints in the snow. This technique of walking on snow without leaving traces is difficult for ordinary martial artists, especially since Lu Tongfeng was carrying someone at that moment. The little monk called out, If I'm not mistaken, that Fulin Monastery is likely the lair of the extreme Yin sect. What? Lu Tongfeng's expression changed drastically upon hearing the little monk's words, and he suddenly stopped. Yuling's face also turned pale. The little monk darted ahead, noticing that Lu Tongfeng had not followed. He turned back and shouted, Little madman, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Before he finished speaking, the little monk's gaze sharpened as he looked behind Lu Tongfeng. They had already descended the mountain and were now at the edge of a forest north of Tsuaping Mountain. Just then, the little monk had seen a middle-aged nun in moon-white robes quickly hiding behind a tree. Lu Tongfeng was unaware that someone was following closely behind. He exclaimed, Little monk, you can't be joking, right? I said Fulin Monastery is a den of thieves and prostitutes, which is imaginative enough. And you actually say it's the lair of the extreme Yin sect? What kind of joke is that? The ones on the mountain are all nuns. They are women. How could they harm women? Moreover, all the white-clad people who died in the small town were men. The little monk leaped forward and landed in front of Lu Tongfeng, whispering, There is no time to explain. What? Lu Tongfeng had only said 2 words when he saw a faint Buddhist flame suddenly emanating from the little monk's body. The little monk had 2 strings of prayer beads. One was small and had been handled so much that it was polished, while the other was a large string hanging around his neck. At that moment, the little monk held the small prayer bead between his palms, reciting a mantra, and with a wave of his hands, the 12 beads transformed into 12 beams of golden light, shooting towards the tree behind Lu Tongfeng. The sharp sound of air being sliced through was jarring amidst the Buddhist chants. Lu Tongfeng turned to look and saw that all 12 beams of light were aimed at a large tree several dozen feet behind him. Boom! The entire tree shattered. Immediately after, a white figure darted up. Upon closer inspection, it was a nun in moon-white robes, wearing a cloth hat. The nun clearly felt that her cultivation was no match for the little monks and cried out in alarm, preparing to flee up Tsuaping Mountain. The little monk shouted, Want to escape? Great compassionate Buddha's palm. As the little monk struck out with his palm, golden clouds rolled in the sky, and a hand broke through the clouds, swiftly descending. As the palm fell, it rapidly expanded, going from initially being 1 zhang in size to over 15 or 16 zhang long. The golden giant palm was incredibly realistic, with clear patterns visible on it. Under the Buddha's light, the massive palm was engulfed in burning Buddhist flames, resembling a meteor falling from the heavens. A fierce wind suddenly picked up, and a terrifying pressure descended like a monstrous tsunami. The nun, who was preparing to escape in midair, did not expect a palm strike from above waiting for her. The palm was too large, there was no way to evade it. The middle-aged nun could only muster her true essence and shouted angrily, striking both palms toward the sky. The next moment, the giant palm was above her head. In front of the massive palm, a human seemed as weak as an ant. The middle-aged nun had almost no resistance and screamed as she was directly struck down from the air by the giant palm. Boom! The entire earth trembled. The violent shockwave swept over, knocking Lu Tongfeng to the ground. When he and Yuling got up, they were stunned by the scene before them. They saw a deep pit over 10 zhang wide in the ground, where the giant palm had struck down, and all the trees in the covered area had fallen and shattered. Wow, little monk, you're too powerful. You didn't just kill that nun, did you? Are you still worried about the nun's life? You two hide quickly. I'll draw the attention of those demonic nuns from Fulin Monastery. The little monk pushed Lu Tongfeng. The situation was now very dangerous. With the little monk's cultivation at the Dao realm, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could escape through the air. After 2 years of wandering in the human world without getting killed, it was evident how powerful this plump monk's survival skills were. However, Lu Tongfeng and Yuling could not fly. Now, returning to the town of Fuyang to find the disciples of Xianshu sect was certainly too late. They could only let Lu Tongfeng and Yuling leave first while he attracted the demonic nuns from Fulin Monastery. What about you when we hide? Lu Tongfeng now believed the little monk's words. He had regarded the little monk as a brother and naturally could not let his good brother face danger alone. I will draw them toward Fuyang town. The disciples of Xianshu sect should not have left yet. Rest assured, as long as you are safe, I will be fine. Chapter 87. Wilderness Duel. As the little monk urged Lu Tongfeng and Yuling to quickly leave with Dehei, suddenly, a cloud descended rapidly from the sky. The little monk's chubby face changed drastically. He knew there was no time left. Ba, what is my disciple doing? As fellow disciples of the Buddha, why harm the disciples of Fulin Monastery? Was I negligent in my previous greetings? Master Liaochen's voice slowly came from the sky. The three of them and the dog looked up to see Master Liaochen standing on the cloud alongside another middle-aged nun in moon-white robes. The little monk quickly calmed his inner thoughts and said slowly, "Demonic nun, stop pretending with me. I am a true disciple of the Xianbei divine monk from Kawisi. Your demonic monastery may deceive others, but it cannot deceive my Buddha's eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you are remnants of the evil sect's extreme sect. The hundreds of cases of women going missing in Yuzhou over the past 6 months, as well as the massacre in Fuyang town a few days ago, were all caused by you, right?" Master Liaochen stood on a cloud, suspended in midair, her expression calm as water. Looking at the little monk, who was trying to suppress his emotions, she said lightly, "I have been managing this for years without any mistakes, and I am very curious as to why you could spot the flaws in the Wenshu Hall with just one step inside." Her words were tantamount to acknowledging that they were indeed remnants of the extreme Yin sect. Yu Lingdong's eyes turned red as she shouted angrily, "So you really are evil nuns. I will kill you to avenge my grandmother and my mother, to avenge all the innocent victims in the town." Lu Tongfeng saw that Yu Lingdang was agitated and quickly reached out to grab her. The little monk then whispered, "I will hold them off. You find an opportunity to escape." Lu Tongfeng knew that if he prioritized brotherly loyalty at this moment, it would only drag the little monk down. He nodded and said, "Little monk, be careful. Don't die." Then Lu Tongfeng directly carried Yu Lingdang and said, "Lingdang, let's hurry. These evil nuns are cultivators, and staying here would only mean sending ourselves to death." At that moment, Dehei remained very calm. It glanced at its little master, who was rapidly carrying Yu Lingdang away, then looked up at Liaochen. After barking a few times, Dehei chased after its little master. Seeing Lu Tongfeng and the others escape, Master Liaochen said to the middle-aged nun beside her, "Sister Liaoyin, those two are up to you." The middle-aged nun nodded, then stepped on a demonic knife and flew out from the clouds. The little monk's expression changed slightly, and he immediately acted. 12 Buddhist beads appeared again, shooting towards the nun named Liaoyin. Just as Liaoyin was about to dodge, a golden light shot towards her. A series of crashing sounds erupted suddenly. It turned out that Liaochen had made her move. Her cultivation was above that of the little monk, and with one move, She shattered the 12 Buddhist beads. Master Liaoying glanced at Lao Cheng but said nothing, instantly accelerating towards the direction where Lu Tongfeng was fleeing. The little monk reached out and grabbed the air, striking a wooden fish stick, which flew out from the mouth of a huge wooden fish behind him. This was his life-bound magical tool during battles. Just as he was about to strike again to block Master Liaoying, he suddenly heard Master Lao Cheng's voice. Jesse, I am here. You cannot save your friends. If you can tell me how you spotted the flaws in the Wenshu Hall, perhaps I can spare your life. The little monk replied sternly. Want to know? Maybe in your next life. The little monk's plump body spun wildly, and the surrounding snow was swept up into the air in a swirling hurricane. He did not attack Master Lao Cheng, but quickly rushed towards Master Liaoying. Master Lao Cheng's gaze sharpened, and her body instantly vanished from the clouds. When she reappeared, she was already blocking the space between the little monk and Master Liaoying. She struck out a palm. The palm strike was both slow and fast, as a palm imprint surged out from her palm, attacking the spinning little monk. Boom! The wooden fish stick in the little monk's hand emitted a dazzling golden light, striking fiercely against the massive palm imprint. It was like hitting a giant rock. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the little monk was directly knocked back. During the retreat, the little monk's body glowed with golden light, and a blazing golden fire ring appeared behind his head. Master Lao Cheng narrowed her eyes slightly and said in surprise, "The Vajra Dharma form of the Buddhist sect? I didn't expect you, at such a young age, to have achieved the Vajra fruit position. It seems the opportunity you obtained on Julong Mountain over a year ago was quite substantial. What a pity, what a pity. If you had reached the 6th level of the Transformation God realm, I truly wouldn't be able to deal with you today." The little monk's skin turned golden, resembling a descending Vajra Arhat. His gaze was sharp, radiating overwhelming Buddhist power. "I haven't reached the Transformation God realm, yet I can still kill you, evil nun." The little monk knew that to save Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang, he needed to end the fight quickly and deal with the evil nun in front of him. He held nothing back anymore. His body transformed into a burning Buddhist flame and charged towards Master Lao Cheng once more. At the same time, a solemn Buddhist chant echoed from the heavens. This chant had strong penetrating power, spreading far and wide. The pilgrims on the front mountain several miles away could faintly hear this sound. Many foolish men and women, upon hearing the ethereal Buddhist chant, thought that the Bodhisattva had manifested and knelt down in worship, their expressions excited and sincere. Faced with the little monk who had achieved the Vajra fruit position and reached the harmonization realm, Master Lao Cheng did not dare to be arrogant. Seeing the massive fireball of Buddhist flames rushing towards her, a long knife appeared in Master Lao Cheng's hand. This knife was thick and heavy, commonly used by practitioners of the evil sect, a ghostly-headed demonic knife. Under the stimulation of true essence, the demonic knife emitted a faint, strange glow. Break! With a sharp cry from Master Lao Cheng, the long knife slashed down from midair. The sharp blade cut through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom as if thunder had exploded. The demonic knife descended, and a massive knife shadow, as substantial as reality, carried terrifying knife intent as it rushed forth. Bang! The knife shadow slammed heavily onto the Buddhist flame ball created by the little monk. It sounded as if the knife had struck iron stone, producing a piercing impact sound. The Buddhist light on the little monk dissipated by more than half, and his body reappeared. He was not injured and swung the wooden fish stick down fiercely. The golden stick shadow grew larger with the wind, resembling Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang. At the same time, the 12 golden Buddhist beads that had been knocked away by Lao Cheng shot towards her from all directions, emitting sharp sounds as they cut through the air. Master Lao Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly. The long knife spun, and over 20 identical versions of Lao Cheng appeared around her. Each Lao Cheng looked exactly the same. Even the demonic knife in their hands was identical. The little monk was taken aback and exclaimed, "The evil sect's splitting phantom technique?" The method to break the splitting phantom technique was not difficult, as long as one used their mind to probe. They could quickly find out which of the 20 or so Liachangs were phantoms and which one was the real body. However, this required time. And what the little monk lacked right now was precisely time. Chapter 88, The Awakening of the Divine Sword. Am I a master? As the little monk engaged in close combat with Master Lao Cheng, Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang were pursued by Master Liaoyin and had not escaped far at all. It was only natural. Two legs could not match the speed of flying through the air. Master Liaoyin, wielding a demonic knife, decisively shot the long knife at Lu Tongfeng when she caught up from above. To her, these two were merely ordinary people with no cultivation. Now the pretty young girl was being carried by the young man. With just one strike, she could pierce through both of them. It was a task with no challenge, making Master Liaoyin feel deeply bored. Wong Wong. Dahei suddenly barked loudly. Lu Tongfeng seemed to sense the chilling presence rapidly approaching from behind. At the critical moment, he tilted his body to the side, and the long knife emitting soft white demonic light shot past him with a whoosh, just a few inches away. Or if he had dodged a moment too slowly, he and Yuling Dang would have become victims under Master Liaoyin's knife. The long sword whistled past, directly piercing through a large tree ahead. The entire tree snapped in response. Lu Tongfeng's heart raced. The direction he came from was filled with the brilliance of Buddha light, and the sound of Buddhist chants and booming noises continuously reached him. He knew that the little monk who practiced abstinence and the demon nun Liao Yin were engaged in a fierce battle and had no time to come to his rescue. With the bell in his possession, he definitely couldn't outrun the nun in front of him. He immediately put down the bell on his back and drew his sword. Bell, take Dahei and go. Win, brother. I'm not leaving. If we die together. Dahei looked confused. What was happening? This brat wanted Yu Lingzhong to take him away. Shouldn't he be shouting for Dahei to bite this thieving nun to death? Had he forgotten the scene where he transformed into a sky-watching hound and killed so many white-clad demons in the town? Dahei slowly walked up to Yu Lingzhong, neither moving nor calling out, his deep blue eyes simply fixated on the descending Liao Yin nun. Liao Yin raised her hand, and the demonic sword flew back into her grasp. She slowly said, "What a pair of ill-fated lovers who share life and death. My Buddha is merciful. I will send you both on your way." As she spoke, the demonic sword in her hand began to gather light. Liao Yin swung down her long sword, and a terrifying shadow of the blade howled toward them. Lu Tongfeng could dodge, but behind him was the bell, and she couldn't evade. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Infuse true essence into the divine sword. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. Could true essence still be infused into the divine sword? There was no time to think further. In a critical moment, Lu Tongfeng instinctively urged the surging pure yang power within his meridians into the divine sword in his hand. Just as Dahei was about to step in to save him, he suddenly stopped. Lu Tongfeng's hand held a long sword with ancient patterns, which seemed to be instantly activated by some mysterious force. A surge of azure light burst forth. Dahei realized he didn't need to intervene anymore. Lu Tongfeng instinctively raised the sword to block the incoming shadow of the blade and closed his eyes. Bang! The sound of iron and stone clashing rang out, and a backlash of force surged from the divine sword into his hand. Suddenly, Lu Tongfeng's body was filled with light from his acupoints, and the violent pure yang power roared out like a flood breaking through a dam. Lu Tongfeng stood still, feeling a tingling in his arm from the force. Opposite him, Liao Yin, 3 meters away, could barely maintain her footing against the backlash and staggered back 5 or 6 steps before stopping. When Lu Tongfeng opened his eyes, he found he was still alive, and the divine sword in his hand emitted a faint azure light. The demon nun chasing him was staring in shock at the trembling long sword in her hand. While Lu Tongfeng was dazed, Liao Yin shouted sharply, "You little brat! Are you a cultivator?" Lu Tongfeng immediately waved his hands and shook his head, saying, "No, no, no. It's a misunderstanding. I'm not a cultivator. I'm just an ordinary mortal, even deceiving a nun. Go die." Liao Yin once again formed a hand seal, and the long sword flew out of her hand, shooting toward Lu Tongfeng like lightning. "Watch out, Wind Brother." In Yu Lingzhong's eyes, the approaching long sword was as fast as lightning, and she immediately warned him. But at that moment, the sword didn't seem fast to Lu Tongfeng. He infused true essence into the divine sword again and swung it forcefully. The azure sword light transformed into a crimson flame. The massive firelight roared upward like a fire dragon. Not only did it directly deflect the long sword shooting toward him, but the massive fire dragon continued unabated, charging straight at Liao Yin. The little monk who practiced abstinence and Liao Yin, who were battling in the southern sky, both heard the booming sounds and saw the towering flames erupting from the woods to the north. Little madman, Lingzhong. The little monk thought Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingzhong had been killed and couldn't help but howl in despair. But the next moment, he closed his mouth. He saw Liao Yin, who was chasing the two, now engulfed in flames, seemingly blasted away by a tremendous force. After crashing through several trees, she fell not far from the two, lying in the snow and emitting black smoke. Not the little madman. Lingzhong, what is going on? Has a master arrived? The little monk was greatly astonished to find that the figure flying out of the woods was not his friends, but Liao Yin. Liao Yin's expression was extremely serious as she quickly distanced herself from the little monk, on guard. However, the northern forest was silent. No masters emerged. At this moment, the jungle was eerily quiet. Yu Lingzhong stared blankly at Lu Tongfeng, while Lu Tongfeng stared blankly at the flaming divine sword in his hand. Wind brother, Yu Lingzhong called softly. Lu Tongfeng jolted as if struck by lightning and quickly dropped the burning divine sword. But strangely, his hands were normal, with no signs of burns. When he looked at the sword again, he saw that the flames had dissipated, leaving only a faint azure glow on the divine sword lying in the snow nearby. Wind brother, you're so amazing. Am I amazing? Of course. That demon nun was sent flying dozens of meters away by your strike. What on earth is happening? Lu Tongfeng scratched his head, puzzled, and then the scene of the town massacre that night flashed in his mind, where the sword had instantly killed 2 white-clad demons. He muttered, I don't know, maybe it's because of this sword my master passed to me. He stepped forward to pick up the long sword in the snow. As he bent down to reach for it, the sword suddenly quivered and slowly flew toward Lu Tongfeng. Startled, Lu Tongfeng thought the strange sword was going to attack him and quickly stepped back, waving his hands. An eerie scene unfolded as he waved his hand. The azure-long sword also swayed and danced. Lu Tongfeng soon realized that he seemed to have some connection with this sword. The divine sword felt like an extended arm, a sensation of being connected by flesh and blood. Chapter 89, Sword Control, burst away. As Lu Tongfeng's hand guided it, the divine sword radiating azure light began to soar. When Lu Tongfeng's hand pointed west, the sword flew west. When he pointed east, the sword flew east. This profound and mystical feeling of connection left Lu Tongfeng astounded. He felt he could control this sword, not just with his hand. He raised his hand in front of him, and with a slight movement of his mind, the azure divine sword began to rotate and fly rapidly. With a thought, the divine sword whizzed through the air, cutting down trees in its path. Sword control? Lu Tongfeng finally confirmed that he was indeed controlling this sword. His right hand formed a sword finger, and with a flick, the divine sword shot toward him at an incredible speed and came to a steady halt in front of him. The divine sword hovered before Lu Tongfeng, exuding azure light and seemingly emitting a low, humming sound. It was as if a spirit sealed for thousands of years had suddenly broken free, letting out a joyful cheer. Lu Tongfeng slowly reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword. At the moment he took hold of it, a mysterious force immediately flowed into his body. It was as delicate as a stream, as cold as ice, causing his meridians to stretch and filling him with indescribable comfort. At this moment, Yu Lingdang walked up to his side. She stared at him with wide eyes and timidly said, Brother Feng, are you still saying you're not a cultivator? Lu Tongfeng gradually came to his senses from his shock. He smiled wryly and said, Lingdang, I really don't know what is going on. Do you believe me? Yu Lingdang looked at Lu Tongfeng, whose expression was even more shocked and confused than hers, and asked, You really don't know? Lu Tongfeng slowly shook his head. What had just happened was too sudden. It was only at this moment that he began to think about why he could control the sword from a distance. Was it because of his own strength, or was it due to the mysterious ancient sword left to him by his master? Also, who was the woman whose voice had appeared in his mind just now? Just as Lu Tongfeng was pondering these questions, a loud rumble echoed from the sky, immediately attracting the attention of the 3 of them. Looking up, they saw that the battle between the Jiasexio Hashang and the Liakinshi Tai had already been decided. The little monk, with his round body, was rapidly flying towards Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang. From the way the little monk was spinning in the air, it didn't seem like he was flying over voluntarily to join Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang. It looked more like he had been kicked in the backside by the little monk, radiating golden Buddha light, shot down from the sky at about a 45-degree angle like a golden cannonball. Multiple giant trees fell and broke upon his impact. And when he hit the ground, he rolled forward for more than 10 zhong, finally stopping in front of Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang. Little monk, are you okay? Lu Tongfeng exclaimed in surprise. Just as he was about to check if his good brother was dead, the suddenly got up, patting his backside. Damn it. If you want to fight, just fight. Why use so many clones? The little monk grumbled as he brushed off the snow and dirt from his body. Fortunately, I've attained the Vajra fruit position, Blades and spears can't hurt me. Otherwise, I wouldn't just be dead, I'd be half dead. It seemed he had just noticed Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang. They suddenly shouted, "Little madman, what just happened? Who sent that demon nun flying?" Lu Tongfeng awkwardly replied, "It seems like it was me." "You?" They tilted his head to look at Lu Tongfeng. Then his gaze shifted to the sword in Lu Tongfeng's hand, which was exuding a mysterious azure light. He seemed to understand everything. At that moment, wielding the ghost-headed demon knife, rapidly descended from the air. However, she didn't fly towards the three of them, but landed in front of who had just been sent flying by Lu Tongfeng's sword. At this moment, was still engulfed in flames and blue smoke, her entire body appearing like charred coal, already devoid of breath. S expression fluctuated between dark and light. Though possessed considerable skill, even she might not be able to kill with a single move. Unable to help herself, she glanced at the three not far away. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, and her body suddenly shot towards them at an extremely fast speed. A fierce wind whipped up, and the ghost-headed demon knife swept through the air, releasing a dazzling blade light accompanied by a piercing shriek. The powerful blade intent transformed the howling wind into a murderous edge. As the knife light passed, the snow on the ground was swept up, and the trees along the way were all caught up in it. Lu Tongfeng and the others were startled by this move from. Now they didn't have time to ask Lu Tongfeng how he had killed that nun with a single sword strike. He clasped his hands together, his robe billowing out, and the fiery halo behind his head suddenly expanded. The powerful aura directly forced Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang back repeatedly, while only Da He remained standing still. Buddha chants began to rise. In the next moment, a rapidly expanding golden Buddha statue appeared on this body. The massive Buddha figure towered several zhang high, appearing almost tangible. The full-force strike of his blade heavily struck the golden body of the Buddha manifestation. With a loud boom, the golden Buddha statue shook violently. The collision of two powerful energies released a massive shockwave that spread out in all directions. Centered around the trees within a radius of 20 to 30 zhang instantly collapsed and broke outward. Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang were once again knocked to the ground by the powerful shockwave. "Let us see if your Vajra manifestation can withstand a few blows from this poor nun," shouted fiercely. Her figure appeared like a ghost above the massive golden Buddha manifestation, and with a powerful slash, she brought down her knife. This time, the blade didn't strike the Buddha body of the Vajra manifestation. Instead, the ghost-headed demon knife heavily struck the golden body of the manifestation. Another loud crash resounded. The imposing golden Buddha manifestation shattered abruptly. The grunted, his body seemingly struck by some powerful force, and he was sent flying several zhang away. As the eldest disciple of the Yin-Yang master, had cultivated for 100 years, becoming the second strongest in the extreme Yin sect, a powerful being at the peak of the 6th level of the transformation stage. She was probably not even half a step away from the 7th level of the celestial being stage. S combat strength was much greater than that of Su Tsang. Although they had gained an opportunity in the 9 Dragon Mountain Immortal Mansion last year, his cultivation was only at the initial stage of the 5th level of the Harmony stage, making it impossible for him to contend with peak transformation stage power. Would never give the any chance to catch his breath. The moment that was sent flying and hadn't even landed yet, moving with her knife, rushed up again for another strike. The was horrified. However, at this moment, his internal energy was in turmoil, his body like a kite with a broken string, completely uncontrollable. He could only watch helplessly as the demon knife in his hand slashed towards him. Just at that critical moment, a mysterious azure light shot in like lightning from behind directly striking the long knife in his hand. Chapter 90. Lu Tongfeng puts on a show, Liao Chun betrays the sect bang. The deafening sound of the collision echoed through the heavens and earth. The long knife in his hand was deflected by the impact of that azure light, allowing the to escape disaster. Swiftly retreated, landing on the ground and staggering back a few steps before steadying herself. She looked in astonishment at the trembling long knife in her hand. The earlier azure light was incredibly powerful. Her entire arm felt sore and numb from the impact. Quickly regulating her breath to suppress the energy surging in her right arm, she looked up to see a sword radiating azure light rapidly darting through the air. It was clear that the one who had just saved was this sword, and the one controlling this sword was the young man in the tattered cotton coat. Lu Tongfeng shouted, "Little monk, little monk." They struggled to get up from the snow, muttering, "I'm not dead yet." Though he spoke defiantly, his body was quite honest. He was connected to the golden Buddha manifestation, and that blow from had broken through it, causing a violent backlash within him. At this moment, the body of the monk in was swaying, with blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. Master Liaochen looked at Lu Tongfeng with a gloomy gaze. She didn't expect to misjudge him. He turned out to be a master. Stinky nun, demon nun, I usually don't take action, but if you dare to step forward again, I will definitely shoot 17 or 18 holes in your body. As he spoke, he twirled his sword, and the dark blue celestial sword raced through the air. The look in Master Liaochen's eyes grew darker. Her spiritual awareness firmly locked onto the flying celestial sword. She realized that this sword not only moved at an incredible speed, but also seemed to contain immense spiritual power. The little monk had reached the Tao integration realm and had cultivated the Vajra fruit position, which had already shocked her greatly. At this moment, the boy controlling the celestial sword looked even younger than, but his cultivation level seemed to be higher than. To have such cultivation at such a young age made Master Liaochen speculate in her heart. Who is this kid's master? Could he be one of the 10 young masters of the current generation? For a moment, Master Liaochen appeared hesitant, not daring to approach. In reality, she was intimidated by Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng had just discovered that he was a cultivator. His deceased master had only taught him a heart method and had not imparted any sword techniques or supernatural powers to him. He could currently only rely on remotely controlling the flying sword to intimidate Liaochen. The previous impact of the flying sword had numbed Liaochen's arm, making her subconsciously believe that this shabby cotton-padded jacket boy was a master with a higher cultivation level than the little monk. Little madman, I knew you were a master. You've been pretending with me this whole time. Clutched his chest and staggered in front of Lu Tongfeng, then arrogantly shouted, Demon nun, you're dead today. I can't defeat you. But can you handle both of us together? Master Liaochen did not speak. She seemed to fall into deep thought. From the current situation, it was extremely unfavorable for her. If the opponent had only one cultivator, she could deal with it. But now there were 2 cultivators in front of her. Even if her cultivation surpassed both of them, as long as they dispersed and fled, she could only pursue one. The other would definitely fly to Fuyang Town to report. Even if she killed one of them, what would it matter? Her painstakingly managed Buddhist Lin temple would surely be exposed. Master Liaochen sighed softly in her heart. She was the girl who had been abducted by the Yin-Yang master back in the day and later became his disciple. Over the years, she had long grown weary of life in the extreme Yin sect, but she was controlled by the Yin-Yang master and could not leave. She had hoped to use the Buddhist Lin temple as a base and no longer hide, but this simple idea still proved difficult to realize. Suddenly, Master Liaochen thought of another possibility. Since the exposure of the Buddhist Lin temple had become a foregone conclusion, why not take this opportunity to completely break free from the Yin-Yang master's control? As long as the Yin-Yang master was alive, she could only be a tool for him to seek beautiful women. Only when the Yin-Yang master was dead could she truly be free. She had had this thought before. But the Yin-Yang master was a master of the celestial realm, and she could not kill him. Not being able to kill him did not mean others could not. There were many righteous masters stronger than the Yin-Yang master. This time, the Xuanxu sect had also dispatched many experts to encircle the extreme Yin sect. Since the exposure of the Buddhist Lin temple could not be prevented, if she could use the hands of the righteous to eliminate the Yin-Yang master. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Thinking of this, Master Liaochen's eyes flickered. She slowly said, Indeed, heroes come from the young. This little benefactor truly has great skills. May I ask who you are and which senior of the righteous path you are apprenticed to? Lu Tongfeng was unaware that Master Liaochen harbored thoughts of using him to kill. Seeing that the old nun was intimidated by him, he smiled and said, My name is Lu Tongfeng, a disciple of the Yun Tian sect. In terms of seniority, the current sect leader Yukinzi is my senior brother. As for who my master is, you stinky nun are not worthy to know his name. Yun Tian sect? Yunzi generation? Master Liaochen's expression slightly changed. Disciples of the righteous path pay great attention to seniority and hierarchy. They would not joke about it. This meant that the boy named Lu Tongfeng must have a master who was an elder of the Xian generation of the Yun Tian sect. Master Liaochen slowly sheathed her long blade and said, So it turns out the sword Immortal of the Xiantian sect. No wonder your sword technique is so exquisite. Since you already know that Suaping Mountain is the lair of the extreme Yin sect, I will no longer hide it. I have long grown weary of the killings in the cultivation world and only wish to be accompanied by the green lamp and ancient Buddha, but unfortunately, I have been unable to do so for many years. You should leave quickly. The Yin Master is on the mountain. If he comes, you won't be able to leave." As she spoke, Master Liaochen turned and flew towards Sweeping Mountain. This scene left the three of them somewhat stunned. She just left like that? Lu Tongfeng muttered in shock. Even, who had been wandering the Jianghu alone for 2 years and had some experience, was now a bit puzzled. Was she going back to get reinforcements? Or did she really want to let the three of them go? Just as the three were in doubt, an unexpected change occurred, and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. "Disciple, dare to betray me. You can die." A beam of crimson blood light descended from the sky, slashing towards Master Liaochen in midair. Master Liaochen was taken aback, and with her long knife raised, she struck at the blood light. The clash of knife light and blood light resulted in Master Liaochen screaming in agony as she fell from the air into the dense forest on the back mountain of Tsuping Mountain. Her life or death unknown. S expression changed drastically. "It's the Yin old monster, run." Chapter 91. The Great Black transforms into a skyhound. "Wanna leave? It's not that easy." The cold voice exploded in the ears of the three, making it impossible to tell from which direction it came. Above their heads, a thick blood cloud quickly gathered. With cold winds howling and ghostly wails echoing, the rich smell of blood spreading and filling the air, transforming the entire place into a legendary Shura hell. If Master Liaochen's spells and supernatural powers had a hint of the righteous path's disciples, then at this moment, the Yin Master's supernatural powers were undoubtedly genuine demonic cult techniques. The three looked in terror at the massive blood cloud gathering above, seemingly under the illusion that thick blood rain would fall from it at any moment. The mingling of the stench of blood and decay was nauseating. The harrowing sounds of ghostly wails left Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingzhong on the verge of losing their composure, only seemed able to barely withstand the haunting cries. As the three watched in horror, countless skulls began to roll within the blood cloud. A middle-aged man dressed in white robes, with snow-white hair, a thin frame, and prominent cheekbones, appearing to be only in his 40s, slowly emerged, stepping on 2 large skulls amidst the swirling blood cloud. He was none other than the leader of the extreme Yin sect, the Yin Master. Having struggled and survived in the demonic cult for many years, and having escaped from various encirclements of the righteous sects, he was certainly not an ordinary figure. He understood Master Liaochen well. For many years, she had never killed or stained her hands with blood. Today, however, she had taken the initiative to come to exterminate these three. At that moment, the Yin Master had already begun to harbor doubts. However, he could not be 100% sure that Lycan would betray him. So, shortly after Lycan Master left the cave, the Yin Master grew increasingly uneasy and quietly left the soul-consuming cave. Jesse and Lu Tongfeng could not understand why Lycan had suddenly left so casually. But who was the Yin Master? He had lived for hundreds of years and had seen all kinds of storms. He certainly knew that Lycan Master suddenly stopping and choosing to return to Chui Ping Mountain was to stall for time, allowing the three of them to go for help. As soon as the Xuanxu sect learned that Chui Ping Mountain was the stronghold of the extreme Yin sect, they would definitely send experts to encircle and annihilate it. In his anger, the Yin Master no longer cared that Lycan had followed him for many years and immediately struck out in fury. "Good little girl, don't worry. Once I kill these 2 little brats, I will let you experience what true bliss is in the world." The Yin Master, renowned as a lecher, immediately felt lust when he saw the beautiful face of Yu Lingzhong. "Little monk, this guy looks very powerful. What should we do?" The Yin old monster was an expert in the celestial realm. "We should fight to the death." Jesse, the little monk, might be able to escape Lycan Master's grasp, but he definitely could not defeat the Yin Master in front of him. The difference in realms was just too great. The Yin Master seemed eager to enjoy Yu Lingzhong's body. His palm quickly gathered a ball of green ghostly light. With a wave of his sleeve, countless blood-colored skulls shot out from the blood cloud behind him. There were so many skulls, at least tens of thousands. Countless blood-colored skulls coalesced into a massive blood-colored python, charging towards the 2 on the ground. Before the skull formation arrived, a strange and terrifying Yin aura rushed towards them. Jesse, the little monk, pushed Lu Tongfeng away and shouted, "You all go. I'll hold them off." He quickly took off the large Buddhist beads from around his neck. Just as he was about to cast a spell, suddenly, a shadow leapt out from behind, blocking the 3 of them. It was Dehei, who walked forward leisurely and raised his head to look at the rushing blood-colored skull formation. A flame-like light burst forth from his eyes. seemingly looking down on the yin-yang master in the sky. Roar. Dahei took a deep breath and then let out an angry roar. The thick roar, wrapped in mysterious power, transformed into sound waves that soared into the sky. The countless blood-colored skulls flying downwards shattered instantly under this powerful sound wave. Those terrifying skulls turned to gas at an astonishing speed. Each skull seemed to hide a yin spirit, but one could only hear the spirit's screams without seeing its figure. The mournful wails of thousands of yin spirits intertwined, sending chills down one's spine. Dahei's roar not only shattered the descending skull blood formation, but also directly dispersed the thick blood cloud above. The clear sky reappeared before the three of them. The yin-yang master's pale and emaciated cheeks showed an expression of disbelief. He hovered in midair, staring in shock at the enormous black dog resembling a calf below him. What kind of monster is this? While the yin-yang master was stunned, Dahei bent his four legs and then leaped into the air, pouncing towards the yin-yang master. As he leaped, Dahei's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His body was torn apart, his swollen flesh writhing wildly as he rapidly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a giant creature over 2 zhang high. His form resembled that of a wolf, emitting flames from his body, with each bristle standing upright like sharp spikes. The yin-yang master's eyes widened as he suddenly recalled that on the night of the massacre in the small town, a giant black wolf demon had suddenly appeared. Su Tsang, lacking experience, did not recognize what Dahei truly was. But how could the yin-yang master, who had lived for hundreds of years, not know? The yin-yang master cried out, Wang Tianxiong. How is this possible? The Wang Tianxiong was an ancient spiritual beast, with only one in the world, subdued thousands of years ago by the first-generation ancestor of the Yuntian sect, becoming the guardian spirit of the Yuntian sect. Since then, Wang Tianxiong had never left the Yuntian sect. There had been no reports of a second Wang Tianxiong in the world, but the yin-yang master could not be mistaken. The giant wolf-shaped demon charging towards him with its bloody maw wide open was undoubtedly the legendary Wang Tianxiong. Only the voice of the ancient divine beast Wang Tianxiong could instantly shatter his conjured skull blood formation. The yin-yang master quickly steadied his mind and reached out to grab the air, where a white bone magical artifact appeared in his palm. He certainly was not throwing the bone to Dahei to attract his attention. He shouted in anger, and the white bone artifact emitted a strange light as it smashed towards Dahei's head. Although Dahei was in midair, his movements were extremely agile. He twisted his massive body to dodge the yin-yang master's white bone artifact while his tail whipped around, causing dozens of sharp bristles to fall from it and shoot towards the yin-yang master. The yin-yang master quickly floated backward, swinging the white bone artifact again to deflect the dozens of sharp bristles. Dahei was not a bird. He could not fly in the air, and his massive body quickly fell to the ground. He let out a roar that shook the surroundings. The birds and beasts in the nearby woods were startled and fled at the sound of Dahei's furious roar. Chapter 92. The yin-yang master's greed. Dahei, as large as a small mountain, stood amidst the wreckage of the forest. Lu Tongfeng and the others stood behind him, appearing very small. Lu Tongfeng was fine. This was already the second time he had seen Dahei transform into a giant wolf demon. However, Jiese, the little monk, and Yu Lingzhang were seeing Dahei's transformation for the first time. Although Wang Tianxiong was a divine beast, its appearance was indeed not something to be praised. The upright bristles looked like long, thin steel needles. Its long fangs bared made its head appear very ferocious and twisted. The eyes and the glow emanating from its body made Dahei, the Wang Tianxiong, look extremely eerie. Dahei's roar shook the surroundings. As a high-ranking divine beast, the bloodline aura inherited from ancient ancestors made the wild animals in the forest tremble in fear. Yu Lingzhang stared at the transformed Dahei in terror, her small face pale. It seemed her fear of Dahei outweighed her fear of the yin-yang master in the sky. Jiese, the little monk, worthy of being a disciple of Master Xianbei, quickly stabilized his mind after a brief shock. Upon hearing the yin-yang master shout out the name Wang Tianxiong, Jiese could not help but pinch his own chubby face. He murmured, "I'm such a foolish donkey, having been with Dahei for days. I didn't realize he was the divine beast Wang Tianxiong." Yu Lingzhang trembled and asked, "Brother Feng, what kind of monster is Dahei?" Seeing that Yu Lingzhang was quite frightened, Lu Tongfeng reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Lingzhang. Dahei, I heard from Fairy Fuyao, seems to be Wang Tianxiong, a divine beast. It won't harm us, and it's very powerful." That night in the town massacre, Dahe killed many white-clad scoundrels. After hearing Lu Tongfeng's words, Yulingzhang's fear lessened a bit. Her fear was a perfectly normal reaction. Growing up in a small town, she knew little about the outside world. It was only in recent days that she had seen some high-ranking cultivators. At this moment, facing the ugly and enormous Dahe, Yulingdang did not faint from fear, which was already a sign of her strong psychological quality. Dahe bared its long fangs at the hovering Yinyang Elder in midair. The Yinyang Elder held a white bone treasure emitting an eerie glow, his gaze fixed intently on the giant Wang Tian hound beneath him, his mouth twitching slightly. Soon, he regained his composure from the shock. The Wang Tian hound was incredibly powerful on the ground, with outstanding combat abilities. However, it had a significant drawback. It had no wings and could not fly. Although its jumping ability was strong, it could only reach a height of 20 to 30 zhang at most. The Yinyang Elder, situated high above, only needed to gain a little altitude to avoid the hound's attacks. The Wang Tian hound posed little threat to him. Moreover, he keenly noticed that the Wang Tian hound before him was not the same as the one from the legendary Yun Tian sect. There was a considerable difference in their demonic power. The Wang Tian hound in front of him clearly had weaker demonic power, likely having just awakened its bloodline. This caused the Yinyang Elder's expression to shift from shock to greed. He realized that the stronghold at Fo Lin Temple on Shuiping Mountain would probably not be preserved. Even if he killed the 3 humans in front of him, the commotion caused would surely attract the attention of righteous cultivators. Abandoning the Fo Lin Temple stronghold was currently the best choice. But he felt extremely unwilling. Using the nunnery as a cover was a perfect plan he had devised after much thought. The selection and construction of Fo Lin Temple alone took several years. He had enjoyed himself at the temple for less than a year, and not only had it been in vain, but he also lost several lives in Fuyang town. What infuriated the Yinyang Elder even more was that Master Liao Chun, who had followed him for many years and was his eldest disciple, had betrayed him. The Yinyang Elder was already a ruthless character. Anyone who offended him would face death. After losing 3 disciples in Fuyang town, he wasted no time in sending Su Tsang and others to massacre the entire town. This time, he hadn't even encountered the main forces of the righteous side and had suffered such significant losses. How could the Yinyang Elder accept that? However, if he could subdue this Wang Tian hound, it would be of great benefit to him and to the Extreme sect. The first-generation ancestor of the Yun Tian sect had subdued a Wang Tian hound, making it the guardian spirit of the sect. Why couldn't he? With this thought, the Yinyang Elder licked his lips, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He spoke slowly in a voice as rough as gravel. I am here in quiet cultivation, unwilling to attract trouble, but you disturb my tranquility. So I can only send you to reincarnation. Yinyang, old monster, don't try to whitewash yourself. What quiet cultivation? You abduct young girls, slaughter innocent people, and refine their blood and souls. Over the years, countless innocent lives have been ruthlessly killed by you. Today, with the divine beast Wang Tian hound here, let us see who sends whom to reincarnation. The little monk, Jesse, now stood tall and straight, his tone bold, no longer filled with the fear he had when he first saw the Yinyang Elder. He pointed at the Yinyang Elder in midair and began to curse. The Yinyang Elder's lips curled slightly, a smirk on his face as he said, Heh. The Wang Tian hound of the Yun Tian sect has lived for over 10,000 years, its demonic power not inferior to the top human cultivators in the virtual realm. Indeed powerful, but this beast before me is much weaker than the one from the Yun Tian sect. It has likely only just awakened its bloodline, with demonic power at most equivalent to that of a human cultivator in the celestial realm. Today, not only will I send you to paradise, but I will also subdue this monster as my mount. Lu Tongfeng cursed. Have you eaten garlic, you monster? Your tone is so big. Dahe, kill him. Roar. Dahe complied with its little master's command and let out another furious roar to the sky. The Yinyang Elder laughed coldly. He roared in anger, not maintaining a safe distance from Dahe, but instead, his figure flickered and he flew down from the air. The white bone treasure in his hand swung down. A massive gray-white stick shadow descended from the sky, reaching Dahe's head in an instant. The terrifying pressure almost made it hard to breathe. As a divine beast, Dahe could sense the fluctuations of spiritual power. It knew that this Yinyang old monster was extremely formidable. Faced with the enormous stick shadow rushing down, it dared not take it head-on and immediately dodged to the side. Boom! Bang! The massive stick shadow, carrying immense power, struck the ground fiercely. The powerful impact directly sent Lu Tongfeng and the other three behind Dahei flying several zhang away. Lu Tongfeng and Jiese were fine, but Yu Lingdang was knocked unconscious by the tremendous force. Chapter 93. Southern Bright Flame. Lu Tongfeng and the little monk, Jiese, groggily got up. They found that a pit over 10 feet wide, 5 to 6 feet deep, and 7 to 8 zhang long had appeared on the ground. This was created by the blow from the Yinyang Elder just now. The two looked at each other in horror. Lu Tongfeng saw Yu Lingdang lying not far away, covered in snow and branches, and hurried over to drag her out from the snow. Fortunately, Yu Lingdang had only been knocked unconscious by the shock and was not in serious danger. Jiese, the little monk, said, "Little madman. This Yinyang old monster is probably almost at the Great Ascension realm. Dahei seems to be no match for him." Lu Tongfeng looked up and saw Dahei engaged in a fierce battle with the Yinyang Elder in a ruined forest. The violent energy and true essence were wreaking havoc, and trees as thick as a person's arms were constantly collapsing and shattering around them. From the current fierce battle between the man and the dog, it seemed that Dahei did not have the upper hand. Dahei had strong defense, but its large size made it somewhat less agile. The Yinyang Elder, on the other hand, moved extremely quickly, wielding the white bone treasure and constantly darting around. Dahei couldn't catch him at all. However, every needle-like hair on Dahei's back seemed to be a long-range attack weapon. It continuously whipped out its straight mane, trying to restrict the Yinyang Elder's movements. After a moment of fighting, Dahei leaped, opening its huge mouth to bite at the Yinyang Elder while its tail swung, sending sharp spikes shooting towards the sides of the Yinyang Elder. The Yinyang Elder quickly retreated, then leaped into the air to evade Dahei's attack. Dahei's had crashed into a large tree behind the Yinyang Elder. The tree, which required two people to embrace, fell with a loud crash. Dahei shook its massive head, roared angrily at the Yinyang Elder above, and its body rapidly glowed, a blue pillar of fire actually spouting from Dahei's mouth. Southern Bright Flame? The Yinyang Elder's eyes narrowed. The Southern Bright Flame is one of the 8 great flames. It can not only burn all things, but also burn souls and other intangible entities. The Yinyang Elder knew the power of the Southern Bright Flame and dared not confront it directly, quickly using his movement technique to dodge. Lu Tongfeng, holding his sword, stepped forward and shouted, "Little monk, let us attack together." As he spoke, he threw the Immortal sword in his hand. The quality of Lu Tongfeng's Immortal sword was certainly not low. It had awakened the sword spirit within due to a drop of Lu Tongfeng's blood splattering on it back then. The ancient sword recognized its master, and as the rust fell away, it became the dark blue ancient sword now covered in various ancient and weathered patterns. This sword moves at incredible speed, making its trajectory in the air nearly invisible to the naked eye. Only the spiritual awareness of cultivators can lock onto its path. The Yinyang Elder, who was dodging the South Ming Inferno unleashed by Dahei, since the arrival of the Immortal sword controlled by Lu Tongfeng. He did not take the incoming ancient sword seriously. In his view, the young Yun Tian sect disciple named Lu Tongfeng was at most at the level of controlling objects in the air, and the long-range attack with a flying sword would not possess much killing power. The Yinyang Elder swung his staff in response. Bang! The bone artifact collided with the ancient sword, accompanied by a loud noise, and the ancient sword was knocked away. However, the Elder's dry and thin face changed dramatically. Although he had knocked away the incoming ancient sword, it felt as though he had struck a stone mountain. The moment the bone artifact made contact with the ancient sword, a powerful recoil force surged back. The Yinyang Elder looked down and saw a small notch had appeared on the bone artifact. Threads of black gas were seeping out from the notch. The old lecher was furious. The bone artifact was his life-bound weapon that he had refined over many years. For hundreds of years, it had absorbed countless souls and devoured much essence, containing a rich, bloodthirsty demonic power. Yet, it had only faced off against the Immortal sword wielded by the boy named Lu Tongfeng, and his prized bone artifact had been marked with a tiny notch. In an instant, the demonic power contained in the bone artifact began to flow out from that small notch. As the Yinyang Elder was stunned and bewildered, Dahei seized the opportunity and once again unleashed a breath of South Ming Inferno. The dark blue fire pillar resembled a dazzling fire dragon, instantly striking the Yinyang Elder in the back. The Elder's face changed drastically, and he let out a painful scream. He hurriedly darted away, his true essence surging, quickly extinguishing the blue flames on his body. However, at this moment, the Yinyang Elder was in a very embarrassed state. His clothes were burned away, and much of his white hair was scorched. The South Ming Inferno was too terrifying, and the Yin Yang Elder felt overwhelmed, with intense pain radiating from his skin. Damn it! Destroying my artifact. I will kill you, you little brat. The Yin Yang Elder, like a mad devil, flew down from midair. This time, he did not attack Dehei, but lunged toward Lu Tongfeng. Compared to his burned clothes and hair, he was more concerned about his beloved bone artifact. The bone artifact instantly gathered a dense black gas. As the bone came crashing down, a thick black gas rolled like a writhing black dragon, letting out a shrill roar as it rushed toward Lu Tongfeng. Little madman, be careful. Get out of the way. The Jizek monk certainly knew how terrifying a strike from a celestial realm expert could be, and seeing the black dragon sweeping toward Lu Tongfeng, his expression changed drastically. But how could Lu Tongfeng dodge? He gripped the ancient sword that had been knocked back. In his mind, he recalled the moment when he had slain that nun with a single sword strike. At this moment, the results of his years of hard practice finally revealed themselves. With a thought, all 360 acupoints around him opened simultaneously. Each acupoint resembled a dantian for cultivators, containing immense power. At this moment, if Lu Tongfeng's skin were transparent, outsiders would see 360 glowing vortices within him, each one rapidly spewing forth intense pure yang true essence. The crimson true essence surged through Lu Tongfeng's meridians like raging magma. His skin turned a dark red. Behind Lu Tongfeng, as the Jizek monk's Vajra Dharma form was being activated, his own skin had already turned bright red. Suddenly, a flame erupted. Then, an intense flame suddenly surged from Lu Tongfeng. The dark blue ancient sword he gripped tightly was also enveloped in flames in the blink of an eye, and the dark blue sword body turned crimson. This time, it was not the ancient sword igniting Lu Tongfeng's body, but Lu Tongfeng igniting the ancient sword. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng felt a highly compressed energy within him violently rolling, seemingly on the verge of exploding at any moment. Lu Tongfeng was in immense pain, as if he had returned to that night when his town was slaughtered, covered in flames. Every pore, every drop of blood, and every muscle in his body felt as though they were being torn apart, causing him to nearly faint from the pain. Chapter 94. Pure Yang Bloodline? 9 Dragons Burning the Heavens? Originally, Lu Tongfeng could not endure such heart-wrenching pain. His meridians and body could not withstand the simultaneous eruption of pure yang power from 360 acupoints. However, the ancient sword in his hand was a good outlet for his release. With the last remnants of his consciousness, Lu Tongfeng let out a beast-like roar. He urged the violently scorching true essence within him to surge madly into the ancient sword. In a short time, the ancient sword transformed from dark blue to crimson. Seemingly overwhelmed by the sheer amount of true essence and spiritual power Lu Tongfeng poured into it, it then shifted from crimson to black-purple. Then, amid his painful roars, he gripped the sword with both hands and slashed at the incoming black demonic dragon. Boom! A terrifying aura of pure yang erupted from the ancient sword. The crimson energy formed a blazing pillar of flame. When the pure yang flame pillar collided with the black demonic dragon, filled with corrosive demonic power, instead of the expected roar from 2 opposing energies clashing, an eerie sizzling sound was produced. Pure yang energy is the natural nemesis of yin and evil energy. In just a moment, the black demonic dragon was completely obliterated by the pure yang flames. This scene left the Yin Yang Elder and the Jizek monk behind Lu Tongfeng dumbfounded. At this moment, 9 fire dragons flickered in and out of existence within the flames surrounding Lu Tongfeng. These 9 fire dragons quickly entwined around Lu Tongfeng's body, moving rapidly. Pure Yang Bloodline. 9 dragons burning the heavens? How could this be? The well-informed Yin Yang Elder glared with wide eyes. He was already very thin, with prominent cheekbones. And at this moment, his eyeballs seemed ready to pop out of their sockets, giving him a very strange appearance. The Jizek monk, now enveloped in his Vajra Dharma form, gradually ceased activating his techniques as he became dazed, causing the Vajra form to dissipate. 9 dragons burning the heavens? The burning heavens sword on the little madman? Impossible. The sword in his hand could never be the burning heavens sword. 9 dragons burning the heavens was the signature skill of the former burning heavens sword god, Mei. When activated, 9 fire dragons would coil around the user, exhibiting immense power and an imposing presence. No one knew the principle behind this technique. and the Yun Tian sect had no such sword techniques. It was rumored that the Burning Heaven Sword God sealed the souls of 9 pure Yang fire dragons within the Burning Heaven Sword after reaching the Great Ascension. Therefore, activating it would cause 9 fire dragons to coil around the user. As for the truth of this rumor, no one knew. After hundreds of years, the 9 dragons burning the heavens, which had vanished from the world for centuries, had unexpectedly reappeared. The little monk who refrains from lust suddenly thought, is it possible that the senior may have sealed the burning sky sword within Lu Tongfeng's body? Lu Tongfeng's true essence gradually weakened, and the tearing pain in his body began to rapidly diminish. He gasped for breath, looking at the horrified expression on the face of the Yin Yang elder across from him. The Yin Yang elder said sternly, 9 dragons burning sky. You are the disciple of the burning sky sword god, Senior Mei? Lu Tongfeng was shocked, not expecting this old monster to recognize his identity. But what does 9 dragons burning sky mean? Is it the move he just used? From the terrified expression of the Yin Yang elder at this moment, it seemed that this old guy was very afraid of his dead master. Lu Tongfeng's heart stirred. Then he sneered. I mentioned before that the current sect leader of Yuntian sect, Yuchitzi, is my senior brother. Who do you say I am a disciple of? The Yin Yang elder trembled slightly. That's right. It must be correct. The burning sky sword god, Mei Yupin, is Yuchitzi's uncle. Since this kid calls Yuchitzi senior brother and can use 9 dragons burning sky, he must be a disciple of Sword God Mei. Sword God Mei ranks among the top 3 of the 10 masters of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and is the strongest in Yuntian sect in 1,000 years. He hasn't appeared for at least 300 years, and people thought he was already dead. Unexpectedly, he still left behind a successor. Due to the immense reputation of the burning sky sword god, an unprecedented fear arose in the Yin Yang elder's heart. Even though the one in front of him was just a disciple of the burning sky sword god, merely a young man, the Yin Yang elder still did not dare to face him. He slowly retreated, preparing to escape. But when he turned around, he saw a monster as big as a small mountain right behind him. It was the clever Dehe, who had quietly approached the Yin Yang elder from behind while he was momentarily lost in fear. At this moment, Dehe was very close to the Yin Yang elder. Having mixed with Lu Tongfeng for a long time, it had long since discarded the beastly integrity expected of a Wantian hound. With its large, blood-filled mouth open, it prepared to swallow the Yin Yang elder whole when he wasn't paying attention. Just then, the Yin Yang elder suddenly turned around to escape. Then he saw the Wantian hound behind him, its mouth wide open and ready to feast. The man and the dog stared at each other, seemingly both stunned. The most feared thing is when the air suddenly becomes silent. Both sides stared wide-eyed at each other. Then Dehe reacted first and immediately lunged forward. The Yin Yang elder also reacted quickly, dodging to the side. Ah! A scream escaped the Yin Yang elder's mouth. Though he was fast, he still couldn't fully evade the shameless beast's sneak attack. His right arm, holding the bone treasure, was bitten off by Dehe. Despite the old lecher's thin frame, with hardly any flesh on him, his vitality was very vigorous. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed arm. The Yin Yang elder used his movement technique to quickly dodge. As he prepared to take to the air and escape, Lu Tongfeng once again threw out the ancient sword in his hand. Under his mental command and the control of the sword, the ancient sword shot rapidly towards the Yin Yang elder. The Yin Yang elder had no treasure in hand, and with one arm severed, he was powerless to resist the indestructible, mysterious ancient sword. He could only quickly dodge and evade the flying sword. Lu Tongfeng had little combat experience and had not systematically learned the Yuntian sect's sword control techniques. For a moment, he couldn't hit the Yin Yang elder. Then, the little monk who refrains from lust also joined the battle. 12 Buddha beads radiated golden Buddha light, shooting towards the Yin Yang elder. Dehe also continuously flung its sharp, needle-like mane and bone spines. At this moment, the Yin Yang elder's situation was just like the saying, a dragon in shallow water is played with by shrimps. A tiger in the plain is bullied by dogs. This dignified expert of the celestial realm was actually being overwhelmed with no means of defense by 2 juniors and a dog. After a brief moment of panic, the Yin Yang elder used the shadow clone technique, instantly creating dozens of identical clones of himself, all with severed arms. Lu Tongfeng and the little monk immediately didn't know whom to attack. Lu Tongfeng was truly confused, while the little monk was quickly using his mental energy to discern. Just then, Dehe let out another furious roar. The massive sound wave rapidly spread, and under the impact of the sound wave, the Yin Yang elder's clone shattered, revealing his true body. The Yin-Yang Elder was taken aback. Now the Yin-Yang Elder's situation was extremely dangerous. The intense pain from the severed arm and excessive blood loss, combined with Lu Tongfeng, the little monk, and the Wangtian hound launching a frenzied assault on him, left him with no time to seal the meridians of his severed arm to stop the bleeding. Moreover, what was most fatal was that his right arm had been bitten off and eaten by the Wangtian hound. The wrist of his right arm was adorned with his storage bracelet. Many of his life-saving treasures and artifacts were in that storage bracelet. Now that the storage bracelet was in the belly of the Wangtian hound, his combat power had sharply decreased. Although the Yin-Yang Elder had the cultivation of the celestial realm, and theoretically, even with a severed arm, it shouldn't cause him fatal harm, the Yin-Yang Elder had a significant and fatal weakness. Like many practitioners of the demonic sect, in pursuit of greater power and rapid cultivation, they often resort to extremely extreme and morally reprehensible methods. The practice of yin absorption to supplement yang is merely a relatively mild form of cultivation. For example, soul capture, blood refinement, extracting the souls of children, torturing mortals in various ways, and collecting the essence of these individuals amidst their fear and suffering. The Yin-Yang Elder was inherently cruel. He not only used living people's blood and souls to refine his bone treasure, but also often absorbed the blood and souls of the living to refine his own demonic body, enhancing his cultivation level. Forcibly absorbing so much yin and evil energy had a significant impact on him. Besides becoming increasingly cold-blooded and cruel, the souls and spirits he absorbed into his body and his life-bound treasures, along with the bloodthirsty energy, posed a tremendous hidden danger to him, forming a strong malevolent aura. Under normal circumstances, he could suppress the malevolent aura within his body. However, when his body suffered severe injury and he was unable to suppress this malevolent energy, the spirits and ghosts of those who died at his hands and were absorbed would take the opportunity to counterattack. Therefore, some practitioners of the demonic sect, by adopting these methods that go against the heavenly way, often advance their cultivation faster than orthodox disciples. However, after reaching the transformation stage, the situation began to reverse for both sides. The righteous cultivators, with their solid foundation, found it easier to break through their realms in the mid to late stages. In contrast, the demonic cultivators, if they continuously devoured the essence and blood of yin souls for a long time, would form malevolent energy and even inner demons within their bodies, which would constrain their development in the later stages of cultivation. Especially those great demons who favored devouring the essence and blood of yin souls often faced miserable ends in their later years, struggling against the intense malevolent energy and terrifying inner demons. Very few of the malevolent beings, who had committed countless murders and harbored wicked intentions, would have a good ending. When their power could no longer control the malevolent energy within, they would suffer backlash, being drained of their flesh and soul by the countless yin spirits they had previously killed and absorbed. When the demonic cult rose thousands of years ago, they discovered this flaw. Later, the various sects of the demonic cult united and signed a contract prohibiting their disciples from excessively absorbing malevolent energy from yin souls to enhance their cultivation or to refine magical artifacts. However, this rule could only be somewhat enforced among the larger sects of the demonic cult and could not restrain the numerous loose cultivators within the cult. The Yin-Yang Elder was originally a loose cultivator affiliated with the major sect, the Hahuan sect of the demonic cult. At this moment, with his right arm severed, a portion of the meridians in his body was missing, causing a large amount of true essence to surge out with his blood. This not only reduced the fighting power of the Yin-Yang Elder, but it also made it difficult to suppress the malevolent energy and inner demons he had accumulated over the years. The Yin-Yang Elder sensed the intense malevolent energy within him beginning to stir. He dared not continue to fight and only wanted to escape quickly. Otherwise, he would either be bitten to death by the Wangtian hound or suffer backlash from the malevolent energy within, being drained to a husk. He initially thought that by using the clone mirage technique, he could slightly confuse Lu Tongfeng and the Jiasexio Hashang. As long as he had 1 or 2 breaths of time, he could escape. Unfortunately, the Wangtian hound once again ruined his plans. With a furious roar, Dahe instantly shattered the clone mirage technique he had activated. When he saw that dozens of clones of the Yin-Yang Elder had dwindled to just one, the 12 Buddhist beads controlled by the shot out from all directions. Reacting quickly, Lu Tongfeng also activated the ancient sword to launch another attack. It is said that real combat is the best way to improve fighting power, and this statement is absolutely true. Since Lu Tongfeng discovered that he could control the sword in midair, he had gone from being unskilled to gradually becoming proficient in just half an hour. Lu Tongfeng had never systematically learned sword control techniques. He could only rely on his own methods, waving his hands to control the ancient sword. The real trouble for the Yin Elder did not come from nor from the awakened Wang Tian hound, but rather from the somewhat inexperienced Lu Tongfeng. The sword left to Lu Tongfeng by his deceitful old master was of unknown origin. It was not only incredibly swift, but also possessed terrifying spiritual power. Whether it was the bone spikes of the Wang Tian hound or the 12 Buddhist beads controlled by, the Yin Elder could resolve them with his bone treasure. However, when Lu Tongfeng's immortal sword came flying, the Yin Elder could only dodge it. This bone treasure was also a high-grade demonic artifact, as solid as iron. Generally, immortal swords or divine blades would leave no mark when striking it. Yet, Lu Tongfeng's ancient sword managed to carve small notches into it. After a series of entanglements, the bone treasure tightly grasped in the Yin Elder's left hand had several dozen notches and countless tiny cracks, from which wisps of demonic energy continuously seeped out. These were the Yin souls and malevolent energy that the bone treasure had absorbed over the years, beginning to impact the bone treasure. If this continued, the bloodthirsty demonic power contained within the bone treasure would likely backlash against the Yin Elder himself. The Yin Elder, attacked from a distance by the two younger generations controlling their treasures, wanted to escape but was entangled by the mysterious ancient sword and the 12 Buddhist beads. He was both frightened and angry. Back in Yuzhou, when he was besieged by several elder-level experts of the Yuntian sect, the situation was not as perilous as today. However, the Yin Elder still had some means. In the midst of his predicament, he threw out the bone treasure, sending the ancient sword flying away once more. Then he clapped his left hand in midair, causing a massive ghostly palm print to grow larger, pushing back the roaring Dahe. He then used his movement technique to swiftly evade the 12 incoming beads controlled by while reaching into his robe with his left hand. He immediately slapped out another palm strike, unleashing a wave of green poisonous smoke that rushed towards Lu Tongfeng and, "Little madman, retreat. This is the soul-eating goo from the 5 Poisons Valley of the demonic cult," shouted in alarm. Chapter 96. The Broken Gourd is a rare treasure. The appearance of the Great Fairy. Now, the Yin Elder had no fighting spirit left. He knew that if things continued like this, his old bones would likely be lost today. He was not afraid of the Wang Tian hound but the heir of the Mei Sword God, Lu Tongfeng, was truly terrifying. At this moment, he had no thoughts of abducting beauties or subduing the Wang Tian hound. He only wanted to escape quickly. Thus, he unleashed his life-saving trump card, the soul-eating goo. Back in Yuzhou, he had escaped from the swords of numerous sword immortals of the Yuntian sect thanks to the soul-eating goo. The green poisonous smoke rapidly spread, causing everything it touched to wither. Although it was winter, there were still some green plants in this forest. As a result, all the plants, upon being enveloped by the poisonous smoke, seemed to have their life force drained and withered away instantly. Seeing this scene, Lu Tongfeng's face changed drastically. Dahe roared once more, but its sonic waves could not harm the poisonous smoke. Therefore, Dahe spewed out a wave of South Ming's flame. Unexpectedly, the green poisonous smoke quickly transformed into dozens of streams, dodging the attack of the South Ming's flame. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng realized that it was not poisonous smoke at all, but countless tiny green flying insects. Dozens of streams of green insects, smaller than grains of rice, transformed into poisonous smoke, rapidly flying towards the two of them. Just then, that familiar female voice echoed in Lu Tongfeng's mind again. "Gourd. Quickly use the gourd." Upon hearing the voice, Lu Tongfeng's expression froze. He instinctively asked, "What gourd?" "The gourd your master left for you. It can absorb all things in the world. Infuse it with true essence and think of absorption." Lu Tongfeng felt this voice was very familiar. In the next moment, he suddenly realized that it was the voice of the female ghost named Yi Xiaoro he had encountered in the cave beneath the ancient well. He had no time to ponder why Yi Xiaoro's voice was echoing in his mind. Nor did he have time to think about whether that chipped gourd left by his master could absorb all things. He believed that Yi Xiaoro would not deceive him. Without hesitation, he took the chipped gourd from his waist. Following Yi Xiaoro's instructions, he infused it with true essence. In the next moment, the broken gourd surprisingly emitted a faint purple glow. My goodness, is this really a treasure gourd? Could no longer care about pursuing the Yin Elder. Faced with the soul-eating goo that could instantly devour everything, he could not resist and prepared to carry the unconscious Yu Lingdang to escape. But turning around, he saw Lu Tongfeng still standing there foolishly. Little madman, run. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Tongfeng raise the purple glowing broken gourd and shout, absorb. There was no reaction. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. The female ghost tricked me. At this moment, Yi Xiaorou's voice echoed in his mind again. You idiot. Open the gourd. Lu Tongfeng focused his gaze and indeed saw that the cork of the gourd had not been removed. He hurriedly reached out to pull out the cork and shouted again. Suck. As his thoughts directed, a purple light suddenly burst forth from the gourd's opening. A fierce wind arose, pulling everything towards the gourd. Dozens of green soul-eating insects were frantically sucked into the purple light under the powerful suction. In the blink of an eye, the sky and ground filled with soul-eating insects were completely cleaned out. This scene shocked the Yin Venerable. The purple gold Immortal gourd? Taking advantage of this brief moment, he dared not delay even a second, his body soaring upwards, preparing to escape. By the time Lu Tongfeng and the little monk realized what was happening, it was already too late. The Yin Venerable had soared several dozen feet into the air. Just as he was about to escape, suddenly, a green sword light quickly condensed into a giant green sword over 5 or 6 zhang long. With the might of thunder, it crashed down from the sky with a booming sound. The Yin Venerable did not expect that someone was lying in ambush above. Caught off guard, he could only raise his bone artifact to withstand the giant sword. Boom! The green giant sword struck fiercely against the bone artifact. The Yin Venerable, who had just taken off, was immediately smashed back down to the ground by the giant sword. The giant sword swiftly traversed the air. Then, a young woman, with a beautiful face and dressed in water-green garments, stood on the giant sword as she flew down. Wei Yurong. She's the fairy. Lu Tongfeng and the little monk shouted in unison. Wei Yurong, riding the green giant sword, called out, You too. Don't just stand there like fools waiting for a reward. Let's work together to kill this old demon. Immediately, Wei Yurong directed the giant sword towards the fleeing Yin Venerable. Lu Tongfeng and the little monk, now reacting, quickly controlled their artifacts to shoot towards him. Dahei tilted his head to look at the trapped Yin Venerable, seeming a bit hesitant, but ultimately joined the battle. With the appearance of Wei Yurong, the Yin Venerable's last hope of escape seemed to be shattered. Wei Yurong hovered in midair, blocking the Yin Venerable's retreat route to escape into the sky. Wei Yurong was indeed one of the top disciples of the Xuanxu sect's younger generation. She stood on a giant green sword, holding a fairy sword radiating green light. As she activated her sword technique, she condensed hundreds of monochromatic energy swords. Controlling the hundreds of energy swords, she shot them wildly towards the Yin Venerable below. The Yin Venerable attempted several times to break through into the air, but was repeatedly pushed back to the ground by the countless energy swords controlled by Wei Yurong and the giant sword beneath him. Under the combined attack of 3 young people and a dog, the Yin Venerable, at the celestial level, lost an arm and had no fighting power left. In a matter of moments, he was struck by dozens of energy swords. Blood gushed forth, and he was covered in wounds. At this moment, the Yin Venerable had fallen into madness. Even when faced with the beautiful Wei Yurong, he did not feel any desire to take advantage of her. Seeing that the sky was already blocked by Wei Yurong, he could only flee from the ground. Fortunately, the dense jungle and tall trees could somewhat shield him from the attacks of the 3 and the dog. However, the group could not easily let this old demon, who had committed many evils, escape. A fierce battle broke out between both sides in the jungle. Though calling it a fierce battle is not entirely accurate, as the 3 and the dog were all attacking from a distance, maintaining a distance of at least 7 or 8 zhang from the Yin Venerable. The Yin Venerable was like a stray dog, constantly dodging and weaving through the jungle. When Lu Tongfeng's controlled ancient sword pierced through a towering tree, the Yin Venerable attempted to use the collapsing tree to escape. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A pale white demonic light unexpectedly appeared silently from the giant tree that was crashing down. The Yin Venerable, busy countering the attacks from Wei Yurong and the little monk, sensed something was wrong from behind just as the demonic light pierced through his body. It was a knife, a ghost-headed knife. As everyone was caught off guard, a nun in moon-white robes, Liao Chun, suddenly soared into the sky from the nearby jungle. Wei Yurong in midair wanted to stop her, but Liao Chun's cultivation was extremely high, being at the peak of the 6th layer of the transformation god stage. Wei Yurong was only at the 5th layer of the harmonization stage. With a distance of several dozen zhang between them, Wei Yurong could not prevent Liao Chen from escaping. Chapter 97. Liao Chen's surprise attack on the Master, Venerable's backlash, and death. Liao Chen did not die. She was only one realm away from the Yin-Yang Venerable. The peak of the Transformation God stage is also considered a master in the human cultivation world. It was not easy for the Yin-Yang Venerable to kill her with just one strike. After taking a hit from the Yin-Yang Venerable, Liao Chen was only slightly injured. She did not choose to escape immediately, but instead observed in secret, waiting for the right moment to strike. Because she knew that as long as the Yin-Yang Venerable was alive, even if she escaped today, he would definitely find her and kill her in the most brutal way. She originally wanted to find an opportunity to ambush the Yin-Yang Venerable. She never expected that the dignified Yin-Yang Venerable, who had played with so many young people, would be outplayed by 3 young ones today. The Yin-Yang Venerable also never expected that he would not die at the hands of righteous cultivators, but rather at the hands of his most trusted disciple, who had served him for hundreds of years. The Yin-Yang Venerable looked at the ghost-headed demonic knife that had pierced through his chest, stained with blood, and then at Liao Chen's figure disappearing into the distance. A twisted expression appeared on his emaciated face. Crimson blood gradually lost its luster. His body involuntarily knelt on the snowy ground, dropping the bone artifact from his hand in front of him. At this moment, Tongfeng and the others also stopped their attacks, with such a large ghost-headed knife piercing through his heart. Let alone the Yin-Yang Venerable being at the 7th layer of the celestial realm. Even if he were an 8th layer Mahayana cultivator or a 9th layer transformation void master, he would not be able to survive. Anger, unwillingness, fear, terror, despair, various emotions surrounded this old demon's heart in that instant. But there was no regret. He was relatively unique and cruel in the demon's sect, which could not accommodate him. He could only sneak into the territories of righteous sects to develop. Over the years, he had abducted at least 3,000 to 4,000 good young women. Most of the girls were tortured to death by him and his disciples. Then he drained their blood and flesh to refine their souls. More than 100 years ago, to improve his cultivation, he had cruelly killed hundreds of newborn infants in half a year. As for the countless innocent civilians killed by him or his disciples, it was likely in the tens of thousands. However, as he faced death, all he felt was anger, fear, and unwillingness. He had no remorse for the evil deeds he had committed in the past. Tongfeng saw that the Yin-Yang Venerable seemed to have lost the strength to resist and was preparing to control the flying sword to pierce his head. However, he was stopped by the little monk. Tongfeng said, "What are you doing to stop me? I want to kill him and avenge the people of the town." The little monk with a vow of chastity squinted and said, "The Yin-Yang old monster has committed countless evils. Killing him directly would be too easy for him. He will die a miserable death." Suddenly, as if to confirm the little monk's words, the Yin-Yang master let out a piercing cry of pain. Immediately, countless strands of black energy emanated from his body. At the same time, the white bone treasure beside him shattered with a loud bang, releasing numerous strands of black energy as well. These black energies were like invisible blades, frantically piercing through the Yin-Yang master's body. The Yin-Yang master rolled on the ground, kicking and flailing with one arm, seemingly trying to prevent the black energy from entering his body. Out of extreme fear, he let out a heart-wrenching scream that sent shivers down people's spines. The Yin-Yang master was already thin, and at this moment, his body was visibly shrinking. It seemed that the flesh and blood within him were being devoured by the black energy. Dahei turned to look behind him. He saw that Yuling Dang, who had been knocked unconscious earlier, had woken up at some point and was slowly approaching. The usually gentle and kind Yuling Dang now had a gaze filled with endless hatred, staring intensely at the Yin-Yang master, whose life force and flesh were rapidly fading. Tongfeng also saw Yuling Dang coming over. He couldn't bear to see the Yin-Yang master's current miserable state and felt a chill of fear. He worried that Ling Dang would be scared into a state of shock and hurriedly stepped forward to cover her eyes. "Ling Dang, this is too frightening. Don't look. You'll have nightmares." "No, I want to see. I want to watch the culprit who killed my family and over 200 townsfolk struggle in pain before me. I want to see him die." Hatred can often change a person. Yuling Dang, filled with hatred for the extreme Yin sect, found a strange sense of relief instead of fear upon witnessing such a terrifying scene. Tongfeng looked at Yuling Dang's gritted teeth expression and sighed softly, slowly lowering his hand. After a moment, the Yin-Yang master's screams gradually weakened. The struggle of his body also began to diminish. He was already very thin, and now he had completely become skin and bones. The black energy had consumed all the organs and flesh in the Yin-Yang Master's body in a very short time. Now, the Yin-Yang Master looked like a skeleton covered with a layer of skin, which had turned black. When the Yin-Yang Master finally stopped moving, countless strands of black light seemed to dissipate slowly into the heavens and earth, as if the great revenge had been avenged and could finally rest. Wei Yurong, who was suspended in midair, leaped down from the towering giant sword, and Dahai's body quickly transformed from a massive beast into a small black dog the size of a calf. Lu Tongfeng asked, "Little monk, this old monster is really dead, right?" The little monk with a vow of chastity replied, "Not only is he dead, but his primordial spirit and 3 souls and 7 spirits have also been devoured. He doesn't even have the chance for reincarnation and will forever disappear from the universe." Lu Tongfeng curiously asked, "What just happened? Why did it seem like the black energy from his body killed him?" Wei Yurong, who had now landed beside them, interjected, "Those black energies are the Yin spirits and evil energies that this old demon has absorbed and devoured over the years, always ready to backfire on him. Normally, he could still barely suppress this power and wouldn't be backfired upon. However, when he was severely injured and his spiritual power decreased, he could no longer suppress this force. Many demons who like to devour Yin spirits and use the blood and souls of the living for rituals meet their end in this manner in their later years. However, they are gradually tormented to death by the Yin energy and inner demons, while the Yin-Yang old monster died rather quickly." Lu Tongfeng was speechless, thinking to himself, "Does this even count as dying quickly?" It tortured the Yin-Yang Master for nearly half a stick of incense's worth of time. With a crisp sound like a phoenix's cry, Wei Yurong sheathed the green fairy sword in her hand, her bright and beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lu Tongfeng as she stepped closer. Lu Tongfeng looked at Wei Yurong, who was constantly approaching, with a rather unnatural expression, instinctively stepping back. Chapter 98. Dahai ate the storage bracelet. Wei Yurong advanced an inch, and Lu Tongfeng retreated an inch. Wei Yurong quickened her pace, and Lu Tongfeng quickened his retreat. "Lu, little uncle, why are you hiding?" Wei Yurong finally couldn't help but speak. Lu Tongfeng said, "You're staring at me with that weird look. It scares me. Let's stick to business. There's a difference between men and women, so don't get too close." Wei Yurong stopped, her clear and lively gaze sizing up Lu Tongfeng from head to toe. "I ask you, are you the disciple of the Burning Heaven Sword God?" "Elder Mei? What Burning Heaven Sword God? What Elder Mei? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't play dumb with me. I've been here for a while, and I've heard your conversations. This big black dog is Wang Tianho, and you also use the unique technique of Elder Mei, the 9 dragons burning heaven. Lu, little uncle, you've hidden quite deeply, haven't you? The deceased temple master of the Earth Temple is indeed Elder Mei, right?" "Fairy Yurong, I truly don't know what you're talking about. By the way, how did you suddenly appear here? Weren't you in Fuyang Town?" Lu Tongfeng continued to argue. He forced a topic change that even a fool could hear was awkward. He remembered Yun Fyao's admonition before she left. Wei Yurong was a disciple of the Xuanchu sect. Comparatively, he trusted Yun Fyao, a disciple of the Yuntian sect, more. After all, his master was from the Yuntian sect, and he could be considered a member of the Yuntian sect. Since Yun Fyao had warned him not to reveal his identity to anyone and not to trust anyone, there must be a reason for her words. Wei Yurong's eyes flickered. She was very smart and certainly knew that Lu Tongfeng was arguing. However, she was not a disciple of the Yuntian sect and had only met Lu Tongfeng 2 or 3 times, at most a nodding acquaintance. Lu Tongfeng had no obligation to answer her questions, nor did she have any right to demand that he answer. After giving Lu Tongfeng a deep look, she glanced at the ancient sword with the green blade that was sheathed at Lu Tongfeng's waist. Wei Yurong smiled and said, "The proud descendant of the Burning Heaven Sword God is actually afraid to admit his identity. It's truly a disgrace to the Sword God. Since you refuse to speak, then forget it." She then turned and walked towards the little monk with a vow of chastity. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and, after calming his emotions, also walked over. He saw the little monk with a vow of chastity squatting in front of the shriveled corpse of the Yin-Yang Master. Using the ghostly knife that Master Dust had used to pierce through the Yin-Yang Master, seemingly searching for something, Lu Tongfeng stretched his neck and asked, "Little monk, what are you doing squatting by that old monster's corpse? You don't have any special hobbies, do you?" The little monk with a vow of chastity stood up and said, "I'm looking for the Yin-Yang old monster's storage treasure. but I've searched for a long time and found nothing on this old monster. It's really strange. Although storage magic tools are not common in the cultivation world, experts at the level of the Yin Elder definitely possess storage magic tools, which may not be low-level storage bags, but rather more advanced storage bracelets or rings. Generally, good items used by cultivators are carried with them in their storage magic tools. This is why the little monk, who is trying to avoid lust, quietly searched the body of the Yin Elder while Wei Yurong and Lu Tongfeng were not paying attention, hoping to strike it rich today. Alas, it is unclear whether the Yin Elder was too poor, or if he was in such a hurry when he left home today, or if he lost them during the previous battle. In any case, after searching for a long time, the little monk found no storage magic tool that the Yin Elder should have carried with him. This left him quite frustrated. Wei Yurong turned around, this time not looking at Lu Tongfeng, but at the big black dog following closely behind him. When the big black dog noticed the beautiful woman looking at him, he once again acted like an ostrich, hiding his large head behind Lu Tongfeng. Seeing this, Wei Yurong couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, the little monk understood and said to the big black dog, "Big Black, doesn't that arm you swallowed have a bracelet or ring on it? I was wondering why the Yin Elder only had a white bone magic tool and a soul-eating goo, without using any other life-saving magic tools. It turns out you swallowed them. Hurry up and spit them out." The big black dog kept his head hidden behind Lu Tongfeng's backside, wagging his tail as if he hadn't heard what the little monk said. Lu Tongfeng looked suspicious and asked, "Little monk, what ring, what bracelet?" The little monk replied, "It's the Yin Elder's storage magic tool. It must be on the arm that was swallowed by Big Black. We all put in effort today. The spoils should be shared equally." Lu Tongfeng understood. The young disciples from the Yun Fyao and Jie sects used low-level storage bags, while the Yin Elder, as a wealthy landlord in the cultivation world, used more advanced storage bracelets or rings. Lu Tongfeng moved aside and turned to the big black dog, saying, "Big Black, did you eat that storage magic tool? If you really did, then spit it out." The big black dog blinked his bright eyes and nodded. Lu Tongfeng nodded back. "Since you say you didn't eat it, then I believe you." Then he looked at the two of them, saying, "Big Black says he didn't eat it." The little monk and Wei Yurong were somewhat dumbfounded. Lu Tongfeng's ability to lie with a straight face was truly remarkable. Even a blind person could see that Big Black had nodded, acknowledging that he swallowed the Yin Elder's storage magic tool. Yet Lu Tongfeng insisted that Big Black had not eaten anything. This was clearly an attempt to monopolize the Yin Elder's storage magic tool and the treasures inside. Wei Yurong put her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and glared at him. The little monk stared with his small green bean-like eyes, his fists cracking. "Little madman, do you want to hog it all? We all worked hard today. Yes, let us take it out and share." Lu Tongfeng shrugged and took a few steps back, saying, "Since you say Big Black ate that storage magic tool, then ask Big Black for it. If that doesn't work, you can use a knife to cut open Big Black's belly." Upon hearing this, the big black dog immediately displayed the imposing aura of the mythical beast Wang Tianhuang, baring his eerie fangs at the two, as if he could turn back into Wang Tianhuang at any moment and swallow both of them whole. The two were instantly deflated. This big black dog was indeed Wang Tianhuang, who not only could transform, but could also unleash the blazing flames of the southern Ming. If he was angered, a few breaths of that fire would be unbearable for them. The little monk awkwardly laughed. "Big Black, since you like to eat, then go ahead and eat. We are all good friends, no need to show your teeth. If you like, tonight I can even give you one of my legs to roast on the spot." Chapter 99. The Luck of Fairy Yurong. Although the little monk and Wei Yurong both wanted a share of the Yin Elder's storage magic tool, Big Black's attitude was clear. There was nothing to be had, and he could easily give up his life. Faced with Big Black's shameless behavior, the two had no good way to respond. After all, he was Wang Tianhuang. It was no difficult task for him to fight with the Yin Elder and easily kill them both. Lu Tongfeng was overjoyed to see Big Black handle the two of them. He had always envied the storage bags that cultivators could use to carry everything, which meant they didn't need to carry luggage and could fit an entire grocery store inside. Now it was confirmed that the arm Big Black swallowed indeed had the Yin Elder's magic tool on it. When he found a secluded place, he would get Big Black to spit it out, wash it with water, and although it might be a bit gross, it could still be used. Lu Tongfeng noticed that Yu Lingzhang was standing in front of the deceased Yin Elder, glaring with extreme hatred at the culprit who had killed her relatives. "Lingzhang, are you hurt?" Yu Lingzhang did not answer. Instead, she suddenly reached for the ancient sword at Lu Tongfeng's waist and began hacking at the Yin elder's shriveled body. As she chopped, she cried out in pain. This crazy act startled Lu Tongfeng. However, he did not stop her. Perhaps this release would help Yu Lingzhang completely overcome the gloom in her heart. He quietly watched, sighing inwardly. After chopping the Yin elder's body into countless pieces, Yu Lingzhang finally stopped. Then she wiped her tears and politely returned the ancient sword to Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng asked, "Lingzhang, are you really okay?" After venting, Yu Lingzhang's emotions had improved significantly. She shook her head. "Brother Feng, I'm fine, don't worry." Lu Tongfeng replied, "That's good. I promised you that I would avenge Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. Today, I've only killed the culprit, but in the future, I will definitely eliminate all the disciples of the extreme Yin sect." After comforting Yu Lingzhang for a while, Lu Tongfeng and the others approached the little monk and Wei Yurong. Lu Tongfeng said, "Fairy Yurong, it has now been confirmed that the Feline Anon Suaping Mountain is the extreme Yin sect's base here. You should quickly inform the disciples of the Xuanxu sect to come and surround these demons." Wei Yurong replied, "I already informed them. In about half an hour, a large group of disciples from the Xuanxu sect and righteous sects will arrive here." Lu Tongfeng was somewhat surprised and asked, "Fairy Yurong, how did you end up here? Why are you alone? What happened to the other disciples from the Xuanxu sect in the town?" Wei Yurong explained, "They left Fuyang town early this morning to go to Yang. I have always suspected that this Feline and was not simple, so I plan to come and take a look today." Wei Yurong briefly told the three about how she ended up here. She had suspected for several days that the disciples of the extreme Yin sect who slaughtered the town that night had come from the south of the town. She also suspected that Feline Anon Suaping Mountain seemed unusual. So a few days ago, she had asked her junior brother Chu Yuanhong to secretly collect information about Feline Un and Master Liao Chun. However, she only had suspicions. In the town, she did not find any substantial evidence to prove that those nuns were fake nuns. This morning, the last batch of disciples from the Xuanxu sect who stayed in Fuyang town also left. Wei Yurong split her forces with Chu Yuanhong and others into two routes. Chu Yuanhong took his men to Yang to meet with the members of the Xuanxu sect, while Wei Yurong planned to visit the Feline temple. As she arrived at the northern side of Suaping Mountain, she discovered a battle of spells taking place and quietly approached to observe. To her surprise, she encountered the two individuals and a dog who had left the Earth Temple the previous day. The person they were battling was actually the leader of the Jin sect, the Yin master. Immediately, Wei Yurong used the secret technique of the Xuanxu sect to send a message to Chu Tianyi, who was far away near Yang, informing him that she had discovered the stronghold of the Jin sect. Yang was only about 500 miles away. Calculating the time, Chu Tianyi and the main forces of the Xuanxu sect should arrive here in half an hour. Fortunately, Wei Yurong's appearance prevented the Yin master from escaping today. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to find him later. Also, it was fortunate that Lu Tongfeng and the others had arrived at the Feline temple before her and discovered its flaws. Had they not gone to the Feline temple today, Wei Yurong would have definitely gone alone into the wolf's den. With the Yin master being the old lecher he was, he would have likely taken advantage of her by now. After hearing Wei Yurong's account, Lu Tongfeng said, "Should we go ambush them? If Liao Chun, that demon nun, has escaped, and we arrive late, the other demon nuns at the Feline temple will probably flee as well." Wei Yurong shook her head and said, "That's unlikely. If Liao Chun had the means to notify them, she wouldn't have let you all leave before, nor would she have suddenly attacked the Yin master from the shadows. I saw very clearly from the air that after Liao Chun fled, she did not return to the Feline temple, but instead escaped to the south. I suspect she is a puppet of the Yin master and has long wanted to kill him to gain her freedom. With the Yin master dead, she is free and cannot return to the Feline temple to warn the Jin sect members to escape. We do not know much about the current situation inside the Feline temple. With just the three of us and a dog, it would be difficult to eliminate everyone, and we might even be in danger. A large group will arrive in less than half an hour, and we will surround the entire Suaping Mountain. This time, we must completely eradicate the Jin sect, this cancer." The little monk, Jesse, nodded in agreement. "I also believe that Liao Chun won't return to the Feline temple to report. The demon nuns in the temple and the disciples of the Jin sect probably still don't know that their leader has been killed. We should wait until the righteous sect's cultivators arrive before taking action." Seeing that both of them said so, Lu Tongfeng did not insist further. Previously, he thought cultivators were high and mighty beings, not something a mere mortal like him could contend with. After today's battle, he He realized that those so-called cultivators were just like everyone else, and he couldn't even defeat them himself. This made his self-confidence swell rapidly. He thought that the three of them and the dog charging in would be able to wipe out the entire Jin sect. Not only could they avenge Ling Dang and the townspeople, but they could also make a fortune in the temple before the bulk of the righteous disciples arrived. Just taking a few pure gold Buddha statues would be enough for him to rebuild the Earth Temple. Ling Dang had been silent all along. She did not have the strength to defeat cultivators like Lu Tongfeng. Faced with the cultivators before her, she still felt a sense of inferiority. Hearing that the demon nuns at the Fulin Temple should still be unaware of what had happened and that a large number of righteous disciples would soon arrive, she gradually felt more at ease. Only by killing all the members of the Jin sect could she alleviate some of the hatred in her heart. Chapter 100. Are there survivors? Jesse was stubborn. Although everyone speculated that Liao Chun did not return to the Fulin Temple to report but had run away. This was just speculation. After discussion, they decided to split into two groups. Wei Yurong and the little monk, Jesse, quietly circled around to the front of Tsuaping Mountain to check the situation. If the pilgrims were going up the mountain as usual and the Fulin Temple was operating normally, it would mean their speculation was correct. If the pilgrims below were in chaos, it would indicate that the Fulin Temple had learned of the incident and that the nuns inside had already fled. And there would be no need for everyone to wait for the main forces of the Xuanchu sect. As for Lu Tongfeng and Ling Dang, they would clean up the battlefield on the back mountain. There were 3 corpses on the back mountain, apart from the Inyang master, whose blood and flesh had been drained by the backlash. There were 2 middle-aged nuns. One had been killed by Lu Tongfeng with a sword, and the other had been struck dead by Jesse with a palm technique. Lu Tongfeng's task was to drag the 3 corpses together so that after the battle, they could count the enemy's casualties. He was not particularly willing to do this work. Now he knew he was a master, the descendant of a sword god. How could the descendant of a sword god be reduced to a corpse mover? That would be like slapping the sword god's face. However, considering that Ling Dang was not a cultivator, he would regret it for life if he left her behind to scout the front mountain and she encountered any danger. He had no choice but to accept the task assigned to him by Wei Nida. After Jesse and Wei Nida left, Lu Tongfeng let Ling Dang rest nearby. He found the corpse of the nun he had killed, Liao Yin, more than 100 feet away to the west. Liao Yin did not look like she had been killed by a celestial sword, but rather like she had been burned to death. The sword he had struck formed a massive column of fire, causing Liao Yin's moon-white monk robe to be nearly completely burned away, and her skin was charred black. Near Liao Yin's corpse, Lu Tongfeng found a ghostly-headed evil knife. He picked it up and swung it a few times in his hand. It was a bit heavy and not very handy. He couldn't understand why the disciples of the demonic sect liked to use such evil knives as their treasures. After all, it was a magical weapon, not an ordinary iron sword. He hung the evil knife on himself, and then found a piece of vine to tie it to Liao Yin's corpse, dragging it toward the Inyang master's corpse. After dragging it over, Lu Tongfeng couldn't help but want to slap himself. Liao Yin weighed over 100 pounds, and dragging her through the snow was exhausting. He should have dragged the Inyang master's corpse, which was just skin and bones, and had been mangled by Ling Dang, next to Liao Yin. That way, he could save a lot of effort. Regret was too late. He could only mutter a few curses at himself for being foolish. Suddenly, a loud barking sound from Da He broke the silence. Upon hearing it, Lu Tongfeng's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly followed the sound. Soon, he found Ling Dang and Da He. The restless Ling Dang was helping Da He search for the corpse of the nun killed by Jesse. They couldn't find the corpse, but instead discovered a living person. In the ruins of the forest, a huge palm print had been left on the ground. The demon nun was lying within the palm print. Da He stood nearby, alert. Ling Dang raised a ghostly-headed evil knife with both hands, seemingly intending to strike at the demon nun's head. This knife had been used by Liao Chun to kill the Inyang master. The knife was a bit heavy, and as Ling Dang raised it, her arms trembled slightly. Lu Tongfeng immediately stepped forward to stop her. He placed himself in front of Ling Dang and asked, "Ling Dang, are you okay? What happened?" Ling Dang said, "I planned to have Da He drag her out of the pit, and as soon as Da He moved, this stirred. She seems not to be dead. Feng Ge, step aside, let me kill her with one slash." Lu Tongfeng replied, "Spare her life for now. Let's ask about the situation of the extreme insect first. We can kill her later." Ling Dang thought Lu Tongfeng's reasoning was sound, so she put down the inner hand. Lu Tongfeng drew out an ancient sword and slowly approached the nun. From her slowly rising and falling chest, It was evident that she was not dead yet, still having some breath. This beautiful nun, who looked to be in her 30s or 40s, still had some charm. The more Lu Tongfeng looked, the more familiar she seemed. I think I've seen this before. Yu Lingdang gritted her teeth and said, "It's this nun. 10 days ago she went to the small town with a group of little nuns from the Guanyin temple to beg for alms. And she even read my fortune." Lu Tongfeng suddenly remembered, 10 days ago when he first left the Earth Temple to wander towards Ziyang City. He encountered a group of nuns coming down the mountain to beg for alms at the Shirley Pavilion. Among them, the leader seemed to be this beautiful nun. He kicked the nun's body with his foot and said, "Those nuns who came down the mountain to beg must have gone to the small town to scout. Seeing that you are so beautiful, they chose you as their target for abduction, truly deserving of death." Seeing that the nun had already fainted, Lu Tongfeng squatted down, scooped up some accumulated snow in his palm, and turned it into water, sprinkling it on her cheek. After a moment, the nun's eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes slowly opened, and a painful expression appeared on her face. Her cultivation was not high, having just reached the Yuanshan realm. Faced with the supreme Buddhist power of the great compassion and great mercy to Thagata Palm, she had almost no power to resist. Her body had multiple broken bones, and the broken ribs had pierced into her spleen and lungs. If she was not helped in time, even as a cultivator, it would be hard for her to survive until nightfall. The beautiful nun saw Lu Tongfeng, Yu Lingdang, and Dahe in front of her, and her emotions suddenly became agitated. She wanted to speak, but blood kept spilling from her mouth. Lu Tongfeng smiled and said, "You still recognize me, right? We met 10 days ago. Since you're not dead, let us have a chat." Meanwhile, at Suaping Mountain, the front mountain, there was no unusual activity here, with pilgrims going up and down the mountain in a steady stream. Wei Yurong and the stood not far away, secretly relieved to see this scene, just as they expected. After Master Liaochen escaped, she did not return to the Feline Monastery. Wei Yurong, holding her green fairy sword, looked very relaxed and said, "Did you already know that Lu Tongfeng is the heir of the?" The pretended to be clueless and replied, "Is the little madman a disciple of?" "I don't know." Wei Yurong said, "If you dare to say again that you don't know, I'll hit you, just like I would hit a pervert." After saying that, Wei Yurong waved her little pink fist, her expression twisted, glaring at him fiercely. His chubby face was filled with, "Fairy Yurong, even if you castrate me on the spot, I wouldn't know. I've only known the little madman for a few days. We just traveled together. If it weren't for this incident today, I wouldn't even know he was a cultivator."